Chapter 172, Conclusion. That's pretty high, noted Vaughn, raising his gaze skyward as Gaku and his opponent, Nam, bounded several hundred meters into the air, leading to an aerial exchange of punches and kicks. Curiously, unlike in the canon, Gaku didn't land first, so Nam wasn't able to temporarily incapacitate him. Instead, Gaku demonstrated his uncanny ability to copy, steal, techniques by sending the desert native flying using a blast of frigid wind, forcing the turban-wearing man into a ring out. "All right. I made it to the finals," exclaimed Gaku, beaming from ear to ear and throwing up double peace signs that garnered him considerable fanfare from the crowd. Immediately after, Michael had him conduct an impromptu interview, asking him various questions about himself, his tale, and how he had gotten so strong despite his young age. "And with that out of the way, can we please have Mr. Mason enter the arena?" exclaimed Michael, prompting Krillin, who had come out to help explain things on Goku's behalf, to leave while he emerged with a relaxed smile. "I hope you're ready, Vaughn. Because I'm not going to go easy on you," exclaimed Gaku, adopting a peculiar pose with his feet spread wide, his knees bent, and his arms held out to the side, slightly bent with his hands clenched into fists. "Sure. Give it your best," responded Vaughn, adopting a slightly hunched posture with his hands held as if he were prepared to grab and flip Gaku over him. At this point, Goku's power level was actually 2 points higher than Roshi's at 135 to the latter's 133, so he couldn't be underestimated. His own power level was decently higher at 238, but as Gaku had started the tournament at 126, it wasn't an exaggeration to state the pint-sized scion could achieve victory if he were given the opportunity to acclimate to the difference in their strength. Then, since both fighters appeared to be ready, let the final round of the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai begin, shouted Michael, punctuating his words by making a beeline for cover. "All right, then, here goes," exclaimed Gaku, smiling confidently as he borrowed a page out of Roshi's book by producing a total of 3 hazy afterimages. His movements were far beyond what the spectators could follow, but Vaughn managed to track him through his domain, allowing him to weave his head and upper body back as Gaku passed in front of him, performing a swift flying kick. "Let's wrap this up before the moon comes out," thought Vaughn, reaching out with his right hand as Gaku passed, grabbing the young scion's tail. The moment he did, Gaku reacted as though he had been shocked, every nerve and muscle in his body tensing before going limp. Vaughn found this a little strange, as Gaku was able to dangle by and support himself atop his tail, but having it grabbed caused him to lose his power. "Ah, man, I wanted to be the champion," groaned Gaku, unable to do more than twitch the muscles in his fingers as Vaughn dangled him by his tail, looked to where Michael was hiding, and said, "Since my opponent is no longer able to fight, I believe this is my victory." "Hey!" Though briefly confused, Michael eventually noticed that Gaku wasn't moving. Tournament regulations, however, said that an opponent either had to give up themselves, be knocked out, or be sent out of the arena, so after a brief exchange, Vaughn walked to the edge of the stone arena and gently lowered Gaku to the lush green grass below. It was an exceedingly anticlimactic conclusion to the tournament from the spectators' points of view, but since the horizon was a beautiful shade of orange and the moon was already high in the sky, Vaughn concluded it was best to wrap things up before Gaku transformed and was revealed to be capable of turning into a giant ape monster. Ahem, nom, nom, nom. Clack 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 clack. No longer even a little concerned with his defeat in the finals, Gaku was enjoying another feast prepared by Graphia, this time in a banquet hall of the intertwining Dragon's Palace. The following morning, he planned to set out on a training journey, but for that night, he seemed determined to eat himself into a food coma. "To think you were a god from another world, and here I thought I was through with surprises at my age," sighed Roshi, internally feeling more than a little jealous as he eyed the maids serving them food and alcohol. Even the homeliest among them looked like they could be a model with a bit of touching up, yet with Vaughn around, he couldn't flirt with or resort to his usual antics of feigning senility to receive benefits from them. That might be true for your world, but there are countless others with sights and sounds you can't even imagine without description, remarked Vaughn. If I were a younger man, I might have wanted to explore such worlds to experience what they hold myself. Sighed Rashi. However, as he had a 3 months pregnant lunch waiting for his return, much to the latter's chagrin, he at least needed to make sure she and their child were settled and taken care of before setting his sights elsewhere. Unaware of Rashi's rather predatory thoughts, Vaughn briefly considered making arrangements for the elderly master to have his youth returned to him before deciding against it. He felt it was better for everyone if Rashi returned to his remote island and continued being a hermit, so instead of speaking, he closed his eyes and took a slow sip from a sizable crimson sake cup. September 16 DXD/May 10 DBT. I can feel the tips of my fingers and toes tingling, remarked Vaughn, lying face down atop a massage table as Graphia gently squeezed the brown, monkey-like tail protruding from his lower back, the result of him emulating a scion's physiology. Shall I squeeze a bit harder? Asked Graphia, her tone sultry as she punctuated her words by doing precisely that. In the process, Vaughn felt the tingling sensation spread through his arms and along his spine, giving him a greater understanding of the hurdles Gaku would need to overcome if he wanted to keep his tail. Fwom! Appearing a short distance away from a golden magic circle, Venelana's violet eyes briefly shimmered like a predator when she saw Vaughn's naked body before she promptly restrained herself to calmly and dutifully reveal, Yasaka and her daughter arrived a short while ago with their attendants. They await you in the Golden Fox Pavilion on the 8th floor. Thanks for coming all this way to inform me, expressed Vaughn, having already been informed of the duo's arrival by the palace's system but deciding to keep that to himself as he got up from the massage table, hefted the flaxen-haired devil up by her voluminous butt, and gave her a lengthy kiss to express his gratitude. In the process, Graphia startled him quite a bit by abruptly kneeling behind him, but since he had never once pooped since receiving the path, he allowed her to do as she pleased as Venelana raised the hem of her white and black dress to allow him to slide his very erect cock between her warm, wet, and pliable thighs. Behold, Shiroyuki-chan, exclaimed Kunu, holding up an adorable snow-white fox with 3 tails and distinctive red markings around its eyes and on its forehead. It also had streaks of red running through its tails, but its most prominent features were the tiny 3-pronged antlers protruding from its large ears and large, ruby-like eyes. Wow, it's almost as cute as you, hummed Vaughn, attempting to accept Shiroyuki from Kunu, but the tiny fox nipped at his fingers, making it clear it didn't wish to be held. Hey, don't be mean to Shishiu, muttered Kunu, chastising Shiroyuki and then flushing slightly at the realization she had just referred to Vaughn as her father. I take it back, you're way cuter, hummed Vaughn, gently ruffling Kunu's head and hair with his left hand. Shiroyuki appeared to take exception to this, narrowing her ruby-red, slit-like eyes, but since Kunu had instructed her to behave, that was all she did. After a few hours of playing games like illusionary tag, hide and seek, and divination de fugo, Vaughn found himself in the somewhat awkward position of relaxing in a bath with Kunu seated between his legs, reclining against him. Yasaka had convinced him it was normal for fathers and daughters to bathe together as late as the commencement of high school, and since he knew this to be a long-standing custom in Japan, particularly in traditional households, Vaughn ultimately agreed to wash and rinse Kunu's hair, back, and tails before allowing her to do the same, all while Shiroyuki observed him like a hawk. Catching Vaughn a little off guard, Kunu broke the lengthy silence that had settled between them by leaning her head back and stating, Ha-ho told me you can extend a single day into many years. I know it's selfish of me to ask this of you, but could we stay together like a family until you are no longer my Shishiho but my Dana? It's not impossible, conceded Vaughn, reaching up to gently massage Kunu's scalp around her ears as he softly expressed, but, while I don't regret how things developed between me, Rias, and Venelana, I believe it would be best for you to find and date someone else. I refuse, responded Kunu, her voice faint but firm as she raised her chin slightly and closed her eyes, enjoying having her scalp massaged as Vaughn was remarkably good at it. Before Vaughn could reason with her, Kunu stated, "I want my children to have the best chance to survive, and you're undeniably the best prospect. I will bear Shishiu's offspring." "Perhaps," conceded Vaughn, deciding not to fight the young kitsune on the matter. Instead, he appended, "But you're going to have to wait until you mature and your mother and I have a chance to produce a sibling for you. If you're still determined to be my bride by the time you turn 20, I'll gladly welcome you." 20. Repeated Kunu, her expression morphing into a pouty frown. Considering there was no limit to her lifespan, 8 years was a relatively short period. However, since she had already decided that Vaughn would be her husband and the father of her children, it felt like he was asking her to wait an eternity. "Until then," started Vaughn, looking over to where Shiroyuki was lying atop a white towel before smiling and expressing, "You should continue looking after and growing alongside Shiroyuki. While it's important, there is more to life than passing on your genes, so before you settle down and become a mother, you should aspire to become a strong and capable woman who can accomplish anything you put your mind to. That way, when you finally become a mother, you will have set a positive example for your children to follow." "I suppose," muttered Kunu, unable to deny the reasoning and wisdom in Vaughn's words. At the same time, however, she was concerned as she and Mil-Icas had gotten along surprisingly well when they formed a party on the 0th floor. He had even made an offhanded comment about making her his queen when he began filling out his peerage, and the self-assurance he demonstrated while acting as the leader of their party both impressed and frightened her. Then there was the fact he seemed to have no concept of boundaries, resulting in him incessantly endeavoring to pet her head and offering to brush her tails. Alleviating at least some of Kunu's concerns, Vaughn appended, "As far as staying together is concerned, we'll discuss the matter with your mother. If she's willing, we can at least spend a month or two together before you return to Kyoto." "Humu, Shishiu has at least some sense," hummed Kunu, clearly very pleased as she tilted her head back and parted her lips slightly, asserting, "But, for the crime of making me sad, Shishiu's punishment is to give me a kiss. Behave yourself, or we won't be able to take baths together," said Vaughn, punctuating his words by planting a kiss on Kunu's forehead. She puffed her cheeks adorably in response, but since she was intelligent enough to understand when to take a step back, she closed her eyes and placed her plans of seducing him on the back burner. Chapter 173, Fulfillment. September 20th DXD/May 14th DBT. Thank you for granting me an audience. I understand that it is impudent for a mortal like myself to request the time of a dragon god. Expressed a beautiful woman with back-length scarlet hair, sharp brown eyes, bangs that obscured her right eye, and a voluptuous body garbed in silver armor, a long, pleated, dark blue skirt, and blue-black leather boots. Please, men have greater privilege than the opportunity to spend even a moment with a beautiful woman of your caliber," hummed Vaughn, sporting a smoldering smile as he sat atop a crimson and gold sofa with an Eastern dragon motif. As for the woman, Urza Scarlet, she had offered him a steep and courteous bow but raised her head at his words, a faint but confident smile adorning her face as she responded, "Thank you for the praise, even if I am unworthy." Understanding that Urza was indirectly expressing that she wasn't fond of flattery, Vaughn elected to get straight to the point, asking, "So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Though someone else might have kept it a secret, Urza didn't hesitate to reveal, "After the gathering hosted by Venelana-sama 9 days prior, I submitted a report to the Ishgar Magic Council explaining the aims of the Dragon's Pavilion. I have since been tasked with investigating this place, transdimensional travelers, and, with any luck, the Tower of Ascension. Could that be arranged?" After receiving feedback, the administrator modified things to permit up to 4 people from each world to be invited to the tower, enough to form a full party. Revealed Vaughn. "However, considering your capabilities and the fact you already have a guild member within the tower, it wouldn't be fair to simply give the spot to you. I am prepared to enter into an agreement with the Dragon's Pavilion and earn my way into the tower, stated Urza, leaving Vaughn with raised brows as she abruptly spread her arms, causing golden light to envelop her body before her armor was replaced by an exceedingly skimpy, pure white, cat-themed string bikini with fluffy, paw-like gloves, a cat-eared headband, a long white tail, and frilly stockings. Placing his right hand on his left breast, Vaughn marveled at how quickly his heart was beating as he casually joked, "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Changing into such a revealing outfit all of a sudden, I almost feel like I'm being rude by not pushing you down. So you find this outfit appealing? Asked Urza, turning her body to the side and striking a pose with her body bent over and her butt sticking out, allowing her to wag both it and her tail as she stated, "I wasn't quite sure what you would like based on the variety of outfits made available for the party." Recovering from a momentary stupor, Vaughn tentatively asked, "Just to be certain, are you trying to seduce me?" "Indeed," responded Urza, quickly adding, "though, if possible, I would prefer if things didn't develop beyond observation and petting. I am not spoken for as a woman, but I do not wish to relinquish my chastity in the pursuit of a mission's completion. Of course, that could change if we get to know each other and find we enjoy one another's company." Though he understood Urza tacked on the last bit as bait to prevent him from refusing her on the grounds that their relationship couldn't develop beyond a certain point, Vaughn was reasonably certain he could change her mind. Grafia, Venelana, and just about every woman he had an intimate relationship with commented on how pleasant his caress was, and with an A-rank petting skill, even Shiroyuki had inevitably opened up to him after allowing him to fluff and play with her floppy ears. "So, what exactly are you proposing?" asked Vaughn, pointing out, "because if I were to set the terms, it could be regarded as me taking advantage of the situation." "I see," muttered Urza, cupping her chin and appearing to think for a moment before she made her way around the table separating her and Vaughn, sitting close enough that her left thigh nestled against his right as she turned her body toward him, ostensibly to provide him a view of her cleavage as she proposed, "I'm aware that you allow ascendees to enter into interest-free debt in exchange for fulfilling their requests. I will agree to pay back thrice what it would have cost Natsu to summon me into the tower in exchange for being able to enter it early. And for the duration of the repayment period, at least while I am not inside the tower, I will work here as a second-grade maid." "Second grade?" repeated Vaughn, his expression thoughtful as he tilted his head back and stared at nothing in particular. Second grade referred to the classification of maids willing to engage in various forms of service. And though the services rendered depended on the comfortability and willingness of each maid, the baselines included touching, cuddling, and bathing together. Believing that Vaughn wasn't sufficiently enticed by her proposal, Urza drew inspiration from her private collection of smut and erotica, exhaling faintly from her nose as she conceded, "If you insist, we could try anal, but I will need some time to prepare myself." Blinking in surprise, Vaughn did his best not to let his disbelief show as he looked to Urza and asked, "Are you sure? I mean, I'm down, but it seems like a pretty big concession on your part." Offering a faint but confident smile, Urza assured, "Worry not. I expected to have to make at least some concessions when I volunteered myself for this mission. As long as I can preserve my vaginal chastity, I do not mind trying various plays and services." I knew she was daring, but damn, thought Vaughn, noticing considerably more determination than doubt in Urza's gaze. Had he known she would be so keen, he would have pulled some strings to ensure she was among the first batch of ascendees. "All right, then, here's the contract," muttered Vaughn, his voice low and full of anticipation as he waved his left hand, causing a parchment contract to appear from golden flames on the table. To his surprise, instead of picking it up or sliding it in front of her, Urza promptly got up from the sofa and sat on his lap, causing him to immediately pitch a tent against her voluminous ass as she spent nearly half an hour perusing each line of the contract. Though Vaughn invariably grasped her sides and began gently caressing them, causing a pleasant tingling and a layer of goosebumps to spread across her skin, Urza maintained her focus, read over the contract 3 times, and employed a variety of magic tools to ensure it didn't conceal anything nefarious before signing it using a pen that produced glistening golden ink. She was tempted to point out that the repayment amount was only a third of what she proposed, but she correctly assumed that was a concession of Vaughn's, presumably to try and endear her to him. Matching what she had seen and been told, the contract Urza signed split into two, with the jade green bracelet appearing atop the copy intended for her. The latter granted her provisional access to the tower's systems, but only in a limited capacity until she became an ascendee proper. After casually slipping the bracelet onto her left wrist, the smooth green jade phasing through her flesh and bone, Urza could have reminded Vaughn that her contract didn't take effect until after she entered the tower and started working within the palace. Instead, she shifted her weight back against his bulge and stared back at him with a smile, stating, "It appears we have reached an agreement. Shall we mark the occasion by having me provide you an inaugural service? If I ever refuse such an invitation, you should assume the person you're talking to is an impostor," answered Vaughn, prompting Urza to surprise him with a throaty laugh before she got up from his lap, casually slid the table away with her foot, and then knelt before him with her arms crossed atop his knees and her head resting atop them, turned sideways as she gazed up at him and asked, "Then, how can I be of service?" with a remarkably sultry expression and tone. "Is kissing on the table?" asked Vaughn, causing Urza to break eye contact with him for several seconds, clearly deliberating her response before she eventually nodded and replied, "It would be strange if anal were okay, but kissing was crossing the line. But it's evidently not something you're comfortable with just yet," noted Vaughn, preempting Urza's response by smiling affectionately and affirming, "And that's perfectly okay. It would make me feel horrible if I learned you felt forced, so instead of me telling you what I want, you should know that I'll be more than happy with whatever services you're willing to give me." "I see," muttered Urza, adopting a faint smile and exhaling from her nose before sitting up and proposing, "Then, how about we start with me using my mouth and breasts? If I'm not mistaken, men enjoy that, and I'm quite confident in my endowments." "And rightly so," affirmed Va, nodding before adding, "Even if I were to travel to 1,000 worlds, you would still be near the pinnacle in terms of appearance and physique." "That's quite the compliment," hummed Urza, unabashedly exposing her exceptionally well-shaped, 95 cm breasts and perky pink nipples. The fact her nipples were already hard caused her to feel a little embarrassed, but it didn't show in her confident and sultry expression. After sliding forward to the edge of the sofa, Vaughn freed his not-so-little brother from the confines of his yukata, causing Urza to lower her gaze to it before raising and pressing her breasts together as she asked, "How should I begin? This is my first time doing something like this. If you want me to take the lead, you ultimately just need to keep your breasts together," explained Vaughn, appending, "but it's more common for the woman to take charge in situations like this. As for how you go about it, that's up to you. Most guys are exceptionally simple-minded creatures, regardless of whether we're gods, dragons, or humans. If our partner is a beautiful woman, there is nothing we can't endure and enjoy." Recalling her many reference materials, Urza nodded sagely and responded, "I understand," before focusing her attention on Vaughn's dick and tentatively kneading her breasts around it. She was a little surprised by how firm and hot it was, but she was infinitely more curious about its taste, prompting her to eventually lean forward to lick his glands, finding it surprisingly smooth and sweet rather than salty. Seeing Urza experimentally lick and eventually suckle his glands, Vaughn felt like the luckiest man in and outside in Virtua. He would have been even more fortunate if she allowed him to claim her virginity, but he was certain it wouldn't be long before she presented it to him. He just needed to get her sufficiently aroused, and based on how wet she got when she got on the sofa, permitting him to rub her slit through her bikini as she experimented with deep-throating him, he might not even need to wait a day. Contrasting her claims about needing time to prepare, Urza found herself top-down, bottom-up on the red and gold sofa with a flushed expression, willfully spreading her cheeks as Vaughn plunged her well-developed anus and smacked his hips against her round and firm bottom. It was apparent she masturbated using her butt relatively frequently, but Vaughn didn't mind in the slightest as he held the scarlet-haired woman's hips, pulled her ass flush against him, and came deep inside her for a fourth time, determined to make her his woman or, at the very least, a first-grade maid. Chapter 174, Precipice. September 26 DXD/May 20 DBT. Poor kid, thought Vaughn, exhaling from his nose as he sat with his left hand on the back of Urza's bobbing head, reading and responding to Rico's messages as he enjoyed the scarlet-haired mage's daily service. Meeting up with Urza after his return from the Black Tower had become an important part of his daily routine, but it seemed they were going to have to conclude things a few hours early since Rico had just informed him that a group of delvers had returned with her mother's white whistle and journal, which generally indicated that a delver had perished within the abyss. Since he would feel guilty if he ignored Rico's plight to indulge himself, Vaughn extracted his fingers from Urza's wet and pulsating pussy and gave her left ass cheek a light but resounding smack, stating, "Something came up. We'll definitely continue this later." Pop. Releasing Vaughn's cock with an audible pop, Urza looked up at him while still bent over, her face ruddy as she asked, "Is it something I can assist with? I may have entered your service as a maid, but many consider me a capable mage and warrior as well." "It's not that kind of situation," responded Vaughn, shaking his head before revealing, "One of the younger ascendees, a girl named Rico, just learned that her mother is presumed dead. She isn't asking for me, but I feel like I should visit her to ensure she's okay." "Oh, I see," muttered Urza, her expression softening and gaining a hint of melancholy as she rose to a seated position, providing Vaughn a view of her immaculate breasts. As an orphan herself, she understood the pain of living without parents and the comfort of a mother. "Looks like I need to console the woman before me before I move on to Rico," noted Vaughn, smacking his left thigh. In response, the melancholy immediately faded from Urza's face, replaced by her usual confident smile as she promptly straddled him with his cock between them, caressing it with both hands as she stated, "I won't protest if you wish to stay, but I doubt you would have stopped me if you didn't believe you needed to fly to this Rico girl's side." "MMN. You're not wrong," conceded Vaughn, reaching up to cup the left side of Urza's face, gently caressing her cheekbone with his thumb as he added, "But I wouldn't be a man if I ignored the needs of the woman right in front of me. If you have something to say or want to get off your chest, I'm here to listen." "Maybe some other time," responded Urza, closing her eyes and briefly nestling into Vaughn's hand before shifting back and dismounting him with her hands on his thighs. Then, before departing in her birthday suit, she bent down and kissed his swollen glands, whispering, "I'll see you later," before looking up at Vaughn and winking playfully. "Yeah, I'm definitely making her mine," thought Vaughn, following Urza's departure or, more accurately, her backside with his eyes. There was a reasonably high probability that she would choose Jalal over him in her effort to save him, but by then, it wouldn't just be her ass that had been developed to the extreme. She had nearly inadvertently slipped his cock inside of her on no less than 3 occasions while aggressively grinding against his shaft, pinned to his abdomen by her parted pussy, so he knew she was experiencing the itch deep within her, an itch he would not only scratch but force deeper, far beyond the reach of most other men. While the rest of Orth was celebrating with an impromptu festival, Rico, having grown weary of hearing complete strangers tell her how amazing her mother was, hid herself in a back alley few people had any reason to visit. "He stopped responding," muttered Rico, sporting a thin white dress that exposed her upper back and shoulders, a pink, enamel-eared hat, and new leather boots that were a few sizes too large. Cradled between her hands was an ornately carved white whistle with a distinctive teardrop profile, a flower pattern, and a keyhole-shaped opening on the side, but even if she raised it to her lips and blew with all her might, no sound was produced as only the original owner, her ostensibly deceased mother, could use it. Though she traced her thumbs across the whistle's patterns and surface, Rico's somewhat puffy green eyes remained fixed on the most prominent of the displays she had open, a semi-transparent blue window portraying her chat with Vaughn. He would ordinarily conclude their chats by telling her to take care or asking her to give his regards to Reg, so she found herself unable to dismiss or look away from the window as she waited for him to say anything. "Sulking doesn't suit an energetic girl like yourself," hummed a familiar voice, causing Riko to startle as a hand came down on her head, pushing her hat further down over her eyes. Pulling off her hat and looking up, Riko's green eyes glistened with the precursor to tears when she discovered Vaughn looking down at her with a gentle smile. "You came," muttered Riko, hurriedly hopping off the wooden crate she was seated on and hugging Vaughn's waist with strength that far exceeded the average 12, going on 13-year-old girl. "How could I not?" asked Vaughn, the corner of his smile cramping slightly as Riko looked up at him with a thread of snot connecting her left nostril to his soot and steel grey yukata. He wasn't a germaphobe, but the sight compelled him to pull out a white handkerchief, pinch her nose, and say, "Blow," in a soft, guiding tone. "PBBTBTBTTBTTT." Though it caused her stomach to flutter and a wave of embarrassment to wash over her, Riko closed her eyes and blew into the handkerchief with all her might. Afterward, Vaughn removed her crystal lens glasses and used a second, silken one to wipe her nose and then brush under her eyes with his thumbs, causing her face to warm and cheeks to redden considerably as he remarked, "There you go," before adopting a faint smile, squishing her cheeks between his right index finger and thumb, and asking, feeling a little better. Catching Vaughn a little off guard, Riko, rather abruptly, stated, "I really like you. You know that, right?" Exhaling from his nose, Vaughn offered a slight nod and affirmed, "I can be exceptionally dense at times, but I'm pretty perceptive regarding people's feelings. But why are you bringing this up now?" Waiting until Vaughn returned her glasses to her face, Riko, adopting the most serious expression she could manage with her cute features, held up and clenched her fists, her voice rising as she revealed, "Because I've made up my mind. I'm going to follow in my mother's footsteps and enter the abyss." "I see," muttered Vaughn, his lack of a reaction causing Riko to puff her cheeks, stomp her right foot, and firmly assert, "I'm serious. I'm going to enter the abyss and travel all the way to the deepest layer. That means I won't be able to return, okay?" "Who decided that?" asked Vaughn, raising his right brow as he pointed out, "Did you forget about the tower and my palace? An ordinary delver might have few options to return, but you'll be able to enter the tower and travel to my palace using the silver key I gave you. And once you've reached the bottom of the abyss and discovered the answers you're searching for, the only thing that can prevent your return is your willingness to do so." "Oh," muttered Riko, her cheeks flushing deep crimson as she lowered her face and gripped the pleated hem of her dress with both hands. She expected Vaughn to argue she was much too young and inexperienced to go on what many would regard as a suicide mission, but he instead extended his right hand to gently ruffle her hair, his tone soft and supportive as he expressed, "You've always been a strong and brave young girl, Riko. Just don't forget that you have people supporting you, a place where you can find refuge, and many friends who will be awaiting your return." Exhaling exasperatedly, Riko looked up at Vaughn, her face flushed as she revealed, "And here I was hoping I could guilt you into giving me a kiss or letting me sit on your lap. Maybe when you're older and have been given permission to enter the 9th floor," stated Vaughn, punctuating his words by grabbing the sides of Riko's head and planting a protracted kiss on her exposed forehead. Then, after ruffling her hair, he sat down and patiently listened to her talk about her mother and the various things she had heard from other delvers until Jiruo came searching for her. The sandy-haired youth wasn't too happy to see him, but since the funds, food and medicine he provided had greatly improved the lives of the many children at Belkiro Orphanage, he didn't question why he was in a back alley with one of them seated atop his left thigh. HMMN. HAAA. True to his word, Vaughn immediately met up with Urza after returning from his visit with Riko. Instead of continuing where they left off, however, he suggested he give her one of the massages he had been giving her since her second visit to the palace. She was initially a little resistant, but after experiencing his incredible technique, She alternated between breathing heavily and moaning as he slid his middle finger in and out of her pussy as she lay atop a massage table with her legs drawn up into an M shape and a warm towel covering her eyes. "I'm beginning to feel that you won't give up until I offer my virginity to you," panted Urza, her pussy violently contracting around Vaughn's fingers and pushing out a bit of slippery vaginal fluids. "I won't deny it," responded Vaughn, his tone smoldering as he casually stimulated Urza's G-spot and stated, "You're an extraordinary woman in every category, including strength, appearance, and temperament. There would need to be something wrong with me as a man if I didn't attempt to make you mine." Hearing Vaughn's nonchalant assertion, Urza's thighs trembled, her teeth clattering as she resisted the urge to arch her back and surrender to the incredible pleasure washing over her. She had a keen interest in sex and various types of play, but she firmly believed that her virginity should be given to the man she intended to spend the rest of her life with. Thus, as incredible as Vaughn's fingers felt, suggesting that his penis would feel even better, she kept telling herself to endure. Closing Urza's legs and turning her onto her side, Vaughn briefly caused her to tense as he lubricated his glands with her pussy juices. Her silence was telling, but since she had clearly established that she wasn't prepared to part with her virginity, he ultimately adjusted the angle of her hips and slid his cock into her ass. She did her utmost to conceal it, but Vaughn could tell Urza was disappointed by his last-second change in target, the tension in her neck relaxing, causing her head to softly thump the massage table as she exhaled faintly from her nose. Then, as if remembering that he could see her, she promptly propped herself up on her right elbow and used her left hand to squeeze and spread her left cheek while staring back at him with an alluring smile that failed to completely conceal the annoyance and indecision in her sharp brown eyes. Chapter 175, Fruition. September 27 DXD/May 21 DBT. It's amazing what people can accomplish when they work together, thought Vaughn, standing on the balcony of his comparably modest palace in the Black Tower. Once the effectiveness of family jewel sprouts had been confirmed, dedicated farmers from each of the three great factions had settled in the Black Tower to help expand and work on his farm. And with Venelana forming deals with the 99th floor's natives, particularly the Minotaur tribe, his farmland had expanded to approximately 25,000 acres in less than a month. "If you're finished working, hurry and come over," said Aileen, her voice sounding in Vaughn's head alongside a message window appearing to his left. "I will shortly." "Be patient," responded Vaughn, trying to follow Venelana's advice by not immediately capitulating to Eileen's demands. The young black dragon had a habit of getting carried away, but since her mother had returned to where the rest of her family was a few weeks prior, Vaughn was pretty sure she just hated being alone. "Oh, are you chatting with someone or checking in on another world?" asked Aileen. "That's right," responded Vaughn, having multiple displays in his periphery, 3 of which followed Rico, Nami, and Ace, as the latter seemed to have a genuine death wish. After returning with the Whitebeard pirates, he only waited 3 days before setting out to track down Blackbeard anew, and during the very first night he was at sea, the man nearly drowned after his ship capsized in a storm. Vaughn suspected this was the influence of fate, which had already written off Ace and the ailing Whitebeard as dead, but it was definitely the former deciding to ignore the advice of his family and friends to pursue an opponent that would most assuredly end him without intervention. Fortunately for the timeline, Rayleigh had convinced the Straw Hats to lie low and focus on increasing their strength before setting sail for Fishman Island and the second half of the Grand Line. After that, it was just about getting them where they were supposed to be, excluding Zoro, Sanji, and Robin. The former had no cause to swallow his pride to request Mihawk to train him, and the latter could become stronger without being trapped on an island full of Okama. As for Robin, she was learning how to be a proper devil from Graphia. Thus, Zoro and Sanji remained with Luffy and Rayleigh on the island of Rusukana, learning haki and swordsmanship from one of the former best. At the same time, Robin studied devil magic and resided at the palace, where she was employed as a first-grade maid. "Well, once you're finished, hurry over," said Aileen, insinuating, "I have a surprise for you." Though he was tempted to open a 4th display to see what Aileen was referring to, Vaughn concluded he shouldn't spoil the surprise. Instead, after scanning the horizon one final time, he teleported over to her, finding the spacious and cluttered room where they commonly binge-watched anime and cuddled conspicuously devoid of a giant dragoness. "Great dragon tackle!" exclaimed a familiar voice, followed by something heavy impacting Vaughn from behind. It was small but extremely dense and heavy, causing him to feel like a car had hit him but ultimately leaving him uninjured. After somehow ending up on his back, Vaughn met the blue-eyed gaze of the remarkably heavy person straddling him, a petite but notably well-endowed girl with long black hair, bangs that framed her face, 4 black horns, and a very thick tail protruding from beneath a frilly, Gothic-style maid outfit. Seeing Vaughn's slack-jawed expression, the busted short stack, none other than a partially polymorphed Aileen, raised her chin, beamed smugly, and asked, "Well, are you surprised?" while slowly wiggling her butt in a very deliberate manner. "That's an understatement," responded Vaughn, having expected that it would take at least 5 or 6 months for Aileen to master transforming into a human. Instead, it hadn't even taken her 2. It was still a little rough around the edges, sure, but it was just as likely that Aileen had chosen to retain her tail and horns to distinguish herself from other girls. Humu. Pleased with Vaughn's reaction, Aileen shifted her weight back, positioning herself directly atop his bulge as she asked, "Well, what do you think? Is my form to your liking?" while pressing her breasts together to emphasize their volume. "It suits you," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. Then, more as confirmation than anything, he slid his hands under Aileen's dress, cupping her bubbly and remarkably toned butt, confirming she wasn't wearing panties. Narrowing her eyes, Aileen playfully hummed, "It appears my secret has been exposed. I was actually going to try sneakily touching myself while we watched anime, but I don't mind skipping straight to the end." Though he couldn't help feeling it was a little early, Vaughn responded to Aileen's provocation by raising her butt, causing her pupils to dilate and her heart to race as he silently unsheathed his cock and lined it up with her entrance. From there, he allowed her to seat herself, causing his dick to feel like it was being compressed in a furnace, even with the protection of Tiamat's blessing. "We have finally become one," muttered Aileen, her face flushing as she bit her bottom lip and began rolling her hips in earnest. Unfortunately, as her excitement increased, her body began to change, beginning with her hands swelling and tearing through her sleeves. She tried stopping it, but her efforts were ultimately in vain, resulting in Vaughn briefly being crushed beneath her much larger dragon form. After returning from the Black Tower, Vaughn parted ways with Graphia and Venelana, freeing them to see to their other duties as he made his way to the bath. There, he was pleasantly surprised to discover 5 others using it, but such encounters had become increasingly common since Venelana hosted the lingerie party. "Oh, Vaughn! Welcome back," hummed a slender, nearly flat-chested girl with pale, golden blonde hair and pastel blue eyes, seated between an even more petite blue-eyed girl with bright pink hair fixed into spiky twin tails, a mature beauty with medium-length white hair, a bosomy, purple-haired woman with angular eyes and a spiky ponytail typically associated with kunoichi, and the person Vaughn had come there for, Urza. Showing no significant changes in his expression other than a slight smile, Vaughn approached the group completely naked, answering, "Hello, Colette. Taking a break from saving the world?" Answering in Colette's stead, her mature white-haired counterpart, a woman Vaughn knew to be called Rain Sage, sized him up with her silver eyes and asked, "You're the master of this place, the intertwining dragon of fate," while closing her legs. She was seated on the edge of the bath in her birthday suit, so even with her legs closed, a bush of blue-tinted, silvery white pubes could be seen. "He is," confirmed Urza, nodding affirmingly before rising to her feet and intercepting Vaughn on his approach, leading to a brief exchange of saliva and a deliberate touching of their genitals. Ordinarily, such contact would cause Vaughn to become engorged immediately, but since he didn't want to discourage Colette's friends from utilizing the bath in the future, he willed his not-so-little brother to be patient. He did, however, keep his hand on Urza's butt as he joined her in approaching the four girls and sitting down in the space she had previously occupied between Rain and the purple-haired, kunoichi-looking girl, Fujibayashi Shina. In response to Vaughn's previous question, Colette, making no effort to conceal her slender figure, smiled and explained, "Since I'll be returning to the tower soon, we've decided to take a short break. Please look after me like you have in the past." "Of course," responded Vaughn, offering a slight nod and sporting a relaxed smile as he met the gazes of Colette's three companions, adding, "Might I ask for the names of your companions?" Confirming what Vaughn already knew, Rain, somewhat nervously, supplied a nod of her own, touched her chest with her fingertips, and replied, "My name is Rain Sage. I was Colette's teacher and have since become one of her guardian escorts. My fortes are healing and support magic, but I'm also adept at staff and hand-to-hand combat." Following Rain, the very busty, hazel-eyed Shina, sporting a serious expression, stated, "I am Fujibayashi Shina, a kunoichi from the hidden village of Mizuho. I am skilled with various weapons, but my specialties are kukiyos and ninjutsu." Rounding off the group, the inordinately petite, twin-tailed girl with pink hair and blue eyes, notably sporting a golden accessory bearing a ruby-red gemstone embedded in her neck and collarbone, flatly stated, "My name is Priscilla Combatir, I am good at taking hits, and my main weapon is a large hatchet used to chop wood." "Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintances," affirmed Vaughn, nodding a second time and adopting a relaxed smile. Immediately after, he had to field several questions, principally from Rain, but he didn't mind nearly as much as he normally would as he had Urza to wash his back and a view to enjoy. Seeing Urza avoiding his gaze as she lay on her side, spreading her pussy with the fingers of her left hand, her anus inaccessible due to a large and translucent purple butt plug, Vaughn didn't bother asking if she was certain as he lined his glands up with her entrance and pushed forward so that just the tip was inside. In response, Urza closed her eyes, her teeth clattering as she transferred her left hand to the pit of her left knee, holding her leg open to make it easier for him to push forward the rest of the way. "You have to say it, or else I would be violating our contract," muttered Vaughn, his eyes narrowed and tone smoldering as he gently prodded Urza's pulsating, clearly eager entrance. "I want it," panted Urza, meeting Vaughn's gaze with passion-filled eyes as she sensually appended, "I want you to sink your penis deep inside of me until it kisses my womb." "Gladly," stated Vaughn, propping Urza's leg onto his right shoulder and cupping her thigh with his right hand as he held firm and drew her toward him. Due to the intense training and countless battles she had engaged in throughout her life, she didn't have a hymen. As a result, Vaughn managed to sink nearly 70% of his cock into her steamy and incredibly tight depths, causing her insides to pulse with the beating of her heart as his glands received a welcoming kiss from her cervix. Following a long, throaty sigh, Urza hugged herself, her gaze unfocused as she stared into the distance and muttered a simple incredible, while basking in the waves of pleasure coursing through her body. "This is just the beginning," muttered Vaughn, reinforcing his point by very slowly moving his hips, causing Urza to close her eyes tightly and squirm adorably as he deliberately scraped her insides and prodded her already known weak points. Her sensitivity had gradually increased as a result of the vaginal massages he had given her, and after months of build-up from his point of view, Vaughn was resolved to have Urza accept all of him before he released her. September 28 DXD/May 22 DBT. "How do you like this?" asked Urza, staring down at Vaughn with narrowed eyes and an increasingly seductive look as she skillfully twisted and rolled her hips atop him in a sexy cowgirl outfit that included assless, cow print leather chaps, a matching, bikini-like top, and a brown cowboy hat. "It's incredible," responded Vaughn, clenching the muscles in his jaw as not only was Urza aggressive, but she possessed a substantial quantity of mana. As a result, her pussy felt incredible. And since she was proactively experimenting and trying to improve, she kept getting better and better at stimulating his dick, and she knew it. "I'm happy to hear it," hummed Urza, clenching her own jaw and tilting her head back with her eyes closed, her right hand caressing her lower abdomen and her left pressing down on his. She always suspected that sex would feel incredible, and now that she had a partner whose stamina and semen appeared inexhaustible, she was eager to try all the things she had fantasized about in the past. Chapter 176, Transpatriation. "I'll see you soon," whispered Vaughn, punctuating his words by giving Urza a protracted kiss and purposely rubbing her intergluteal cleft with his left middle finger. She hadn't expressly agreed to become his woman just yet, but after a combined 11.5 hours of impassioned sex and her actively milking him 28 times, bringing her received cream pies to 34, he doubted she would be wandering from his side anytime soon. Waiting until Vaughn extracted his tongue from her mouth and pulled away from her, Urza narrowed her eyes seductively and said, "Take care. And if I can, I'll try to convince some of my guildmates to accompany me when I return. Some of them may even start working here, though I presume as third-grade maids. I certainly wouldn't mind the extra eye candy," hummed Vaughn, giving Urza's butt a light smack as he added, "Now, run along. Your friends are probably worried since you didn't return last night. MMN." Instead of responding to Vaughn with words, Urza combed back the bangs hanging over her right eye, having long since been healed, courtesy of his wound transfer. Then, after one final glance at Vaughn, she made use of her upgraded platinum key to open a door to her world, currently linked to her room at Fairy Hills. "There she goes." Vaughn sighed internally, outwardly sporting a relaxed, unrepentantly affectionate smile so that when Urza turned around before her door closed, that was the last thing she saw. He was tempted to tell her not to worry about bringing her friends over, but while he didn't feel the same pull toward them as he did Urza, Vaughn certainly wouldn't mind seeing Lucy, Kana, Myra Jane, and Levy periodically appearing in the bath or walking around in lingerie or swimsuits. Coincidentally, Lysina would be entering the tower in the same batch as Urza, so there was a decent possibility she and the Myra Jane from both Earthland and Edelas would be frequenting the palace in the future. Thwom. Turning his head, Vaughn was unsurprised to see Graphia materialize from a golden magic circle, dressed in an exceptionally short-skirted maid outfit that provided an unobstructed view of her fair southern slopes. "Will Dana be joining the others for breakfast or dining alone?" asked Graphia, approaching Vaughn with a seductive smile and slipping smoothly into his embrace, leading to a lengthy kiss where he firmly grasped and hefted her up by her bottom. Setting Graphia down, Vaughn licked his lips and smiled before affirming, "I'll eat with the others, of course. Afterward, you and Venelana can have your daily dose before we head to the Black Tower." "MMN. I'm looking forward to it," hummed Graphia, raising herself onto the tips of her toes and giving Vaughn a peck on the lips before they parted to make their way to the warm and fragrant dining hall where his harem typically ate at least breakfast together. Afterward, as he was supposed to have spent the previous night with Ravel, Vaughn invited her to join him, Graphia, and Venelana for her first foursome before heading to the Black Tower to tend his crops and assist with Eileen's mastery of polymorphic magic. September 30th DXD/May 24th DBT. Since they wouldn't be forced apart for 4 months like the previous tower cycle, Vaughn didn't have a massive orgy with the members of the Dragon's Pavilion as he had before. Instead, he was relaxing in his bed with Konako, lightly drumming and massaging her perky bottom as she lay inverted atop him with his cock pressed down by her chest and her elbows between his thighs as she read manga and ate Pocky, her cat-like tail swaying from side to side as she modeled scant white panties and no bra. "It's almost time to go," remarked Vaughn, causing Konako to respond with a curt NN, before rolling onto her right side, using his knee and thigh as a backrest, caressing the tip of his cock with her left index finger, stroking his chest with her left foot, and staring at him as she asked, "Will you take me with you into the corridor, Naya? It could be like old times." "I don't see why not," responded Vaughn, grabbing Konako's left ankle and drawing her foot to his face to gently bite the fabric of the cute, pink paw print sock she was wearing, pulling it off with his teeth. "Don't we need to get ready?" asked Konako, contradicting her words by drawing her face closer to Vaughn's cock and gently licking it with her rough tongue. Unfortunately, she was among the girls actively aiming to become pregnant, so the 9 minutes they had before the tower cycle began was only 9 minutes. I suppose. Hummed Vaughn, planting several kisses on Konako's foot before releasing her so they could both get ready. In the process, Grafia and Venelana showed up, but that was par for the course as their rooms were set up so that when he exited his bed, time abruptly slowed, giving them ample time to prepare before teleporting to his side in what seemed like an instant. October 1st DXD/May 25th DBT. With the clock striking midnight in various worlds, the third tower cycle was officially underway. Those entering the first floor for the first time were teleported to the square, but since he was a returnee, Vaughn found himself in his non-Euclidean suite with Nami and Roxanne. "Hello," hummed Vaughn, his eyes flashing as, while Nami was wearing a simple but stylish t-shirt and short shorts, Roxanne had come prepared in a frilly, pale pink negligee, scant panties and stockings. Approaching Vaughn, allowing him to grasp the sides of her head and fluff her ears and hair, Roxanne sensually responded, "I have eagerly awaited this day for the past month." Though he was tempted to point out they had seen each other 2 days prior, Vaughn instead rewarded Roxanne with a kiss. She had been working hard to help staff the palace and had even introduced him to Sherry as a prospective blacksmith. The diminutive, exceptionally fluffy purple-haired dwarf was presently apprenticing under a dwarf mastersmith hailing from the Norse pantheon, but it would be a while before they knew if she could pick up and master forging techniques from another world. Concluding his protracted kiss with Roxanne but keeping his right hand on her bottom, Vaughn shifted his gaze to Nami, smiling as he extended his left hand and asked, "Are you waiting for an invitation?" "You're hopeless," commented Nami, closing her eyes and exhaling a sigh but simultaneously approaching and allowing Vaughn to pull her into his embrace alongside Roxanne, the two of them sharing a lengthy kiss before he alternated between them several times. "Talk talk talk talk." "It would seem we have guests," remarked Vaughn, separating from Nami's lips and shifting his gaze to the entrance of his room while spreading his domain. He expected to sense Rico, but it was instead her counterpart, at least as far as hair and general build were concerned. "Go ahead and answer it," said Nami, extricating herself from Vaughn's embrace as she added, "I'm going to head out and see what the new batch of ascendees are like. If you're in the mood, I'm sure Roxanne is more than willing to keep you company." "It would be my pleasure," hummed Roxanne, sporting a radiant smile despite feeling slightly annoyed by the interruption. Beating Vaughn to the door, Nami was surprised when she opened it to find Tanya staring up at her in a somewhat white dress with a hem that barely covered half her thighs. "Oh, hey, Tanya. Were you looking for Vaughn?" asked Nami, adopting a slightly cramped smile as she wasn't very good with the militaristic mage even after forming a party together several times. "That I am, ma'am. And might I say, it's good to see you in high spirits and good health," responded Tanya, clicking her heels together and offering a sharp salute that looked out of place in her comparably cute garb. "Right, well, good luck," said Nami, slipping past the pint-sized mage and making her way to the common area where a small gathering was taking place between the younger ascendees that had yet to advance to higher floors. With Roxanne changing into more appropriate attire, Vaughn made his way to the room's entrance with a smile, the rather drastic difference in their heights compelling him to look down at Tanya as he asked, "To what do I owe the pleasure, Second Lieutenant?" while making way and gesturing for her to enter. "There is a matter I wished to confirm, and I wasn't confident I would be able to avoid repercussions if we spoke via the system," revealed Tanya, entering Vaughn's room and offering Roxanne an acknowledging nod before turning to face the former as he closed the door behind her and asked, "I assume this is related to being X?" "Indeed," confirmed Tanya, closing her eyes and exhaling a faint sigh before opening them, looking up at Vaughn, and revealing, "I apologize, but he and his wicked cohorts have been made aware of your existence, the Tower of Ascension, and the intertwining Dragon's Palace. I endeavored to take my life after they invaded my memories, but they inflicted a curse on me that prevented me from doing so." "I see," remarked Vaughn, his tone flat and expression hardening into a disapproving frown. He knew being X and the other gods forming his group were exceptionally petty, but it was clear from the thinly veiled hatred in Tanya's eyes that she had endured a lot. To that end, presuming it's possible, I am requesting to be separated from that world, stated Tanya, her expression and tone serious as she balled her hands into fists, adopting a fierce glower, and proclaimed, I won't be those assholes' plaything any longer. Consider it done, responded Vaughn, offering an affirming nod without a moment's hesitation. Blinking in surprise and tilting her head to the side, Tanya, her expression softening, asked, What do you mean? Do we not need to form some kind of agreement first? I do not believe in charity for charity's sake. Shaking his head, Vaughn calmly but firmly asserted, I believe in individual freedom more than anything else. I had hoped you would be able to grow strong enough to teach that being X a lesson, but if he and his cronies are actively hindering your growth and depriving you of your autonomy, you're well within your right to remove yourself from the situation. That said, muttered Vaughn, crossing his arms as he remarked, rather than having you remain here in the tower, it might be better to have you transpatriate and settle in another world. I doubt you want to spend the next several hundred to 1,000 years in your current form. That would certainly be inconvenient. Acknowledged Tanya, having grown accustomed to and even fond of her current form but not so much she wished to remain in it indefinitely. Then, why don't you spend these next 4 months deliberating and conferring with other ascendees, proposed Vaughn, contending, if you find any of their worlds interesting, it would be a simple matter to have you piggyback their spiritual link when the current cycle ends. We can't do this too often, but since you're one of the first to come forward with this kind of predicament, we can make an exception. I see. Muttered Tanya, closing her eyes and adopting a rare, non-sadistic smile as she softly remarked, if only being X were half this reasonable, I may have accepted his claims of being a god. Now, I'm even more certain that he was a pretender. Leaving Vaughn at a momentary loss and causing the nearby Roxanne's eyes to flash, Tanya abruptly lowered herself to her knees and brought her hands together in prayer, her large blue eyes turning up at Vaughn as she firmly asserted, from this moment forward, you are the only god I recognize. Chapter 177, Balance. This is nice, thought Vaughn, sporting a smile as he sat at the head of a long and luxurious wooden banquet table covered in crimson and gold cloth and a tremendous variety of food. More importantly, the table was surrounded by nearly every person he cared about and then some, each happily conversing and forming plans about their future conquests while he sat with Kunu on his lap and Shiroyuki curled up beneath his throne-like chair. So, are there no limits on the types of requests that can be fulfilled? Asked Cora, conversing with Rias and Venelon regarding Vaughn's private consultation and help agency. There are obviously some limitations, responded Rias, sporting a self-assured and playful smile as she clarified, though circumstances might require it at times, Vaughn and the rest of us aren't especially fond of killing. So, if someone came to us with an assassination request, we would likely modify the terms to protect a specific group or person. From there, if the person they wished to be assassinated came to cause trouble, they really only have themselves to blame. But isn't all life sacred? Asked Cora, adopting a slight frown as she contended, if you have the power to take life, you have the leeway to show mercy. Those who receive it might never repent, but it's better to have them imprisoned to reflect on their actions. Inserting himself into the discussion, Vaughn argued, life is sacred, but freedom is even more so. You need only look at those born without it to understand life has no meaning if you are unable to think, act, and make decisions for yourself. To those with grand ambitions, good or bad, they would rather die than accept the mercy you speak of. An imprisonment only makes sense if you have the means to redeem or rehabilitate those locked away. Otherwise, you're wasting time, personnel, and resources to prolong suffering or have people sit around thinking. Piggybacking off Vaughn's words, Rias clarified, what Vaughn is trying to say is that if the person in question is sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of release, it's a greater mercy to end their suffering. Because once they are unable to make decisions for themselves, a person's life is functionally over. If it helps, imagine yourself in a situation where you've been condemned to spend the remainder of your life confined to a single room, deprived of your power as the avatar and the possibility of escape, chimed Venelana, asserting, rather than repent, it's more likely that you would go stir-crazy or succumb to hopelessness. When you put it that way, it would definitely suck. Conceded Cora, crossing her arms under her breasts and tilting her head back in introspection. She had been taught all her life that killing was wrong, but if the outcome was the criminal spending the rest of their life imprisoned without the possibility of release, death seemed like a mercy. You're not mistaken in thinking that you should avoid killing whenever possible. Appended Vaughn, looking down and fluffing Kunu's ears and hair as he reasoned, but if the person in question lives by depriving the freedoms and lives of others, holding yourself back on account that you might kill them is senseless. Because if they manage to escape, you will feel responsible for everyone they harm from that moment on. You do have to be careful, though, stated Venelana, clarifying, people, particularly the masses, are superstitious and irrational creatures. Those in positions of power and authority will inevitably use that to misrepresent your actions to advance an agenda or prevent you from gaining popularity and possibly undermining them. Yet, I know exactly what you mean. Sighed Cora, visibly deflating as she recalled her recent experiences with the leaders of Republic City and the media. Virtually everything she said or did was taken out of context or blown out of proportion, leaving her wishing she could sit down with each person in the city to explain her position without their views being painted by rumors and what they read in the newspaper. If you're willing, we can arrange to have you undergo media training, proposed Venelana. You're already plenty powerful as the Avatar, and you have friends and allies in high places. Once you gain knowledge and experience dealing with large groups and giving speeches, your enemies will have a much harder time painting you in a negative light. Media training, parroted Cora, tilting her head and raising her left brow in confusion. What followed was a lengthy explanation regarding celebrity, politics, and the effectiveness of rallying people behind social reforms. Throughout, Cora had a slightly open-mouthed expression that made it seem as though Venelana was speaking a foreign language, but that was largely due to her sheltered upbringing, limited education, and the fact that radio, news, and newspapers were relatively new concepts in her world. Fortunately for her, Venelana had lived through a similar era and had remained ahead of the curve for hundreds of years, making her uniquely suited to teach Cora everything she needed to know to become one of her world's first transnational advocates and celebrities. This is awesome, thought Vaughn, his expression a relaxed smile but his aquamarine eyes blazing with passion as he watched Rias and Venelana jointly lick, caress, and suck his dick. To his right, Cora's face flushed to her ears in response to Zenobia eating her out while, to his left, Konako composedly received a similar service from Roxanne, who was observed intently by Asia. Thank you for your efforts, stated Sana, crawling forward after Rias and Venelana moved aside, allowing her to seat herself on Vaughn's cock with a suppressed, girlish moan escaping her throat. Immediately after, Akeno wrapped her arms around her from behind, guiding her movements while caressing her abdomen and nibbling her right ear. And thus, Vaughn spent his first night in the tower celebrating the opening of the Dragon's Pavilion, structured like a guild hall with a dormitory that could accommodate 100 people, by having a 7-hour orgy with 13 different women. Day 2. Kaka. Following Asia opening the door for him, a tall, remarkably muscular man with somewhat spiky black hair, prominent sideburns, thick eyebrows, and sharp violet eyes strolled boldly into Vaughn's office, sporting a self-assured but friendly smile. I am pleased to finally meet you, stated the man, stopping in front of Vaughn's desk, cupping his right fist with his left hand, and offering a steep, respectful bow as he proclaimed, my name is Saray Org Bale. Not too long ago, you saved my mother, Miss Lo Bale's, life. If possible, I have come here to repay that favor. Raise your head, said Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose and waiting for Saray Org to stand tall before stating, I treated your mother because it was the right thing to do, and from what I hear, you frequently ate others for the same reason. I will accept repayment from you the day after you accept compensation from all you've helped without asking or expecting anything in return. You're just as benevolent as the rumors claim," remarked Sarayorg, his smile broadening as he pounded his chest with his right fist and added, "But the only reason I don't accept payment for my assistance is because those I aid are often unable to provide it. As a man, I cannot be indebted to another, especially when I'm more than capable of repaying what I owe with blood, sweat, and tears if need be. And you're just as headstrong as I've heard," retorted Vaughn, adopting a broader smile of his own as he rose to his feet, placing him at eye level with the dark-haired devil. Then, after stowing his desk in his inventory, he stepped forward with his right hand extended, stating, "Luckily, there is something I could use your assistance with. I've been informed you're a proficient martial artist and Toki user. I could use a sparring partner and, if you're willing, a male friend." "After what you did, I would gladly call you brother," responded Sarayorg, accepting Vaughn's handshake and squeezing with enough force to produce a burst of wind pressure. Fortunately, as he didn't want to come across as having a limp handshake, Vaughn was prepared, allowing him to maintain his composure as he and Sarayorg gradually increased their grip strength until he inevitably found himself at a disadvantage. The latter wasn't known as the strongest young devil for nothing, and with SN strength, A and dexterity, and S-rank constitution, it would be some time before Vaughn could regard himself as the man's equal, much less a rival. After arranging to train with Sarayorg outside the tower, as it wouldn't be fair to the man if he were asked to remain on the first floor, Vaughn enjoyed a lengthy silence where he reclined in his comfortable chair and focused on the feelings emanating from his crotch. Venelana had introduced the girls to a peculiar variety of panties with a gel inlay that were parented to the pair she commonly wore while performing her duties as his secretary. As such, Vaughn could feel 4 distinct pussies wrapping around his cock, one of which stood out as Zenobia was using her pair to fuck Cora. Observing the tryst through a display only he could see, Vaughn found it tantalizing but a little concerning. He knew from watching the series Cora was from that she was bisexual, but he didn't expect that she and Zenobia would hit it off so well. Though, considering it was Zenobia who prompted her to try experimenting during the previous tower cycle, it wasn't exactly a surprise. "The question is whether I should stop them or use this," mused Vaughn, followed by him closing his eyes to enjoy the sensation. He had never prohibited any of his women from having relations with each other, and since it was common for them to kiss, eat each other out, and even rub their pussies together during orgies, the only real issue was that Zenobia and Cora getting off of their own accord. However, as they were using a proxy of his dick rather than a conventional strap-on, they weren't exactly excluding him. Imagining a scenario where half the members of his harem were having sex with the other half using his proxy, Vaughn felt a sense of incongruency and arousal. It was a little awkward having the girls wait their turn during an orgy, but he had previously shot down the idea of using strap-ons. If said strap-ons were linked to him, however, it might be tolerable if used in moderation. Well, it's not as though a toy could replace the real thing, concluded Vaughn, deciding to talk with Zenobia and Cora but otherwise not make a big deal out of the matter. He was confident in his S-rank bedroom arts and his attention to detail during sex, so while it was certainly possible to get off using a proxy of his dick, he doubted it would be anywhere near as pleasurable. The proof of this was that, despite orgasming multiple times, Zenobia and Cora eventually messaged him to come and join them as the latter had become accustomed to him coming inside her, causing her to feel increasingly restless without a substantial quantity of semen warming her belly post-coitus. "Ugh, stick a fork in me, because I'm done," groaned Cora, resting her head against Vaughn's side after returning from a bath, her body garbed in a simple white tank top and pale blue pajama bottoms. Due to the influence of girls like Zenobia and Rias, she also wore a scant, pale blue lace thong, but no one who knew her from her world could even imagine such a thing. "You were practically brimming with energy when you and Zenobia were alone," teased Vaughn, resting his left hand on Cora's forehead and gently caressing it. "It's clearly because of your semen," argued Cora, seemingly oblivious to Vaughn's teasing as she slid her right hand under her tank top, exposing her toned abdomen as she caressed her belly. Vaughn coming inside her felt amazing, but it also made her feel as though she had short-circuited, leaving her feeling listless and somewhat feverish as her body struggled to process the excess energy. You shouldn't say that as if it's an inconvenience. Vaughn's seed may well be the most prized in the multiverse. We are unspeakably fortunate to be allowed to receive it, stated Zenobia, lying naked to Vaughn's right. Yeah, I know. Droned Cora, rolling and then closing her eyes to enjoy the feeling of Vaughn's relaxing caress. She was well acquainted with Zenovia's zealotry, and while the blue-haired, green-tufted woman could be incredibly annoying at times, Cora felt it was tolerable since they had good chemistry and she was hot. Chapter 178, Temptation. Day 5. Ostensibly as a result of the routine they had established during the previous tower cycle, Vaughn was pleasantly surprised that Cora came to him at the end of each day to have sex and relax. The presence of other women made her especially keen to show off, but Vaughn didn't mind in the slightest as he was the principal beneficiary, and everyone made sure to remind her she was in a relationship with him, not them. Sisterhood was simply one of the many benefits of being in his harem. Devils are amazing, remarked Cora, seated naked to Vaughn's right atop his bed and watching with a shimmering, focused gaze as Venelana very skillfully deep-throated him, accepting more than half his cock despite the difficult angle. Though you're not the first, you're one of one as the Avatar, I'd say that makes you pretty amazing yourself, Cora. Hummed Rias, causing Cora to briefly startle as she wrapped her arms around her neck and shoulders from behind while on her knees, resulting in her breasts squishing against the brown-skinned Avatar's neck and the sides of the back of her head. Maybe, but I'm definitely closer to the bottom than the top in terms of physical appearance and sexuality in Vaughn's harem. Sighed Cora, closing her eyes and rubbing her cheek against Rias's smooth right bicep. Silly girl, don't you realize that makes you even more unique? Asked Rias, turning her head to the side and biting the upper part of Cora's left ear, causing her to bite her bottom lip as the ruddiness in her complexion deepened. She already batted for both teams inherently, but the sensual and erotic nature of devils ensured she would remain deeply entrenched in Vaughn's harem. Kunu is requesting a telepathic link. Though he felt the timing was more than a little awkward, Vaughn, who had been enjoying Venelana's service and the sight of Cora being assailed by Rias and then Akeno jointly, promptly accepted the telepathic request and asked, "How can I help you, Kunu-chan?" Leaving Vaughn feeling at even more of a loss, Kunu, sounding incredibly pitiable, stated, "I miss Haho. Can Shishiho come and stay with me? Something feels off," thought Vaughn, his suspicions confirmed when Sis revealed that Kunu was having a sleepover with several of the younger Ascendi girls. More accurately, they were playing a game similar to Truth or Dare, with Kunu being challenged to trick him into rushing over by the cheeky little thief girl from Re-Zero, felt. Despite knowing it was a trap, Vaughn affirmed, "I'll be there shortly," before explaining the situation to the 5 women accompanying him. Cora was a little flummoxed by his willingness to rush over despite knowing he wasn't needed, but Venelana convinced her easily by explaining there were times when a parent or guardian had to play along with their children's antics to reinforce the sentiment they would be there when needed. "Are you really a dragon god?" asked Felt, a short girl with fair skin, medium-length golden hair, and distinctive red eyes, currently focused on Vaughn with a suspicious look as she modeled Sabaru's stolen windbreaker and black hose as pajamas. "What makes you question it?" asked Vaughn, sporting a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he permitted Fran to style his hair using multiple scrunchies and let Kunu and Rico paint his finger and toenails. "I mean, where's your majesty?" asked Felt, contending, "You look more like a stupid doting father that lets his daughters get away with anything than some great and powerful dragon god." "Majesty isn't demanded in every situation," responded Vaughn, his smile cramping when Fran held a hand mirror up in front of his face and asked him to evaluate her newest creation. "I don't know, I kind of agree with Felt," said Mikoto, sporting a slight blush as she felt uneasy being in Vaughn's presence in nothing but vanilla-colored silk pajamas with frilly shorts and thigh-high socks. She felt an indescribable sense of gratitude toward Vaughn and the Dragon's Pavilion for accepting her request to provide refuge to her little sisters, but since he was absurdly handsome, she felt strangely exposed in anything short of a winter coat. Von Sama's godliness isn't up for contention, contended Tanya, her expression and tone serious as she appended, you should never mistake patience and forbearance for lack of capability. It is because he is sure of himself that he can submit to situations like this. Those who feign majesty even among friends, allies, and children are just being pretentious for the sake of their egos. If you say so, muttered Mikoto, narrowing her eyes and staring at Tanya from their corner as she questioned, more importantly, do you have to do that here and now? I've told you before, I find it therapeutic, responded Tanya, sporting a thin white dress identical to Riko's as she found it both cute and practical. As for what Mikoto was complaining about, it was the rifle she had resting across her lap, half-assembled as she dutifully cleaned and maintained its various parts despite their inventories having an auto-repair function that made it moot. Now, let's not get in a tiff, hummed Colette, who Vaughn felt was beginning to become a bad influence on the group as she often spoke to them about her relationship with her childhood friend turned lover, a boy named Lloyd Irving. She was usually spurred to do so by girls like Felt, but she didn't hold back on the details, securing her status as a big sister within the group. Well, what do you think? Asked Riko, drawing Vaughn's attention to the nails of his left hand, which had been painted with black fingernail polish. Instead of painting the entire nail, however, she had carefully drawn 5 runic characters from her world, symbolizing love, protection, and good fortune. You have a real talent for drawing and writing characters, remarked Vaughn, his smile softening as he used the hand to gently ruffle Riko's hair, causing the rossiness tinting her cheeks to intensify. Ever since her abrupt confession a few days prior, at least from her perspective, she had been a lot more attentive and prone to flushing at the slightest flattering word or action on his part. However, much like Kunu, Vaughn regarded her and the other young girls present more as daughters than prospective lovers. This resulted in him bathing with them periodically, but he took care to behave like the adult he was and made sure nothing remiss happened. Day 11. With more than a day passing since his last client, Vaughn was beginning to think it was time for him to enter the corridor. He had delayed doing so to make himself accessible to the newest batch of ascendees, but if no one was coming, he was effectively sitting in his office, binge-watching anime as everyone else worked hard to improve themselves. I could train in preparation for my spars with Sarayorg, supposed Vaughn, closing his eyes, reclining in his chair, and considering possible masters and training partners. Grafia could theoretically teach him whatever he wanted to know, but he felt that if they trained together, he would be too distracted by her body and sent to focus. She still periodically sat on his face in a diverse range of undergarments and hose, and the mere thought of it was enough to make him feel a sense of anxious longing. Actually, I wonder what Rudyard is up to, mused Vaughn, prompting Sis to open a transparent display depicting the emerald-haired Superd sitting on a large boulder in the 7th floor's overworld, eating lunch while watching a herd of elephantine creatures with speckled and striped fur reminiscent of a young boar. I guess that's not an option, concluded Vaughn, closing the display and resuming his deliberation. In truth, there were many powerful fighters and martial artists among the ascendees who would presumably be willing to teach him, including Sarayorg. However, whether it be because of his pride as a man or his innate will of the Emperor, he couldn't abide the notion of being trained by someone similar to him in age or younger. There's always the masters of Ryazan Paku, considered Vaughn. However, instead of the 6 masters, the image that formed in his mind was that of a strikingly beautiful, fair-skinned girl with hip-length blonde hair, blue eyes and an exceedingly well-developed and voluptuous figure scarcely veiled in a glossy purple combat leotard. Her name was Furanji Mu, and when he previously peered into the world of Kenichi, the mightiest disciple to see what she looked like as a real person, Vaughn immediately understood why she was regarded as one of the most beautiful girls in the world by many of its inhabitants. Too bad she's only 15, thought Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose. The setting of Kenichi, the mightiest disciple, was extremely perverse, but as he had recently turned 28, he felt he was past the stage in his life where it was acceptable to date high schoolers, even if there were no laws forbidding it. Rather, in many older anime and manga settings, the age of consent was a startling 13, leading to scenarios where middle schoolers dated their teachers or engaged in compensated dating to earn spending money. There's always Kisara or, better yet, that Mikumo woman, thought Vaughn, prompting Sis to remind him that the buxom jujutsu grand mistress was at least 90 years old. That was inconsequential to most supernatural and long-lived species, but it was startlingly old for a relatively normal human. More importantly, she was an unrepentant villain, so unless he reached an accord with the organization she was a part of, Yami, the likelihood of her teaching him was slim. Hayato and Akasame are probably my best options, concluded Vaughn. At the same time, he imagined himself entering Raizenpaku as a challenger, surprising the renowned masters with his paradoxical lack of skill and, at least from their perspective, his absolute strength. Hayato might be able to blitz and damage him if he didn't employ his aura of karmic protection, but with one of the most significant feats in the verse being the same man stopping and flipping a tank, the damage would be superficial at best. With such thoughts in his mind, Vaughn had Sis open a display to the world of Kenichi, the mightiest disciple. The world was effectively frozen due to time in the tower flowing more than 2,500 times faster, but he could reconcile the difference or even accelerate time within the verse, allowing him to fast forward but not rewind. It's things like this that really make me feel like a god, mused Vaughn, his gaze focused on the time and date reflected in the system interface. He reasoned that the best time to appear was on a Friday afternoon or during the weekend, so he fast-forwarded through 2 days, eventually stopping at 3:47 p.m. on a Friday. By then, the series' titular protagonist, Shirahama Kenichi, was already in the thick of the tortuous training that would allow him to endure and overcome the many hardships thrust upon him as he was effectively forced to become a disciple and eventually a master. As for Miu, she was hard at work completing various chores, notably while wearing nothing but her skin-tight purple combat suit and a beige-yellow apron. While observing the scene of Kenichi's training for several minutes, Vaughn seriously considered whether he wanted to involve himself in the lives of the residents of Raizenpaku or leave the world be. There were both ups and downs to learning of the existence of a multiverse, but it couldn't be denied that introducing a comparably mundane world to things like gods and the supernatural was fundamentally destructive. I could always limit my capabilities to those of the verse and keep the existence of the tower and the multiverse a secret, thought Vaughn, but, as everyone who knew him could attest, he wasn't particularly good with keeping secrets or deceiving people. Even if it was objectively the correct thing to do, it just didn't feel right. Chapter 179, Corridor. After discussing the matter with Venelana, who promptly gave him a blowjob for clarity, Vaughn decided against entering the world of Kenichi, the mightiest disciple. Instead, he spent the rest of the afternoon with the flaxen-haired beauty before bringing up the matter of entering the corridor with the present members of his harem after dinner. "What's this corridor you keep referring to?" asked Cora, sitting like a thug in pale blue, nearly white lingerie with Zenobia positioned behind her on her knees, massaging her shoulders. "It refers to a place that is both an expression of and the source of my power," answered Vaughn, expanding. "Basically, it's a special dungeon with various rules, restrictions, and trials that I can overcome to become more powerful. It's also a veritable trove of rare items and resources," appended Rias, seated with Konako in her lap, allowing her to massage the cat-like girl's cheeks as she explained. "Before the advent of the tower and in Virtua, it was where we trained, explored, and collected materials to convert into a currency called origin points. If possible, I would like to accompany you into the corridor," expressed Ravel, modeling bright, vanilla-colored lace lingerie with prominent frills, stockings, and a garter belt. As she pointed out, "I have yet to be allowed to explore it, so as one of your official fiancés, I would like to rectify that as soon as possible. It has been some time since many of us entered, perhaps that should be our focus rather than the tower," proposed Sana, a faint blush tinting her cheeks as she found herself sandwiched between the very handsy Akeno and her dutiful queen, Tsubaki. "That's not a bad idea," affirmed Rias, nodding approvingly as she added, "the corridor still has many secrets waiting to be discovered. Uncovering them could serve as the primary goal of the Dragon's Pavilion, second to serving alongside and being with Vaughn, of course." "I certainly wouldn't mind," chimed in Zenobia, sporting her usual sapphire blue lingerie as she leaned forward, snaked her hands under Chorus' arms, and slipped them into the latter's bra from below. She had sought to enter the corridor ever since learning of its existence, but since she didn't want to impose upon Vaughn or come across as impatient or needy, she refrained from asking. "If everyone wants to enter and explore together, I have no reason not to allow it," supplied Vaughn, enjoying the warmth, weight, aroma and softness of Graphia's and Venelana's bodies snuggled against him as he appended, "but I also feel I need room to grow and develop on my own. My authority aside, I'm still weak. And when I'm with everyone, I tend to focus more on showing off and pacing myself to account for your feelings and comfort. I don't mind doing so, rather, I enjoy it immensely, but I can't help feeling certain secrets within the corridor can only be discovered if I'm exploring it alone. The corridor is an extension of your existence and will, who explores it and how is entirely up to you," hummed Graphia, resting her head against Vaughn's right shoulder and staring at the other girls present with narrowed eyes. "Indeed," appended Venelana, her expression and tone sensual as she nuzzled Vaughn's left shoulder and whispered, "But you're not the only one who enjoys showing off in front of the people you have feelings for. Even if it's only occasionally, I would like to demonstrate my power and growth before you, just the two of us." "There you go, always trying to steal a lead on the rest of us," sighed Rias, crossing her arms under her breasts and exhaling from her nose as she wondered where the mother she once feared and respected in equal measure had disappeared to. Their relationship was closer than ever, but in place of her mother, she increasingly felt like Venelana was playing the role of an older sister. "All's fair in love and war," hummed Venelana, caressing Vaughn's abdomen with her left hand as she asserted, "and I'm confident my love for Vaughn is deeper than anyone else's." "I can't disagree more," exclaimed Asia, pumping her fists in her white, blue-ribboned lingerie. She couldn't contest that Venelana was closer to Vaughn, but she was certain no one who adored, cherished and loved him more than herself. "Ara, such spirit," hummed Akeno, causing the slight blush tinting Sana's cheeks to deepen as she slipped the fingers of her left hand into the front of the inky-haired devil's pale lavender panties. From there, the situation rapidly devolved, with Vaughn playing the leading role in the orgy that followed. Day 12. "I had forgotten how beautiful this place is," mused Vaughn, gazing up at the star and borealis-filled sky of the first floor of the frozen abyss with a nostalgic smile. One notable change from his previous visits was that he was wearing the same black, grey and white belted gi he debuted at the Tenkaichi Budokai, but since he was there to push his limits, he felt it was essential to discard the overpowered, resistance-boosting equipment that allowed him to weather the corridor's environmental hazards with ease. In place of protective equipment, Vaughn's only protection from the frozen abyss's frigid temperatures was a veil of pale golden toki, exuding and rising from his body like an illusory flame. Fortunately, so long as he didn't exert himself too much, the flames would burn endlessly. Furthermore, as he was still an otaku at his core, a monkey-like tail that matched the color of his hair swayed behind him, the result of him emulating Goku's adaptive scion physiology. "Well, I guess I should get started," muttered Vaughn, taking a moment to loosen his joints and stretch before rising to his feet, leaning forward at a slight angle, and abruptly leaping into the air with considerable force, his vertical ascent nearly 200 meters as he covered over a kilometer of distance in a single bound. Reacting to Vaughn's landing, ghostly blue flames appeared within the snow and ice encircling him. Moments later, 12 Dragra warriors, 1 Dragra shaman, and a berserker appeared, weapons ready. Moving like a blur, Vaughn caused the upper body of 1 Dragra to explode with a simple leading punch with his left hand. 2 of the closer Dragras lunged at him with a bat leaks and a two-handed mace, but he effortlessly weaved between both before landing a kick that split one in half, allowing him to transition into a swift, acrobatic, back-flipping flash kick that parted the second draggor's head from its shoulders. A perfect memory combined with a scion's combat instincts, this feels incredible, thought Vaughn, excitement swelling within his chest as he defeated the remaining dragor using moves from the fighting games Issei had gotten him to play. In retrospect, he realized he could probably use VR to pick up and master various techniques by pitting himself against the martial artists from Street Fighter, Tekken, BlazBlue, and Guilty Gear, but that was something he could concern himself with later. Following his brief encounter with the 14 dragor, Vaughn decided to pick up the pace by darting around at high speeds, triggering hundreds more to rouse from their icy slumber. He had confirmed through Surtsk's, Graphia, and Vala that unleashing wide-range attacks was pointless, as the dragor's bodies were functionally indestructible until awakened. So, if he wanted to make good on his commitment to free the frozen warriors from their icy torment, he would need to travel around, trigger, and defeat each of them. Oh? That's new, muttered Vaughn, watching as the roused dragor formed ranks instead of charging him recklessly. Several dragor shamans even collaborated to conjure a nearly 20-meter-tall monstrosity of ice and snow, denoted as an A-rank titanic frost golem. Since conjured creatures sadly afforded no stat bonuses or drop items, Vaughn unleashed a golden ki blast from his left hand, impacting the titan's head with hypersonic velocity. The result was its entire upper body being destroyed as, even in their base states, Ki and Toki ignored conventional physical and magical defenses. With his being formed from source, these effects were amplified to the extent he could even inflict wear and tear on objects and equipment that were supposed to be indestructible. In response to something moving swiftly through his domain, Vaughn's body turned near autonomously, allowing a large, fierce-looking, jagged-edged arrow to pass where his torso had been. Its approximate length was more than 4 meters, and when it impacted the ice and snow several tens of meters behind him, it created a large explosion from the impact alone. Looking in the direction the arrow had originated, Vaughn discovered what he correctly presumed to be the descendant of a frost giant, standing 9, maybe 10 meters tall with ice-blue, rune-carved skin, crimson eyes, and a stout, muscular body adorned in intricate metal armor and furs. The bow in its hands was nearly as tall as it was, and when drawn, it produced a strained, unnerving sound akin to a rope on the cusp of snapping. Thwack! Staring down the giant's second arrow, Vaughn's expression hardened as he struck out with his left palm, producing luminous white cracks that spread with a sound akin to an ice sheet fracturing, causing the arrow to freeze a few centimeters from his palm. Kizaru's light-based power wasn't the only devil fruit he could emulate, so as the muscles in his arm became notably more defined, Vaughn pushed forward with all his might, causing the cracks to grow in size and the ground to tremble violently before a scene straight out of Ragnarok ensued. The devil fruit he was emulating was none other than Whitebeard's fearsome Gura Gura no Mi, Quake fruit, and the longer the cracks were maintained, the greater the resonant force that rippled through the air, ground, and space itself, producing an intensifying tremor. Unfortunately, it was nearly impossible to control. Feeling his entire body trembling to the point he could barely move, Vaughn forcibly retracted his palm with substantial effort. Fortunately, he was the only person on the floor as, even after he ceased powering it, a tremor on PAR with a magnitude 9.5 earthquake persisted for 9 full minutes before finally ceasing. It's no wonder the world government believes the Gura Gura no Mi can destroy the world, thought Vaughn, hovering in the air and caked in sweat despite the sub-40-degree temperatures. The feedback from the Gura Gura no Mi was intense, leaving him vulnerable for the duration the power was active. Its destructive potential more than made up for this, however, as his system dutifully informed him that he had vanquished more than 600 dragor, awarding him 145,466 origin points with a single attack. Heaven, or hell, announced a deep, masculine voice only Vaughn could hear. At the same time, his opponent, a slender woman with fair skin, red eyes, and long red hair that was red on the outside and white underneath, abruptly lowered her upper body to the ground, anchored by her forearms with her feet spread wide and ass in the air. Her slim yet curvaceous body was garbed in a predominantly white, skin-tight one-piece that slackened around the sleeves and had slits at the forearms and calves, and a broken but still very prominent halo with 4 protruding spikes hovered over her head as she wiggled her butt in a very tantalizing manner, all while staring up at him in a steel jack-o'-lantern-themed mask that emitted glowing green flames from the mouth and eyes. Though he couldn't help but imagine himself standing behind the woman, allowing him to benefit from her undulating movement, Vaughn remained on high alert, and for good reason. He was currently in the virtual setting of a famous fighting game franchise called Guilty Gear, specifically playing on the immersive and punishing hell difficulty, which allowed the fighters to exhibit their true power. The woman before him, Jacko Valentine, was a fan-favorite character due to her appearance, but in terms of speed and strength, she was on par or even superior to Grafia, resulting in his near-immediate loss in 17 consecutive matches. Reacting to Vaughn shifting his stance, Jacko moved like a red and white blur, creating a large explosion where she had kicked off from the ground. This time, Vaughn was able to dodge her initial, blindingly swift, scythe-like ball and chain kick, but when she abruptly leaped at him crotch first, his baser instincts as a man compelled him to stand firm as he got a face full of something warm, soft, and fragrant before his head was unceremoniously separated from his body by Jacko's fleetingly pliant and then unrelentingly crushing thighs. Chapter 180, Encounter. Day 39. This is going to take a while. Sighed Vaughn, sinking into a hot spring pool in one of the frozen abyss's checkpoints. Nearly a month had passed since he began his self-imposed trial of ridding the floor of every drag littering the landscape, but he had seriously misjudged how big 1.2 million square kilometers was. "But you've been enjoying yourself, right?" asked Sis, causing a smile to develop across Vaughn's face. He had always known it to be the case, but unleashing his power and generally exerting himself for upwards of 12 hours a day made everything from eating, drinking, relaxing, and spending time with his harem all the more enjoyable. "Let's just hope Akeno never finds out that I'm beginning to enjoy getting my ass kicked," joked Vaughn, referring to his near-daily sparring sessions with Jacko. He originally picked her as an opponent because he found her two-tone red and white hair and remarkable physique attractive, but after experiencing her strength, he was determined to defeat her and one day meet the real deal. SSFSSH. As he was the only person on the floor and checkpoints had never had monster spawns, Vaughn's brows rose to their limits when he looked to his left and found a pair of large yellow eyes peering at him from behind one of the boulders populating the springs. Said eyes were attached to a little girl with messy, almost midnight blue hair, a prominent ahogue, and, most notably, a pair of large, wolf-like ears. "What's a little girl doing here?" Vaughn wondered, outwardly adopting a friendly smile as he asked, "Did you come here to use the hot springs?" Leaving Vaughn at a momentary loss for words, the girl, speaking in a low and somewhat raspy voice, tentatively asked, "Are you my papa?" while sticking her head out further from behind her hiding place, revealing her bare right shoulder and collarbone. "And she's naked to boot." Vaughn realized, a wave of confusion washing over him as the girl appeared to be between 5 to 6 years old and, at least on a surface level, sapient. The only other truly living being he had encountered in the corridor was Akeno's mother, Shuri, so there was a non-negligible chance the girl had wandered out from one of the strange stone doors that periodically appeared. Catching Vaughn off guard, the little wolf girl's stomach abruptly produced an audible and lengthy rumbling sound, causing her cheeks to blush and her expression to become timid. "Are you hungry?" asked Vaughn, regaining a smile as he produced one of the fruits that was increasingly becoming associated with him, a crimson apple. The little girl initially didn't answer, but after looking between him and the almost luminous red fruit several times, she tentatively emerged from behind the boulder, confirming her nudity and revealing that she had a bushy, midnight blue tail nearly as long as her legs. Not wanting to frighten the girl, Vaughn remained completely motionless until she, rather abruptly, snatched the crimson bapple from his hand, secured it with the exceptionally sharp-looking teeth in her mouth, and ran away with inhuman swiftness on all fours. "There she goes," mused Vaughn, briefly considering pursuing the strange girl and gifting her clothes, but ultimately deciding against it as she didn't appear to be affected by Fimbul Winter's encroachment, further cementing her status as a native of the frozen abyss. That left him with considerably more questions than answers, but he was sure the girl would either return to interact with him of her own accord or he would locate where she was living during his search. Either way, I should be more considerate when using area attacks in the future, thought Vaughn, closing his eyes and allowing the tension to leave his body. "More," muttered a voice Vaughn immediately associated with the little wolf girl, leaving him confused as he didn't sense her approach at all. When he looked to his left, however, she was less than 2 meters away, poised in a very unladylike crouching posture, similar to someone pretending to be a dog. Less notably, as he was briefly taken aback by the dangerous view, her once yellow eyes had turned crimson. She also had a rather jarring set of teeth, reminiscent of a shark. Recovering from his brief stupor, Vaughn regained his smile and responded, "But of course," before sitting straight and presenting an entire bushel of crimson bapples for the girl to enjoy, consequently discouraging her from taking one and running. Seemingly acknowledging that Vaughn wasn't a threat, the girl plopped onto her butt in a similarly unladylike manner and began devouring the crimson bapples at a rate that would humble Gaku. More conspicuously, she didn't appear to need to chew, her throat briefly expanding noticeably whenever she swallowed whatever was in her mouth. Though there were 100 crimson bapples in the bushel, enough to keep an average person sated for months, the little wolf girl left Vaughn at an even greater loss as she picked up the wooden container that had contained the crimson fruits and began eating it with the ease of chewing a piece of celery. Then, staring at him with pale pink eyes, she reached up and stuck her right index finger into her mouth, hooking her bottom lip as she offered a simple, "More." She just devoured more than 20 kilograms of hunger-alleviating food and is still hungry, noted Vaughn, his smile cramping slightly as he got the distinct impression he might serve as the little girl's dessert if he couldn't completely satisfy her hunger. The crimson hue of her eyes had lessened after consuming the bapples, however, so he assumed it wouldn't take too much more. "Before that, would you mind putting on some clothes?" asked Vaughn, his smile relaxing as he explained, "Being naked in the bath is okay, but you shouldn't be walking or running around like that." "Clothes," parroted the girl, tilting her head nearly 30 degrees to the side. Nodding, Vaughn extended his hand, stating, "First and foremost, put these on. To do that, you first stick your feet through each of the 2 holes and then pull up the bigger hole until it's snug around your butt." Holding up the pair of white cotton panties Vaughn had given her, the little wolf girl inspected them curiously before sniffing them several times. She clearly didn't know what they were, but after a period of deliberation, she eventually slipped her feet through the holes intended for her legs before pulling them up around her waist, notably inside out. "That's very good," affirmed Vaughn, nodding and providing a second bushel as he explained, "though, in the future, the part with the padding goes on the inside. Once you're through eating, I'll present you a pair with a ribbon or a tiny bow to make it easier." "MMN," responded the girl, staring intently at Vaughn as she devoured the second bushel at a more conservative pace. Vaughn initially held her gaze, but since she didn't appear to need to blink, he eventually closed his eyes and sank back into the water, enjoying its warmth with the girl's eating as white noise. Plop! Ostensibly sated after an additional 54 bapples, the little wolf girl surprised Vaughn for the umpteenth time by slipping into the bath on his left side and snuggling closer to him with her left hand grasping his arm. She didn't say anything, but he got the impression she had grown rather fond of him as she rubbed her forehead and temple against his shoulder rather aggressively. "Baths are meant for relaxing," said Vaughn, his tone soft but firm, causing the wolf girl to stare at him with her large, now yellow eyes. Then, after a glance at his body, she appeared to try and emulate him, lying back in the water. However, instead of sinking into the water, she floated atop it due to her butt-length hair and tail evidently being hydrophobic and buoyant. "Do you have a name?" asked Vaughn, standing behind and brushing the hair of the wolf girl as she sat slouched with her heels together atop a broad-topped stool in an oversized tee and panties. He tried getting her to wear something more comprehensive, but she quickly grew agitated, complaining about them being too tight even though everything he chose should have fit her perfectly. Shaking her head, the wolf girl answered, "Mama said that Papa would give me a name. But I waited and waited, and Papa never came. Then I smelled something really good, so I came here." "Did you find what smelled good?" asked Vaughn, having a pretty good idea what the girl was referring to as she leaned back against his belly, looked up at him, and confirmed, "You smell like happiness. That's why I asked if you were Papa." "I see," muttered Vaughn, using the brush in his hands to try and comb aside the girl's bangs, but her hair was bristly and resilient, much like Goku's. It seemed to have a shape it wanted to stay in, so while he could brush out the knots, the girl's hair naturally formed spiky tufts that flowed away from her scalp. "As far as I'm aware, I haven't been blessed with any children just yet," appended Vaughn, adding, "But my name is Vaughn Mason. Some call me the intertwining dragon of fate, but you can call me Vaughn." Shaking her head, the wolf girl sounded fairly certain as she sat straight and decisively asserted, "Your Papa." Immediately after, her bushy tail started wagging behind her, presumably indicating she was happy as she then began swaying her body from side to side while humming. "Well, it's not like I don't have other adoptive children," thought Vaughn, his expression softening as he exhaled from his nose and continued brushing the mysterious girl's hair. Then, while thinking of possible names, he softly asserted, "All right, then. If I'm your Papa, that means you have to listen to me. And that means dressing properly like a good girl." Catching Vaughn by surprise, the little wolf girl's body tensed, her hair and tail bristling when he linked the words good and girl. The words appeared to be a kind of trigger for her, as the moment the bristling concluded, she tilted her head back and looked up at him with teary eyes, asking, "Have I been a bad girl?" before pursing her lips in a sad frown, causing her chin to crinkle. "Not yet," assured Vaughn, his expression and tone softening as he gently caressed the underside of the girl's throat and appended, "But if you're going to be my daughter, that means you'll need to interact with a bunch of other people. And that means wearing clothes properly." "Okay," responded the girl, sniffling loudly a few times before closing her eyes and gradually relaxing into his palm. His A-rank petting skill was just as effective against people as it was against animals, so it didn't take long for him to calm her down, allowing him to finish brushing her hair and very bushy tail before they picked her a more appropriate outfit and retired to a tiny villa he produced to acclimate her to living indoors and using common appliances. She was what some might call a feral child, evidenced by the fact they had been speaking to each other in growls, so Vaughn concluded it would be better to have her remain in the corridor and bring the others to her until he could be certain her crimson-eyed state wouldn't compel her to try and eat someone. "Well, aren't you just the cutest little thing?" hummed Venelana, sporting a motherly smile as she held the sides of the wolf girl's face and rubbed her cheeks with her thumbs. "No, you're not Mama," groaned the wolf girl, yet, as Vaughn had asked her to be on her best behavior, she endured Venelana's affection. She would later reflect on their meeting as the happiest and scariest time in her life, as Venelana didn't restrain herself when it came to educating and disciplining naughty children. "A/N, I had some unplanned medical expenses last month, so if you're feeling generous or want to contribute to ensuring I can continue writing, please consider becoming a patron, _left_foot, or donating to my PayPal at paypal.me/einlian. Chapter 181, Awakening. Day 45. This is quite the angle. After another brief battle, which would have constituted his 649th straight defeat, Vaughn, situated in the basin of a large crater formed from his body impacting the ground like a meteor, was prepared for Jacko to crush his throat beneath her red and black heel when, to his surprise, she removed it. With his wounds rapidly regenerating, Vaughn was able to force himself to a seated position as Jacko moved away from him by balancing herself and effortlessly moonwalking atop a jack-o'-lantern themed ball and chain. He couldn't make out her expression behind her mask, but it was evident that something had changed, considering she had slaughtered him mercilessly and efficiently 648 times. "I remember," stated Jacko, her voice pleasant and feminine but given a ghostly warble due to her mask. "Our previous matches?" asked Vaughn, massaging his throat with his right hand and staring at Jacko curiously. Given the circumstances that led to the creation of Invertua, he would be lying if he said he hadn't anticipated the red and white-haired woman gaining awareness. It was at least part of why he kept choosing her as his opponent despite 49 additional options being available. "This isn't real," muttered Jacko, the eye holes of her mask somehow narrowing as she reached up to cup her face, ostensibly doing her best to recall who and what she was. "You're right," confirmed Vaughn, nodding slowly before revealing, "this is a virtual reality that recreates the setting and characters of a fighting game franchise called Guilty Gear. You're a character within that world, but our frequent clashes and your exposure to my power have either allowed you to gain awareness or placed you in a position to do so. Why give me life, why force me to kill you over and over again?" asked Jacko, lowering her hand slightly to stare at Vaughn with the green flames that veiled her situationally red or green eyes. Shaking his head, Vaughn's expression became apologetic as he explained, "I entered this place to gain combat experience and increase my strength battling against a powerful foe. I was aware that something like this might happen, but it was never my intent to force you to do anything. I'm sorry if I have caused you to suffer." Seeing Vaughn close his eyes and bow his head slightly, Jacko stared at him for what felt like several minutes. As she did so, she recalled several of their past battles, which, until their current bout, ended with her rather brutally killing him. In her oldest memory, she had even ripped him in half from his left shoulder down to his belly, leaving her confused as to which of them had truly suffered. Breaking the lengthy and tense silence, Jacko asked, "What's going to happen to me? If this is a game and you stop playing, will I be forced to remain here in a suspended state for the rest of eternity?" Shaking his head a second time, Vaughn adopted a faint smile and softly answered, "That's something for you to decide. While I'm not your father or the person who conceived you, it isn't an exaggeration to say that my power gave you life. As long as you do not reap wanton destruction upon others, I have a responsibility to ensure you can live freely and walk your own path." "I see," muttered Jacko, catching Vaughn a little off guard as she abruptly lowered herself into her top-down, booty-up pose, famously known as the Jacko pose. She often adopted the same posture before attacking, so he presumed it was the pose she took to think. "She's attempting to integrate the behavioral patterns of her story mode counterpart into her battle code," revealed Sis. "The memories you're attempting to recall belong to the character Jacko Valentine," stated Vaughn, assuring, "I won't stop you if that's the path you wish to follow, but many of the memories are simulated, and you will likely feel attachments towards people that do not yet exist." Lowering her butt and sitting in a Wariza pose, Jacko, nestling her right hand between her breasts, asked, "Then what should I do? I do not wish to be alone, and this sense of uncertainty in my chest is unpleasant." "Well, if you choose to integrate the memories, I can try to transition this from a virtual world to a real one," answered Vaughn. "But, to be honest, the setting of your world is somewhat outlandish, and you may feel personally responsible for anything bad that happens from the moment your fictional world is made real. If you'd like, I can allow you to experience what you're in for from the perspective of a player." Seeing Vaughn produce a television setup with a gaming console, Jacko stared at it for nearly a full minute without speaking. With the power she could bring to bear, it wasn't particularly challenging to imagine her world being a dangerous place. Thus, after a lengthy period of deliberation, she chose to join Vaughn in front of the television, plopping her very round and full bottom down on a comfortable cushion before observing in curiosity as he booted up a game called Guilty Gear Strive, Eternal. And on Vaughn's end, he got to appreciate the exceptional beauty beneath her mask when he offered her snacks, specifically a variety pack of lollipops, to shore her mood and memorialize her awakening. I suppose you won't need my daughter to dress up anymore, hummed Venelana, referring to a few weeks prior when Vaughn asked Rias to cosplay as Jacko, coincidentally the same day she had ripped him from shoulder to groin. More to the point, this is further confirmation that my power can breathe life, even into programs, responded Vaughn, sitting with the little wolf girl, Lupharia, on his lap with her eyes closed, enjoying having her scalp, wolf-like ears and the sides of her face massaged. She had heeded Venelana and didn't cause any trouble, so she was being rewarded for, as she put it, being a good girl. Are you suggesting you've changed your mind regarding the request of the tripartite alliance? Asked Venelana, raising her brows as it hadn't been that long since Vaughn shut down the proposition of Azazel, Michael and her son. They had jointly asked if he could use his power to create a new god to occupy the throne of heaven, and while Vaughn reasoned that it was possible, he refused on the grounds he didn't like the idea of tailor-making a being to fill a specific role or serve as a linchpin. Not exactly, responded Vaughn, shaking his head as he stated, on that matter, I've decided to leave things to fate. I believe there is merit to the God of the Bible's prophecy, so while it may take some time, I'm sure his successor will appear. Shishi, Hungi, groaned Lupharia, speaking in broken Japanese. It had only been a few days since she began learning, but she had picked up the word for father and how to express her hunger immediately. Now, Lupharia-chan. That isn't how we ask for food, is it? Chided Venelana, prompting Lupharia to puff her cheeks and then strain her brain for several seconds before supplanting, may I, please have something to eat? Yes, you may, responded Vaughn, presenting Lupharia with a leaf-wrapped bundle of a highly nutritious food called lembas bread, baked to be fairly sweet as the pint-sized wolf girl had a severely limited palate, only being able to determine if something was salty or sweet. Instead of unwrapping the bundle like a normal person, Lupharia held it with both hands and began eating it like a sandwich, a broad, happy smile adorning her face. Continuing where he left off, Vaughn explained, though things seem to have worked out with Jacko, I will try to avoid entering any digitalized spaces moving forward. Jacko was already an artificial being within her setting, which is presumably what allowed her to adapt as quickly as she did, but even she briefly teetered on the edge of a catastrophic existential breakdown. What will you have her do from here on? Asked Venelana, harboring a few thoughts of her own on the matter. She had researched the setting of Guilty Gear after learning that Vaughn had developed an interest in it, so she knew Jacko could be a very powerful asset if she were inducted into the Dragon's Pavilion. In fact, due to its outer-versal setting and meta-existentialistic narrative, the same could be said of most characters from the Guilty Gear franchise. Exhaling faintly from his nose, Vaughn revealed, after learning about her world and the nature of my power, she expressed a desire to travel to the actualized world of Guilty Gear to help guide it toward a happy ending. To that end, she is willing to continue assisting with my training in the hopes of becoming stronger herself. So it's safe to say she'll be joining your harem? Asked Venelana, using her right hand to cover her lips and chuckle as Vaughn averted his eyes like a child trying to avoid admitting they had snatched a cookie before dinner. In truth, Vaughn greatly desired to have Jacko join his harem, but given the circumstances of her awakening, it didn't feel right to make a move on her. Though, if she kept posing with her ass in the air, he suspected he would get over his inhibitions pretty quickly. Day 69. Is this what I think it is? Vaughn asked himself and, by proxy, Sis. As for what he was referring to, it was a circular stone platform that had only appeared when his domain melted the layer of snow covering the ground. Its diameter was precisely 300 meters across, and engraved in its surface was a pattern reminiscent of a Nordic knot with the visage of a wolf's head with icy blue, gem-like eyes at its center. Before Sis could answer, a notification window appeared before Vaughn, all but confirming his suspicions. Second trial, Gleipnir. All bonds eventually become burdens, chains that can restrain even the gods. Will you shed them to obtain true freedom, or will you become the bulwark that continues to shield your allies and loved ones, no matter the danger and trials to come? ////warning, ///// Upon declaring you are prepared to face this trial, the safeguards that prevent permanent death and allow you to respawn will be voided until its completion. Furthermore, all participants in the trial will be subject to the effects of Fimbul Winter's encroachment. ////warning, ////. So death is possible within the corridor. Noted Vaughn, his expression becoming serious and deliberative. He had assumed that, much like the higher floors restricted monsters' actions, the remaining safeguards of the corridor would be waned or rescinded as he delved deeper. He just didn't expect death to be on the table so soon. It's good that I decided to come here alone, muttered Vaughn. Though considering how Fimbul Winter's encroachment functions, I can see how it would be beneficial to have more people. As Fimbul Winter's encroachment could only affect one person within a grid space each time it was triggered, a close formation within a barrier was the best way to prevent it from stacking quickly. However, as he was unwilling to risk the lives of those he loved, Vaughn didn't need to deliberate for long before inhaling deeply and declaring, "I am prepared to face this trial. Bring it on." In response to Vaughn's proclamation, an icy blue light spread through the engraved pattern beneath him. When it reached the edges of the circle, it rose up, forming a curtain of light he presumably wouldn't be able to pass through before a powerful, obfuscating blizzard formed outside, making it impossible to see beyond the circle. "You certainly took your time," remarked a deep, husky, and feminine tone, followed by a pair of large crimson eyes appearing with the blizzard. Vaughn immediately recognized the voice as belonging to the colossal wolf that had appeared in his dreams, but before he could ask it any questions, a section of the blizzard burst open, followed by a large, vicious-looking, snow-colored wolf with icy blue eyes charging at him with its sharp fangs and claws bared. Wasting no time, Vaughn hammered the air with the back of his right fist, causing slight spatial cracking that caused the nearly 3-meter-tall wolf to contract like a spring as it impacted the air like an indestructible wall. Immediately after, its body burst into icy white powder, causing the air temperature to plummet further. At the same time, Vaughn noticed a thin layer of frost building on his fist, accompanied by a pervasive cold that completely ignored his protective coating of Toki and settled into his bones. Chapter 182, Second Trial. Just as Vaughn was wondering how to complete the trial, a second window appeared, informing him that he had to weather the Queen of the Frozen Abyss's fury for 10 minutes. Fimbul Winter's encroachment took precisely 10 minutes to reach maximum stacks if the person in question held their ground, but if they moved around, they would gain an additional stack for every 2.5 meters moved. In other words, I need to stand my ground, concluded Vaughn, spreading his feet and adopting a horse stance with his Toki erupting outward like a golden flame, encompassing an area of nearly 5 meters. Immediately after, 2 additional wolves broke free of the swirling blizzard, charging at him from his flanks. Too easy, thought Vaughn, a second layer of gold enveloping his body as he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing glowing golden irises. At the same time, the bodies of the wolves flattened as they leaped at him, crushed by pure telekinetic might and his domain. Sweeping out and flourishing his hands to form a cross in front of him, Vaughn created a tempest of his own, enveloping nearly 100 meters of the stone platform in swirling golden light. Fwoosh 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 fwoosh. Hinting at a pattern, Vaughn noticed 4 wolves emerge in the third wave, which, after running headfirst into the energy swirling around him, burst apart into frigid white mist. 10 seconds later, 8 wolves appeared, all but confirming that each wave would be twice the size of the last. But if their strength remains the same, their numbers shouldn't matter, thought Vaughn, immediately refuted by Sis pointing out, if a new wave spawns precisely every 10 seconds, then by the time 10 minutes have passed, their numbers will have increased to 1,152,921,504,606,846,975. I believe that matters a great deal. I stand corrected, mused Vaughn, immediately retracting his destructive tempest of Toki to confirm if the wolves spawned every 10 seconds or only when slain. Unfortunately, it seemed to be the former, as 32 wolves appeared while he was fending off the previous batch of 16. How are a quintillion wolves expected to fit in such a small arena? Vaughn wondered, clenching his teeth as, even with a rank pain tolerance, the pervasive chill of Fimbul Winter's encroachment caused extreme, growing pain in his extremities. Answering Vaughn's question, the 8th wave was significantly smaller than the 7th. Instead of 128 wolves, there were 28 of the 3-meter variant and one that was more than 5 meters tall and 7 long, excluding its tail. It also had a blue gemstone embedded in its forehead and prominent fluff around its neck, giving it an aura of majesty or, at the very least, seniority. Directing a key blast at the larger wolf, Vaughn was surprised when it stepped forward, opened its mouth wide, and promptly swallowed the baseball-sized energy sphere whole, causing its torso to swell with golden light as it exploded within. Despite this, the wolf was very much alive and well, an almost human smile developing across its face before it swiftly opened its maw and expelled a spear of ice with near-sonic velocity. Though briefly surprised by the larger wolf's capabilities, Vaughn had no trouble smacking the spear of ice aside with the back of his left hand, fragmenting it into countless smaller ice shards. Then, materializing his legendary spear in his right hand, he threw it like a javelin, piercing the larger wolf through the head via its mouth. It ostensibly tried eating his spear as well, but with it traveling at more than 7 times the speed of sound, the wolf never stood a chance. "So, that's how it is," muttered Vaughn, expecting 2 larger wolves and 56 smaller wolves to materialize in the 9th wave. Instead, only 2 larger wolves emerged, indicating that when their numbers exceeded 100, a stronger variant would appear, and their doubling would begin anew. Confirming Vaughn's suspicions, an even larger wolf appeared during the wave. 128 of its lesser variants were expected to spawn. This time, the wolf that appeared was 10 meters tall, 14 long, and had a long, wispy tail, bringing its total length to 28 meters. Furthermore, it had icy blue horns growing from its head, a large icy gemstone embedded in its forehead, and predominantly dark blue fur with a distinctive, white, star-shaped pattern on its chest and a white underbelly. "This trial is completely absurd," thought Vaughn, his chapped, frozen lips cracking as he grinned wryly. Fortunately, he still had his regeneration, causing the cracks to seal before he flung his spear with all his might. His dwindling mobility was beginning to become an issue, but his spear flew true, piercing the larger wolf's chest and leaving behind a swirling void in its wake before rebounding off the light wall encircling the arena. Though Sis calculated he would only need to defeat a little more than 800 wolves, with 6 iterations of scaling, Vaughn began feeling overwhelmed midway through the 4th variant. The size of the wolves actually decreased, but they darted around with speeds exceeding Mach 2. Ordinarily, such speeds wouldn't be an issue, but with his mobility and even his reaction time slowing due to Fimbul Winter's encroachment, they started being able to avoid his spear throws. And things only went further downhill after he accumulated 50 stacks, which caused him to feel as if there was a delay between his thoughts and actions. In a desperate attempt to regain the advantage, Vaughn emulated Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi, converting his body to light and allowing him to assail the wolves with lasers that moved at near light speed. If they were pure light, they wouldn't do more than blind his opponents, so he had to condense it until the photons gained mass, reducing their speed but allowing them to penetrate and burn objects by producing heat in excess of 5,000 degrees. With Vaughn's attacks suddenly going from supersonic to near light speed, the 4th, 5th, and first few waves of 6th generation wolves didn't stand much of a chance until the number of Fimbul Winter's encroachment stacks applied to him increased to 98. At that point, his lasers, which were similarly debuffed, only had a velocity of Mach 17,150. This was still much faster than the wolves were capable of moving, but since he needed time to process their movements and take aim at them, they were able to read and evade his attacks preemptively. Taking advantage of Vaughn's exposed back as he fired a barrage of lasers at a group of puppy-sized wolves with gold, lightning bolt-shaped horns, an opportunistic wolf managed to dart in and take a bite out of his calf as if it were made of tofu. Due to the numbness that had settled in his body, Vaughn didn't even notice a chunk of his leg was missing until he attempted to put weight on it, causing what remained of his leg to fold and snap like a twig. "Oh, shit!" thought Vaughn, his pupils contracting to the size of pinholes as more than 30 of the miniature wolves pounced on him in concert, their mouths open to reveal swirling vortexes in the backs of their throats. Any other person might have perished in such a situation, but Vaughn still had a few tricks up his sleeves, his entire body converting to brilliant gold light that burst outward like a sea urchin. It then came together a few meters in the air, albeit with several pieces of him missing, courtesy of the little monsters devouring the literal photons that formed him. Unfortunately for Vaughn, his evasive actions applied the remaining stacks of Fimbul Winter's encroachment on him, causing him to effectively freeze before free-falling toward the wolves awaiting Moz. "That's enough," asserted the voice Vaughn attributed to the colossal wolf, followed by a wave of ice and snow collapsing toward the center of the arena, swallowing up and dispersing the voracious wolves and serving as a cushion for Vaughn's frozen body to land atop. Emerging from within the blizzard, a more than 50-meter-tall version of the colossal wolf from Vaughn's dreams loomed over him, its crimson eyes expressing countless emotions before it closed them, exhaling a plume of frosty condensation from its nose, and stated, "A great man once said that power is meaningless unless it is used to protect and preserve that which we hold dear. You may have the potential to shoulder everything, but that is not the path to happiness but solitude." Punctuating its statement, the oversized wolf placed its left paw on Vaughn, effortlessly covering his entire body. Then, before applying pressure that caused the stone platform to break and crumble, sending Vaughn falling into a black abyss, it appended, "Take care of our daughter." As I thought, the Mamuluparia was referring to was this mysterious wolf. Thought Vaughn, closing his eyes as a feeling akin to sinking to the bottom of a very deep body of water enveloped him. At least, that's how it felt at the beginning. After a few seconds had passed, he felt like he was rising upward through a warm liquid, prompting him to open his eyes and discover that he was floating toward the surface of what appeared to be a crystal-clear sea. Pwah! With his stacks of Fimbul Winters encroaching melting away with the rigidness in his body, Vaughn surfaced to a breathtaking view. There was a large volcanic island in the distance, but instead of staring at it from afar from sea level, he was looking up or, more accurately, down at it from a bird's-eye view, his position upside down as the body of water he was informed what some would call a firmament. "Is this still the frozen abyss?" Vaughn asked aloud, freeing himself from the water and overcoming a brief sensation of weightlessness before he fell toward the island in a controlled freefall. According to the corridor's interface, this is a new floor called the Abyss's Maw, revealed Sis, indicating a direct connection between the floor and the frozen abyss. After all, when Vaughn first entered the frozen abyss, it warned there were 9 trials. With the previous trial of Gleipnir being the second, there should be at least 7 more to overcome. With such thoughts in mind, Vaughn elected to touch down near one of the pristine sandy beaches lining the rather sizable island's coast. He would need to have Graphia or someone else perform a sweep to be certain, but he approximated the island to have the same dimensions as the frozen isle from the previous floor. In place of ice shelves and ravines, however, it was dominated by megaflora and presumably fauna, with the palm trees near the beach exceeding 60 meters with coconuts comparable in size to exercise balls. "It's like everything has been scaled up," noted Vaughn, precluding that he had been scaled down since his height was still listed as 195 centimeters within his expanded status window. SFSFSFSFSF. Somewhat confirming Vaughn's theory, a spiky, red-shelled crab more than 3 meters across abruptly emerged from the sand before crab walking toward him at nearly 20 meters a second. It had a very large crushing claw and a snipper with long, jagged, scythe-like pincers, but Vaughn remained calm and raised his right hand to form a finger pistol, blasting the oversized crustacean in the face. Though his attack caused an explosion and stunned the oversized crab, Vaughn was surprised to realize that was all it had done. There was some surface-level damage on the crab's face and a few places where purple-hued blood flowed out, but it seemed more angered than injured. Demonstrating another of its capabilities, the giant crab frothed at the mouth before expelling a pressurized stream of water that kicked up a large plume of sand and sliced cleanly through Vaughn's still light-formed body. "Not bad," said Vaughn, firing a laser that briefly pushed the giant crab back before fully penetrating its body. As it fell, he received a rather surprising system notification. Acquired 22,338 OP for defeating a crimson-shelled snipper, B rank. Unless that was a hidden boss, the difficulty of the floor is a lot higher than the previous one. Noted Vaughn, his brows perking when he noticed the crimson-shelled snipper's drop item. It appeared to be a tantalizing crimson string bikini at a glance, but when he inspected it, he confirmed it was a B rank item with some impressive defensive stats despite covering barely more than it should. Chapter 183, Prudence. After briefly exploring the abyss's maw and earning himself some bonus attributes, Vaughn teleported back to the frozen abyss to inspect the stone platform where he had undergone the trial of Gleipnir. Instead, he found a large spiral staircase in its place, leading down to pitch blackness. "I guess this means I only get one shot at each trial," muttered Vaughn, his expression thoughtful as he scanned the area for any sign of the colossal wolf. Unfortunately, there were none, just ice, snow, and mountains as far as the eye could see. All he knew for certain was that she was Luparia's mother, suggesting she was a very real being. But when he had previously asked the voracious but adorable wolf girl about her mama, all she could recall was that she was big, beautiful, and strong. With neither hide nor hair of the giant wolf to be found, Vaughn decided to bring his exploration of the corridor for that day to a close. He had only been at it for a little over 6 hours, but since he wanted to complete his scouring of the frozen abyss before moving on and potentially forgetting about the dragger entirely, he wanted to reset his mental state so he didn't feel too tempted to delve into the abyssal maw just yet. After reappearing in his room back on the first floor, Vaughn took a moment to see what everyone else was up to before retrieving a sleek, blue and white VR headset from the nightstand beside his bed. Its lights were on due to him allowing it to continue running since Jack-OS awakening, so after making himself comfortable, he secured it over his eyes, causing his body to promptly vanish in bluish-white light. What followed was a brief sensation of falling and a streaking of rainbow-hued lights that eventually contracted like rubber bands to form the setting of a charming, red-roofed cottage in the middle of a forest. Approaching the cottage's front door, Vaughn entered without knocking or announcing himself. Ordinarily, he would be greeted by the sight of a very beautiful, scantily clad, broad-hipped girl with inordinately long blue hair fixed into long twin tails by yellow ribbons, standing idly with a completely blank expression. Instead, he found the girl, sporting distinctive black and white angel wings and a long, black, salamander-like tail ornamented with a yellow ribbon, seated facing Jacko on the living room floor. "Oh, Vaughn. Welcome back," hummed Jacko, adopting a broad, bright-eyed smile that compelled Vaughn to adopt one of his own before asking, "Did something change since I was away? Since this is training mode and we didn't adjust any settings, our blue-haired friend here should still be in her idle pose." "Well, it gets lonely here with no one to talk to, so I've been talking to her while you're not around," explained Jacko, briefly adopting a slight pout and narrowed eyes before regaining a slight smile and revealing, "Today, I found her sitting where she normally idles, and when I approached to ask if she was okay, she looked right at me." "That's unexpected," muttered Vaughn, his expression thoughtful and his mouth briefly scrunching. NPCs within training mode didn't have any of their core or combat logic loaded unless the settings were altered, so he didn't anticipate the blue-haired girl, dizzy, gaining awareness. The only reason she was there was to allow Jacko to remain in training mode instead of being trapped in what she called stasis, a state where she was fully conscious but unable to see, hear, or feel anything. Making his way closer to the duo, Vaughn found it a little uncanny when Dizzy turned her head to stare at him with her unblinking crimson eyes, their insides vaguely resembling the lenses of cameras due to her half-gear heritage. There were no discernible emotions in her eyes, and she didn't speak, but it was evident something within her internal logic had changed, or she wouldn't be able to perform actions outside of her idle animations. With Jacko making space for him, Vaughn sat cross-legged in front of Dizzy, holding her gaze as the red and white-haired woman changed from sitting in a Wariza style to putting most of her weight on her left thigh and butt cheek, allowing her to lean against his shoulder with her own. This, tragically, had nothing to do with them having grown closer. She simply had no concept of boundaries, modesty, or personal space. Following a deliberative pause, Vaughn raised his right hand, smiled, and stated, "Hello, there. My name is Vaughn Mason. If you understand, could you blink for me?" Instead of blinking or responding with words, Dizzy shifted her gaze from Vaughn's face to his hand before unhurriedly raising her left to press the tips of their fingers and then their palms together. She's responsive, but it appears she's only at a level where she can mimic what she sees," remarked Vaughn, approximating Dizzy's current logic state to that of a newborn. Though, considering she was canonically only 8 years old and had a child at 4, she would likely pick things up and mature very quickly. "Then we better not do anything naughty in front of her," muttered Jacko, causing Vaughn to blink in surprise and stare at her curiously. In turn, she turned her head slightly and met his gaze from the corner of her eyes, but instead of explaining what she meant, she returned her gaze to Dizzy and expressed, "Since it's come to this, I'll continue looking after and teaching her. It's fine if I tell her about her origins, right?" "Of course," confirmed Vaughn, suppressing the urge to press Jacko for an explanation. Instead, the two of them spent a fleeting 6.5 hours trying to teach Dizzy basic words and phrases using a variety of children's and picture books. With his day wrapping up and Cora playfully pointing out they should do something special for their 69th day in the tower, Vaughn, once again, found himself in a position countless men would envy. "I don't understand it myself, but I can't get enough of this," thought Vaughn, eyes closed and nostrils opened as he nuzzled Graphia's pussy through thick silk cotton panties, holding her waist and drinking in her fragrance as Cora did her best to deep-throat him with instruction from Venelana. "This is impossible, I feel like my jaw is going to dislocate," groaned Cora, rising to a lax-seated position, opening her mouth, and applying pressure to the ligaments in her jaw muscles with her right index, middle finger, and thumb. "It's primarily due to the angle," stated Rias, leaving Cora looking at her with undisguised incredulity as she casually contended, "If you lay with your head hanging off the bed, you would only need to relax your throat, and Vaughn can take care of the rest." "That sounds dangerous," remarked Cora, once again reminded that she was surrounded by devils. "Does it? I wouldn't mind trying it at least once," chimed Ravel, raising her gaze and touching her chin thoughtfully. "I wouldn't mind trying it now," appended Roxanne, the only other non-devil present. A few weeks prior, there would have been Nami as well, but as she wished to accumulate enough tower points to invite the rest of the Straw Hats into the tower, she ended up advancing to the second floor in a party with Luffy, a cook named Komatsu from the world of Toriko, and a brown-haired girl with notably large breasts and plump, squishy-looking thighs named Race Allen Stout, the leading protagonist of a video game and anime series called Atelier Ryza. "Vaughn isn't in the condition or mood to move right now," hummed Graphia, sporting a somewhat cheeky smile as she shifted more of her weight onto Vaughn's face, causing his penis to briefly swell even larger. Vaughn heard her, of course, but instead of contending the claim, he rubbed his nose up and down against her slit and inhaled deeply, causing his head and body to fill with a pleasant, tingling numbness. Ara, I wasn't aware he enjoyed having his face sat upon to such an extent," hummed Akeno, her violet eyes narrowed and a sensual, sadistic smile adorning her face. "You're welcome to try it, but it will take time before you can get a similar reaction from him," stated Graphia, closing her eyes and leaning her head back as she hotly sighed. "This is the result of the special bond Ga Shujin-sama and I have formed over many years." "Do you expect us to fall for such cheap provocation?" asked Rias, her expression a smile, but it didn't quite reach her eyes as she combed back the bangs framing the right side of her face. Her biggest regret in life was thinking nothing of the time Vaughn and Grafia would spend together in the virtual world, but with tens of thousands of years ahead of them, she was certain the top spot in his harem would belong to her. After all, her figure was functionally identical to her mother's, and her hair and eyes were his favorite colors. All she lacked was the mature, motherly charm he seemed drawn to, something she would naturally acquire with time. "Pardon me," hummed Venelana, taking advantage of Vaughn's untended cock to sheath it with her pussy, causing Rias's right brow to twitch as she had been about to do the same thing. Instead of grousing, however, she briefly closed her eyes, exhaled from her nose, and positioned herself behind her mother to massage her breasts and kiss her neck, choosing to make love over war. Day 119. "I think that about does it for this floor," muttered Vaughn, having swept the frozen abyss twice over, creating a comprehensive map detailing the location of each dungeon and checkpoint. He hadn't explored each of the dungeons to their depths, but he made sure to enter them, revealing their names and ranks, ranging from E to D with 1C. "You did well, Vaughn. I'm certain the Dragra appreciate the effort you put into ensuring they could rest," stated Sis, her deep, feminine voice tinged with warmth. "Their passing also makes the floor safer for everyone who enters from here on, so it's a win-win," hummed Vaughn. He already felt satisfied with himself for completing his self-assigned duty, but Sis's words caused him to swell with pride. "My, such a humble hero! And handsome to boot," sang Sis, causing Vaughn's cheeks to feel a bit warm despite the cold. Immediately after, he took one final look around, nodded in affirmation, and teleported to a far cozier location, the interior of a small, warm, and fragrant forest cottage. "Oh? Well, hello," hummed Vaughn, greeted by the sight of Jacko in her trademarked pose. Instead of facing him, however, she was facing away, giving him an even more tantalizing view than normal, not just due to the angle but because she was modeling white lace panties and a bra in place of her usual skin-tight white one-piece. "You're early," remarked Jacko, holding the pose and swaying her butt tantalizingly from side to side as she asked, "Were you that eager to see me?" in a playful tone. This wasn't the first time she had rather implicitly attempted to seduce him, but this time, Vaughn silently approached within a few centimeters of her before reaching out to rest his hands on the sides of her remarkable butt. "I'll take that as a yes," hummed Jacko, confirming that she was, in fact, deliberately trying to seduce him as she sat against him, nestling her very warm crotch against his bulge before rhythmically undulating her hips in a manner that caused her to grind against it. "I would be lying if I said I weren't looking forward to something like this happening," remarked Vaughn, caressing Jacko's remarkably smooth skin and taut glutes as he appended, "but there are countless additional paths open to you. Even if you don't do this, I will support you and Dizzy for the rest of your lives. You know, there is such a thing as being too considerate," remarked Jacko, nestling her pussy against Vaughn's bulge and wiggling her hips from side to side as she affirmed, "I'm doing this because I want to, now hurry up. I sent Dizzy out exploring and told her not to return until dinner, but there's nothing to stop her from returning early." "Then consider my previous words the rambling of a fool," remarked Vaughn, unsheathing his cock, guiding Jacko's hips into position, and slipping her panties aside to greet her entrance with his glands. In response, she took it upon herself to shift her weight back, surprisingly accommodating his full length before smoothly undulating her hips as she casually, with a hint of passion in her voice, remarked, "So this is sex, you should have allowed me to experience it sooner," before closing her eyes and resting her right cheek atop her crossed arms. "Well, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future," contended Vaughn, stopping Jacko's movements but grasping her waist and taking over with a slow and deep piston. At the same time, he couldn't help noticing that her insides, other than being exceptionally hot, wet, and tight, undulated from her entrance to her depths, actively drawing him in. When he pulled back, her entrance contracted intensely, making it difficult to pull out but exceptionally easy to greet her cervix, which, after a while, opened like a mouth to suckle and draw him even further inside. Chapter 184, Interview. Day 120. I wonder if we should raise the number of attendees in each batch. Pondered Vaughn, seated at the head of one of 3 banquet tables, each acclimating around 20 people. Nearly all the attendees originating from outside in Virtua had advanced to higher floors in search of greater challenges and superior quality enhancement crystals, so the majority of those who remained were affiliates of the Dragon's Pavilion or those who had accepted invitations to staff the floor's facilities. "You've got that look in your eye," muttered Graphia, seated to Vaughn's right with slightly narrowed eyes and a naturally seductive expression. "I imagine he's either thinking that each batch of attendees should be larger or that there should be consecutive, overlapping tower cycles to ensure things remain lively," guessed Venelana, seated to Vaughn's left but not immediately to his left as Rias had beat her to it. "Now that we've mostly completed the preparations for the Dragon's Pavilion, that's not a bad idea," affirmed Rias, conceding, though, "it may be better to wait until the situation in our world has stabilized a bit more." Even the resources obtainable on the 0th floor were fairly substantial, so I can scarcely imagine how great a commotion it will cause when people return with even more extraordinary items, power, and equipment. Fortunately, we have already confirmed that most items acquired from the tower can't be taken outside the terminal world. That should prevent things from getting too out of hand and incentivize more people to settle within," stated Sana, casually cleaning her glasses even though she had special crystal lenses that didn't require cleaning. "While it is good that items obtained from the tower can't be introduced into circulation without extra measures being taken, an influx of people entering and settling the terminal world will invariably lead to individuals grousing about the inequity of allowing certain people to enter the tower over others," noted Ravel, sporting a smug expression and feeling like a queen as she had won the right to sit on Vaughn's left knee when everyone drew lots. "She has a point," thought Vaughn, rewarding Ravel's observation by not so discreetly cupping and caressing her left butt cheek as he continued listening to the exchange in silence, similar to a king hearing his council and advisers discussing foreign and domestic affairs. It would fall to him to decide their course moving forward, but he left much of the thinking to his women as they were far more involved with the inhabitants of Termina and the palace's external affairs. Though it wasn't a perfect solution, as people would inevitably accuse them of rigging the outcome, Cora suggested leaving things to chance by hosting a lottery. Another, more democratic idea, was to permit people to nominate, vote for, and possibly rescind the rights of attendees based on their popularity and actions. Vaughn felt the former was fairer, but he felt the latter was better as it made attendees accountable to others and highly incentivized them to use their power and the resources they gained to aid their supporters. October 2 DXD/May 26 DBT. MMMNNNN. After 4 months apart, one of the first things Vaughn did after returning from the tower and fulfilling his other obligations was spend time with Bulma and Yoryuki before inviting Urza back to his room, making her one of 3 redheads that shared his bed with Rias and, now that she was a tentative resident of the palace, Jacko. Their having sex was evidently what Jacko needed to be able to bridge the gap between being a digital and living being. Thankfully, though he found her very attractive, Dizzy's actualization was a byproduct of this, sparing him from having to shatter the father-daughter bond they had formed. Separating from Vaughn's lips, Urza licked her own, smiled, and remarked, "I should get going, but I don't mind returning this evening. I'm more than willing. We could form a crimson or red-haired alliance," hummed Rias, lying to Vaughn's left and sporting a remarkably tantalizing smile as she caressed his abs with her fingertips. "Aren't we all on the same side? I don't believe we should be forming alliances within ourselves. That's how factions take form and factional disputes arise," remarked Jacko, her expression and tone calm but her cheeks tinted red as, even after going at it all night, she rode Vaughn with the diligence of a machine. "Fair enough," conceded Rias, resisting the urge to argue that she was joking as she was at least half serious. "I was planning to spend the evening with Akeno, but if the 3 of you want to meet up and spend some time together this afternoon, I'll make some," proposed Vaughn, followed by him clenching his teeth as Jacko's pussy tightened around him and the suction increased tenfold. She also had a tremendous volume of mana, nearly thrice what Graphia possessed, so the pleasure quite literally radiated through his dick and lower body in response to their respective energies harmonizing. "I'm down. More to the point, you and Anew are meeting alone?" asked Rias, raising her left brow as she pictured Vaughn and her queen bonding in a very literal sense. "Indeed," confirmed Vaughn, his curt response and slow nod telling Rias everything she needed to know. The truth of the matter was that Anew had been inspired by his and Graphia's face-sitting practice, but instead of aiming to ingrain her scent into his brain, she wanted him to suspend her and ingrain his scent into hers while she was helpless to resist. Though she could tell there was an unspoken conversation occurring between Vaughn and Rias, Urza didn't press them or feel jealous. Instead, she nodded and plainly stated, "Then let us meet this afternoon," before giving Vaughn a protracted parting kiss of her own accord. She had a lot to report on after her inaugural entrance into the tower, so after descending from Vaughn's harem-sized bed, she used magic to clean herself, the equip function of the tower's system to don her armor, and her ornate platinum key to open a doorway to her world. "All right. Try not to have too much fun without me," hummed Urza, gazing back at Vaughn, Rias, and Jacko over her shoulder with a faint smile before departing, prompting her door to close and disappear. Waiting until Urza had left, Jacko stated, "I also want to check on Dizzy to see how she's doing. This place is massive, and meeting so many new people at once has probably left her feeling overwhelmed. Afterward, I'd like to venture outside the palace to examine Termina. Is that all right with you?" Before answering, Vaughn pulled Jacko flush against him to prevent her from moving, clenched his teeth, and discharged nearly 200 ml of semen directly into her womb. In response, she closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and similarly flexed the muscles in her jaw, suppressing the urge to cry out as her inaugural exclamation during a cream pie had destroyed her cottage. Exhaling a contented and relieving sigh, Vaughn continued holding Jacko flush against him as he affirmed, "If you choose, this place is much your home as it is any of ours. You're free to come and go as you please. And if anyone messes with you, we'll always have your back." "I believe you," responded Jacko, her expression relaxing into a faint, affectionate smile as she caressed her lower abdomen, marked by a red ink tattoo, along with a thin barcode that translated to the words "Jack in the Box," just like her bodysuit. It was a little strange, but it was one of the many idiosyncrasies that made her unique. "You two certainly seem to be getting along," remarked Rias, her blue eyes narrowed accusatorily. However, with the many similarities she and Jacko shared, she felt a certain kinship toward the red and white-haired woman that prevented her from feeling too envious. After all, she wouldn't get angry at or envy her own reflection. "He's all yours, at least while I'm gone," countered Jacko, sporting a playful smile as she contracted her pussy tightly, causing Vaughn's butt to briefly rise from the bed's surface as she raised her hips to dismount him. Then, as she found Rias's envy more cute than concerning, she surprised the crimson-haired devil with a fleeting kiss before acrobatically flipping off the bed and departing without a single drop of semen leaking from her remarkably voracious pussy. "I can see why you took a liking to her," remarked Rias, touching her lips and following Jacko's departure with her blue eyes focused on her round and toned behind. "I mean, I did fall in love with someone who looks remarkably similar to her at first sight," reminded Vaughn, prompting Rias to turn and stare at him with a playful, narrow-eyed smile and ask, "Oh? And who might that have been?" "Let me remind you," hummed Vaughn, rolling over and pinning Rias to the bed with her hands above her head. Then, after ensuring they had all the time they could possibly need, he gradually peppered every millimeter of her body with kisses before making love to her as tenderly and devotedly as their first time together. "I think my wife may be a little too dutiful," thought Vaughn, doing his best to appear calm and dignified as Venelana acquainted him with 3 of the palace's new employees by having them form a line-up in black and white, maid-themed bikinis with tiny aprons. One was Yuki Asuna, which didn't surprise him too much as she had previously come to them asking if they could intervene to prevent the trapped players from losing their lives in the Sao incident, but the other 2 were Furanji Miu, and, Perhaps most concerningly, Friar Ren. Not just because she was there but because, while Asuna and Miu wore armbands that denoted them as third grade, Friar Ren had a first grade armband, indicating she was willing or at least prepared to have sex if he requested her. As the trio had already completed their introductions, Vaughn got straight to the point, asking, "Why have the three of you decided to work here? We'll start with you, Yuaki-san." Though her face was flushed and she was trembling, the result of her outfit and the fact she was standing before a literal god, Asuna was able to respond with an affirming nod and state, "I wish to gain independence from my family, become a ranking member of the Dragon's Pavilion, and eventually start my own corporation. To do that, I require much more than monetary support, so I will first work to repay my debts and then become an intern working with Venelana Sama." Instead of reacting to Asuna's flub, which caused the blush on her cheeks to intensify, Vaughn offered a curt nod and shifted his gaze to Miu, staring at him with more curiosity than worry as she was well acquainted with scant outfits and could even fight completely nude if her opponents managed to damage her clothes, either deliberately or incidentally. Assuming Vaughn wanted her to explain her motivations next, Miu adopted a cramped smile that was more coy than embarrassed as she scratched her right cheek and revealed, "I'm afraid I don't have any grand ambitions like Yuaki-san. I just really need money, and the pay and benefits promised by the Dragon's Pavilion were too incredible to refuse. I also found the notion of other worlds existing fascinating, so here I am, ahehe." Seeing Miu stick out her tongue and successfully attempt to act cute, any possibility of Vaughn denying her employment promptly evaporated into thin air. He would still need to have a lengthy discussion with his wife once the interview had concluded, but for the time being, he offered an approving nod and shifted his gaze to Friar Ren. Without so much as a moment of hesitation, Friar Ren flatly expressed, "I seek access to the knowledge and magics kept by the Dragon's Pavilion and intend to research the magic systems of other worlds. Working here and getting closer to you is the shortest path to that goal. Furthermore, I have been assured the pavilion will provide a steady supply of what you refer to as family jewel sprouts to the elves of my world, allowing us to rectify our declining population. I personally have no interest in becoming a broodmare, so I will serve as my world and species representative here in the palace." "What about Himmel and your quest to defeat the Demon King?" asked Vaughn, stating, "You're well aware he has feelings for you. He should have told you as much himself." "I am aware," confirmed Friar Ren, nodding slowly before calmly asserting, "but while we walk the same path now, our interests and personalities do not align. He is bound by his sense of duty and has a developed sense of purpose that distinguishes him from most people, myself included. He is a beacon that guides others even through the deepest darkness, while I am a candle that can scarcely illuminate what's right in front of me. Even if he were willing to forsake his humanity and ties to be with me, his light is too bright. Others would invariably be drawn to us, and even if I turned away from him to focus on my interest, magical research, the shadow I cast as a result of his light looming behind me would make it difficult to make out the characters in a text and compel me to face him." "That's a surprisingly apt allegory," thought Vaughn, understanding what Friar Ren was trying to say. She was a rather hardcore introvert who could spend decades focused exclusively on her research, while Himmel was a veritable social butterfly. He couldn't help making friends and taking an interest in what others were doing, so even if it were just the two of them living a hermetic lifestyle, he would take an interest in or feel compelled to involve himself in Friar Ren's research, forcing her turn away from it to bring him up to speed and ensure they were on the same page. Himmel would invariably see this as them bonding, but from Friar Ren's perspective, it was inconvenient and a bother. Chapter 185, Selfishness. Though he felt it was excessive, Vaughn accepted Venelana's suggestion that she be punished by permitting her to maintain a forehead-to-floor doxa as he sat on the sofa in his room and communicated with Himmel regarding the Friar Ren situation. "So that's how she views me," muttered Himmel, his telepathic voice poised but tinged with melancholy. "Since it's something she decided for herself, I didn't refuse her request," stated Vaughn, exhaling faintly from his nose as he added. "However, I have no intention of laying a hand on her, and given what I know of her, I don't imagine she'll come onto me anytime soon. You still have time to sway her heart and mind. Hey, perhaps, responded Himmel, the exasperation in his tone clear. Feeling the conversation was taking a turn for the worse, Vaughn decided to shift topics, albeit within the same general subject, asking I should have asked this previously, but when you confessed, how did you go about it? I find it odd she didn't at least give you a chance, considering what you told me when we first discussed her. Following a lengthy pause, Himmel eventually revealed I tried following your advice by expressing my feelings and willingness to court her for as long as it took. I hope you didn't use those exact words, remarked Vaughn, his brows furrowing as he pointed out because spoken plainly, it comes across as overly forward, bordering on selfish. Selfish, repeated Himmel, clearly confused. I mean, try putting yourself in Freiren's shoes, said Vaughn, clarifying she has more than 1,000 years and, as you've said, elves are remarkably slow to change. Her master was a human mage who perished long ago, so the notion that there is a vast disparity between the lifespan of elves and humans is likely deeply ingrained in her mind, attached to a feeling of loss she may never have reconciled. Confessing to her was the right thing to do, but the part about courting her for as long as it took was too much, presumably leading her to believe you were prepared to throw your life or humanity away for the possibility of being with her. At the very least, that would explain her conspicuous attempt to distance herself from you. She is likely far more concerned for your future than her own. Though he felt uncertain near the beginning, Himmel found Vaughn's words increasingly persuasive, compelling him to dryly, jokingly remark, it would appear I have erred rather spectacularly. Regaining a faint smile, Vaughn asserted, fortunately, time moves forward, and the events of the past generally only exist in our memories. It might take some time, but as an ascendee, you conceivably have thousands of years to convince Freiren of your feelings. And once she realizes it isn't a bother but a blessing to have you around, the two of you can study magic and build a life together. You're right, affirmed Himmel, ostensibly regaining his confidence until he added, but, at this point in time, I believe the best thing I can do for Freiren is give her the space she desires. She has just made an important decision that will shape her future for years to come. Once she is ready to turn a new page or begin a new chapter in her life, I will be there with my hand extended. This is annoying, thought Vaughn, his expression scrunching into a deep frown. He understood that Himmel believed he was doing the right thing out of consideration for Freiren's feelings, but he was failing to consider how she would react to discovering he had waited years, potentially even centuries, for her to realize his sincerity. Even if they did end up together, it would likely be because she feared he would continue waiting, wasting his life and potential away. If that's truly how you feel, I will interfere no longer, said Vaughn, lying through his telepathic teeth as, the moment his and Himmel's discussion concluded, he asked Venelana to rise and retrieve Freiren for him. Arriving at the small, private theatre that Vaughn had asked Venelana to bring her to, Freiren, sporting a white, spaghetti string crop top and a black thong, impassively remarked, I didn't expect you to call for me so soon. But since your side has made good on your promises, I shall honor my end of our agreement. As if to reinforce her preparedness, Freiren punctuated her statement by climbing onto Vaughn's lap, straddling him atop the plush, three-person sofa he was sitting on as if it were completely natural. Vaughn permitted this and even cupped her small but well-shaped bottom, but he had little intention of going further as he calmly revealed, truth be told, I wasn't planning to request your services out of consideration for my friendship with Himmel, and, to an extent, that remains the case. Oh? Then what's this pressing against my nethers and nestled between my rear? Asked Freiren, the only change in her expression being a slight raise of her right brow. A natural, physiological reaction that any man would have to an attractive woman sitting on his lap. Responded Vaughn. More to the point, I brought you here because I wanted you to see something. It will provide you with a unique perspective and shed some insight into the very nature of reality. I imagine that is something that interests you. Quite a bit. Confirmed Freiren, nodding. Then, Instead of relocating to one of the cushions flanking Vaughn, she briefly got up from his lap, turned around, placed her hands on his knees, and shifted her weight back until her pussy briefly squished against his bulge before adjusting her position to sit between his thighs. From there, she reclined against him and asked, "I presume we will be watching what you have planned on this large silver tarp." "You know, you're a lot bolder than I expected," remarked Vaughn, feeling that Frieren was behaving too comfortably with him. This is, admittedly, abnormal for me," conceded Frieren, closing her eyes, her long, somewhat droopy elven ears twitching slightly as she reasoned, "but the mana within your body is exceptionally pure, untainted by greed, malice, or other negative emotions. Sitting here like this is very pleasant, like sinking into a warm bath after exploring a dungeon." "Well, as long as you're comfortable," muttered Vaughn, suppressing the almost instinctual urge to cup and massage Frieren's modest breasts as he had Sis create a large, holographic display. Frieren initially didn't bat an eye at this, but a few seconds into the anime opening that began playing, her brows rose, a look of recognition adorning her face as the image of a sleeping elf with features uncannily similar to her own appeared, followed by the appearance of strange characters and the text, "Frieren, Beyond Journey's End." "I have many questions," muttered Frieren, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on the screen as it briefly showed her companions in Himmel's party before herself, standing amid a crowd of silhouettes as what appeared to be rain fell around her. Shortly after, people she didn't recognize appeared, but it wasn't difficult to grasp that they were acquainted with the version of her that was appearing in the display. "I have accelerated the flow of time within this space to 2,520 times the rate outside," stated Vaughn. "Once we have finished watching everything, I will answer your questions to the best of my ability." "Understood," responded Frieren, correcting her posture and focusing on the screen attentively for the entirety of the 36.4 hours it took for them to complete the first 3 seasons of her anime. Expecting Vaughn to show her even more, Frieren felt a brief sense of loss when he closed the display at the end of her 3rd season, stating, "That's enough for the time being. The next season is the last, and while the odds of these particular events coming to pass are slim, the future is something you should shape with your own hands, not have shown to you." "Then my hypothesis was correct? These projections depict the course of my future?" asked Frieren, half turning between Vaughn's legs to stare him in the eye. "As I said, I will answer your questions to the best of my ability," affirmed Vaughn, appending, "However, before that, I want to know if you understood why I showed you this." Nodding, Frieren calmly and correctly surmised, "You wish to show me that Himmel's love for me is genuine and that, should I continue living as I am, I will come to harbor many regrets." Smiling, Vaughn was about to affirm Frieren's conjecture before she, just as calmly, added, "But even the version of me that was shown at the start of these projections had already been traveling with Himmel's party for 10 full years. I have yet to experience the events that forged their bond, and because Himmel chose to become an ascendee, our very world is walking a different path. Simply put, I cannot care about happenings that have yet occurred or hold dear sentiments that never developed." "But you recognize that his feelings for you are genuine, can't you at least give him a chance?" asked Vaughn. Lowering her gaze, Frieren appeared to seriously consider Vaughn's words as she didn't say or do anything for several minutes. Unfortunately, while she had learned much from watching her anime, including the importance of forming and cherishing bonds in the present, Vaughn's wisdom regarding the future being something you shaped with your own hands was fresh in her mind. Nodding in affirmation of her conclusion, Frieren raised her gaze to meet Vaughn's before calmly but firmly asserting, "I do sympathize with Himmel, but I have already made my decision and will not renege on a contract I agreed to of my own volition. I did not require the status of a first-grade maid to gain access to the knowledge and information I desired. It was a decision I made so that when the elders of my people ask, I would not be lying about being in your service as a concubine of sorts. It is something I did to protect myself and avoid the obligation of aiding in the repopulation of my species. Would you not enjoy similar protections as the spouse of the hero who defeated the Demon King, questioned Vaughn, his expression becoming a neutral mask as Friaren rested her left hand atop his bulge and confirmed, "It is possible, at least for a time. But humans are a very superstitious and easily frightened race. Once those in power learn that Himmel had ties to a god from another world and his reduced aging becomes apparent, they might well declare him the next demon king." "And why can't you?" started Vaughn, prompting Friaren to narrow her leaf green eyes and interject, "I have lived 1437 years. I am perfectly capable of making decisions for myself. Would you place the wants of a 17-year-old boy over my own and deny me the agency to live and make decisions for myself?" When she puts it that way, there's a pretty extreme difference in their ages and experience, thought Vaughn. He didn't believe it was a hurdle that couldn't be overcome speaking from experience, but the simple fact of the matter was that Friaren had no interest in trying. And, as she had asserted, she had every right to refuse Himmel's advances and walk the path of her choosing. "So the question is," appended Friaren, continuing to caress Vaughn's bulge as she asked, "do you desire my willing services as a first-grade maid, or can we proceed to you answering my many questions? With the time you have granted us, I do not mind fettering my curiosity until you are fully or partially satisfied. That is your decision to make, for I have already made mine." "So it would seem," remarked Vaughn, surprising and confusing Friaren by gently pinching and pulling her surprisingly squishy cheeks as he added, "But I've also made up mine. I won't rescind your status as a first-grade maid, but, at least for the time being, I have no intention of claiming you as one of my women. You may never give him a chance, nor do you need to, but I, personally, want to give Himmel the opportunity to change your mind." "I see," muttered Friaren, closing her eyes and adopting a slight frown as she acknowledged, "Well, it's not as though I feel compelled to serve or have sex with you. If you do not desire my services, I simply will not provide them." "Then we're on the same page," affirmed Vaughn, nodding approvingly and releasing his hold on Friaren's cheeks as he added, "Now, ask away. I will answer what I can, and if you touch upon a subject I cannot, I will at least explain why." "Understood," responded Friaren, supplying a nod of her own before she spent the better part of 9 hours questioning and conversing with Vaughn, ostensibly enjoying the exchange quite a bit as she smiled with increasing frequency and even exhaled a short and soft laugh a few times, reminding him of their first encounter on the 0th floor. Chapter 186, Understanding. Following his encounter with Friaren, Vaughn was a bit out of sorts as he spent time with Luperia, met up with Rias, Urza, and Jacko, and then spent the remainder of the evening with Akeno. It could be because his relationships tended to work out, almost uncannily in some instances, but he couldn't fathom why Himmel and Friaren couldn't reach a compromise. It was almost like fate itself was opposed to them being a couple. October 7th DXD/May 31st DBT. "There's something I've wanted to talk to you about," started Nami, her eyes sweeping the horizon as Vaughn escorted her, hand in hand, along a white sand beach as she modeled a white and turquoise string bikini with an intricate, hand-woven pareo from Amazon lily around her waist. "What's up?" asked Vaughn, stopping so that he and Nami could face each other as she revealed, "There's a friend and honorary crew member of ours that we were forced to part with due to her status as the princess of a country called Alabasta. If possible, I would like you to give her at least a bronze palace key. That way, she can meet up with the rest of us for our weekly feast and catch up." "It's not a problem at all," confirmed Vaughn, nodding and adopting a broad smile before Nami narrowed her eyes accusingly and added, "That said, I would prefer it if you didn't make a move or work your magic on her. It will probably happen at some point regardless, but I don't want us meeting up to become an excuse for an orgy." "I promise," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. Internally, he was fairly certain that Vivi would be the one to approach him, but since Nami would presumably be present at the time, he felt it was unnecessary to point out how willful the blue-haired princess could be. "All right, then, I think we're far enough from the others," hummed Nami, her accusatory expression turning playful as she pulled Vaughn toward the trilene. The rest of the Straw Hats and some of their friends were further up the beach, enjoying the water and a barbecue, but before returning to them, Nami thanked Vaughn for his understanding by turning her butt to him and holding onto a palm tree for support. Yahoo! This is so awesome, exclaimed Luffy from atop a long banana float being pulled by a speedboat, modeling a pale grey, black, and red version of Robin's dressut, allowing him to not only swim freely in the water but stretch his limbs due to the localized reality warping effects devil fruits had on their users. His head, feet, and hands were exposed, but so long as more than 50% of his body wasn't in contact with the water, he wouldn't lose his strength and sink like a stone. Riding the long float with Luffy were Chopper, Usopp, Natsu, a short, blue-furred, anthropomorphic cat named Happy, and a beautiful, bikini-clad blonde with her hair presently styled in 2 pigtails, Lucy Heartfilia, the latter holding onto Natsu for dear life as the pilot of the boat. Frankie readily complied when Luffy asked him to speed up. "They look like they're having fun," remarked Vaughn, sporting a relaxed smile as he and Nami neared where everyone had their beach towels and umbrellas set up. "You should go have fun as well," stated Nami, her cheeks slightly flushed as she added, "I'm going to head up to the resort, grab a drink, and cool off for a bit. If you're around when I return, I'll let you apply sunscreen on my back. In other words, I should stay close by," hummed Vaughn, causing Nami to roll her eyes but smile as she separated from him and made her way up to the luxury, 5-story, white and gold mansion-like resort a short distance away. She. Interrupting Vaughn's admiration of Nami's splendid backside through the fabric of her pareo, Lupharia, moving like a blur and wearing a cute, pale pink one-piece with frills, tackled him with the force of a semi-truck. She possessed an innate ability that allowed her to bypass most forms of detection and even slip through barriers, so before she called out to him, he hadn't sensed her approach at all. Though she wouldn't have been injured, Vaughn wrapped his arms around Lupharia protectively as her tackle sent him flying several meters before he impacted the hot sand, forming a short and shallow trench as the wolf-eared girl happily nuzzled him and wagged her tail. "Lupharia, I take it you're enjoying your day at the beach?" asked Vaughn, an affectionate smile adorning his face as he gently cupped the back of Lupharia's head and rustled her hair, causing her to smile up at him with her pearl-white, bear trap-like teeth and exclaim, "It's fun. Kunune has been making me sandcastles, and then I get to pretend to be like Haho and destroy them." "Well, as long as you're not destroying them without permission," said Vaughn, rising to a seated position as Kunu, sporting a crimson side-tie bikini that was probably a little too mature for her, approached with her mother, Yasaka, modeling a glossy golden string bikini that looked like it could burst open at any moment. Less notably, though her appearance was outstanding in its own right, a mature woman with shoulder-length, slightly curly brown hair, violet eyes and a black one-piece with gaps in the sides, fastened together by strings, accompanied them. "Lup-chan, you'll trouble people if you run off like that," sighed Kunu, followed by Shiroyuki leaping from her embrace to briefly rub against the outside of Vaughn's left thigh, compelling him to pet her. Piggybacking off her daughter's words, Yasaka, sporting a relaxed but inherently seductive smile, offered a slight bow and stated, "Apologies, Ga-Shujin-sama. I only took my eyes away from her shortly to converse with Bale-sama, and when I looked back, she was already rushing over to you on all fours." "Yeah, she does that," remarked Vaughn, shaking his head slightly but maintaining a smile as he picked Lupharia up, placed her down on the sand, and stood up to shake the sand from his body. Then, noticing his other adoptive daughter silently staring at him with a hint of longing, he gestured for her to come closer so he could caress and ruffle her hair as well. "What were the two of you discussing?" asked Vaughn, looking between Yasaka and the woman she had addressed as Bale-sama, Saray-org's mother, Miss La Bale, without his gaze deviating. Fortunately, as they were within his domain, he didn't need his eyes to be able to admire them from every angle. "Repayment," stated Miss La, a faint, playful, and telling smile adorning her face as she asserted, I am greatly indebted to von Okamai for saving my life, allowing my son to become an ascendee, and authorizing me to take up residence within Termina. If I become any more indebted to you, even offering you my soul might not cover the principal. You've already agreed to become Lupharia's governess. But, even if you hadn't, neither you nor your son would owe me anything," affirmed Vaughn. Though, at the same time, he could very easily picture Misla wagging her butt invitingly from side to side while holding onto a palm tree. "On the contrary," hummed Misla, narrowing her violet eyes and smiling seductively as she appended, "it is because you demand nothing from us that my son and I feel even more obliged to repay you. So, please, if there is anything more I can do for von Okamai, I will commit myself to the task completely." "I'll be sure to keep that in mind," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. Then, turning his attention to his two adoptive daughters and Shiroyuki, he preempted their asking by offering to join them in their sandcastle construction and destruction. Fortunately, Nami took nearly 2 hours to return, so he had ample time to play with them before he headed over to thoroughly apply a layer of tanning oil to her and the many more who asked. Lucky for them, Kizaru's and Whitebeard's devil fruit abilities weren't the only two he had copied. There was Robin's as well. October 8 DXD/June 1 DBT. "This is insane," thought Vaughn, sitting with his head tilted back on the sofa in his room with Venelana leaning against him on his right, Yasaka brushing her tails nearby, Grafia setting down a fresh tray of snacks, and Misla enthusiastically deep-throating him as he slid a plus-sized, realistic-looking dildo in and out of her pussy. In fact, he was holding onto a drink coaster, and the dildo in question was his penis, reproduced and linked to his own by the power of the Hana Hana no Mi. Though he usually only came when he was ready, Vaughn invariably found himself brought over the edge by Misla's ministrations and the additional stimulus he was receiving. As a result, the long-haired, devilish brunette very nearly swallowed him to the base, readily accepting his semen in her throat as her pussy was simultaneously flooded. Coinciding with Vaughn blowing his load, Venelana, Grafia, and Yasaka all stopped what they were doing to close their eyes, their faces flushing and their bodies trembling as they were simultaneously filled, courtesy of the replicated cocks nestled in their pussies, affixed to the inside of their very scant panties or sticking out of the floor in Yasaka's case. Wasting no time, Misla freed Vaughn's cock from her mouth and throat and fought through the climax running rampant in her body to slip away from his duplicated member, position herself over him, and promptly sit snugly against him, grinding her hips for added effect. In the process, Vaughn held her gaze, permitting her to do as she pleased before briefly surprising her as he lined the faux dildo up with her ass. Immediately after, she adopted a narrow-eyed, bewitching smile and leaned forward, pressing her large and immaculately shaped breasts against his diaphragm and raising her butt, undaunted. As a consequence, Vaughn slid the faux dildo into her ass, making her the fourth woman he had fucked in both the ass and pussy at the same time, the first being Robin, the second being Rias, and the third being Grafia. "You're late." "That's unlike you," remarked a tall, muscular man with black hair, prominent sideburns that framed his cheekbones, and sharp, violet eyes that presently gave the impression they could see through anything. "My apologies, my early morning routine took a bit longer than usual," responded Vaughn, doing his best not to offer a cramped smile as the man was none other than Sarayorg, who had arranged to serve as his sparring partner 5 days a week when not inside the tower. "My mother is a grown woman. If this is the path she has chosen, I have nothing to say on the matter," expressed Sarayorg, giving away that he was not only aware of the situation but not particularly bothered by it as he smiled and joked, "Just don't bring it up as a provocation or expect me to call you father, and we won't have any problems." "That's more than fair," affirmed Vaughn, raising his hands in a boxer-esque pose and exuding pale golden toki from his body, producing a sizable shockwave with the activation. In response, Sarayorg got down from the large boulder he was sitting atop, loudly popped the muscles in his neck, and then disappeared, prompting Vaughn to preemptively block his left side as the man reappeared, veiled by pale blue toki, and slammed his right fist through his guard and jaw, separating the latter from his body. Vaughn had specifically asked Saray to go all out during their spars, so for the ensuing 6 hours, he experienced being beaten and ripped apart in much the same way as when he sparred with Jacko. While preparing to separate at the entrance of the training room, Saray, sweating slightly and showing surface-level injuries across his body, the result of Vaughn's attacks ignoring his defenses, surprised the latter quite a bit by staring off into the distance as he stated, "Promise me something, Vaughn. My mother has been through a lot. Are you confident you can make her happy and care for her?" "Without a doubt," affirmed Vaughn, nodding, his expression serious as he similarly avoided meeting Saray's gaze until the man turned to him and extended his right fist, stating, "Then consider me and my peerage at your and the Dragon's Pavilion's disposal." Chapter 187, Guardianship. October 14 DXD/June 7 DBT. I was wondering how they would meet with Rico being so much stronger than her canon self. Mused Vaughn, relaxing on the sun-facing slope of a flowery hill with Lupharia dozing silently atop his chest. Rico had told him earlier that day that she and Reg were preparing to enter the 4th layer of the abyss, colloquially known as the Goblets of Giants, so he was using his day off to monitor and ensure she didn't end up nearly losing or having her left arm permanently crippled as it had been in canon. Much to Vaughn's relief, Reg and Rico, the latter wearing thigh-length metal greaves that allowed her to hover and wielding a rifle that made use of magical, armor-piercing rounds, made short work of the 4th layer's most ferocious predator, a primarily white, spine-wielding, exceptionally venomous monster known as an orb piercer. Then, using a pair of green lens goggles that functioned similarly to a scouter from Dragon Ball, she discovered the adorable and tragic Nerhate, Nanaki, secretly spying on them from afar, leading to their inaugural encounter and eventual visiting of the latter's hidden, moss, grass, and mud-formed abode. "They should be fine from here," concluded Vaughn, closing the display to grant Rico some privacy when she separated from Reg, Nanaki, and the amorphous Midi to relieve herself. The thought of visiting them to treat the latter's condition briefly crossed his mind, but as he was certain that Rico would request his assistance once she learned of Midi's origins, he decided to let things play out. "Let's see what Fran is up to," thought Vaughn, prompting Sis to produce a new display, this time depicting Fran wielding a two-handed sword with a wolf motif that was longer than she was tall, using it to cut down a group of orcs. She had tracked down the titular sapient sword shortly after the first tower cycle, guided there by a system quest, but since she viewed him as her parental figure and Roxanne as her master, she named it Fenril after the monster it was based on. "MMN. Shishi, Hungy," groaned Lupharia, rousing from her slumber and tightly gripping the fabric of Vaughn's yukata. She had a habit of defaulting to simple speech when they were alone, but since he found it exceedingly precious, Vaughn didn't go out of his way to correct her. "Well, then, we better get you something to eat," responded Vaughn, rising to his feet with a burst of toki and carrying the still sleepy Lupharia like a koala toward a cottage identical to the one Jacko and Dizzy had lived in when they were still inhabitants of the virtual world. Dizzy, in particular, felt a strong sense of attachment toward the structure, so while they were residents of his palace, she and Jacko had made themselves at home in one of the 8th floor's training rooms. Reacting to Vaughn's arrival, Dizzy, absent her wings and wearing an outfit that wouldn't have looked out of place on Mew, consisting of a black, blue-trimmed bicatard and a white, kipeo-like crop top with blue accents that matched her hair, emerged from the kitchen with a broad smile, greeting, "Welcome back, father. Food has already been prepared. Shall I take Lup-chan to wash up?" "Please," responded Vaughn, nodding affirmingly before handing Lupharia over to the blue-haired half-gear, who now wore her hair in a long, split-braided ponytail, allowing her glossy, black, salamander-like tail to sway behind her as she walked. It took considerable restraint for Vaughn to avoid stealing a glance at her very bubbly butt as she departed, but since Dizzy regarded him as both her father figure and creator, Vaughn even went as far as blocking his perception of her through his domain. "Did you enjoy basking in the sun with Lup-chan?" asked Jacko, seated at a small dining table populated with a small mountain of food in a white, collared, western shirt that she regularly kept half-buttoned, stretch-fit white jeans that perfectly conformed to the contours of her immaculate ass, and white, western-style riding boots as she seemed to enjoy cowgirl and biker fashion. That girl drools like a faucet, but other than that, it was very enjoyable. Confirmed Vaughn, making his way around the table to bend down and give Jacko a brief peck on the lips before taking his seat. "You should do something similar with Dizzy," asserted Jacko, stating, "She may be bigger than the average child, and she absorbs information like a machine, but she still has a heart that yearns for love and affection. Feeling guilty about finding her attractive is no reason not to dote on her." "That's a remarkably blunt way to put it, but you're right," affirmed Vaughn, offering another nod as he added, "I'll take her out for a father-daughter outing after lunch. She seems to greatly enjoy flying, so we'll play tag or race around the mountains to the north." "Good boy," said Jacko, offering a nod of her own and smiling playfully before she picked up her coffee mug with both hands and took a lengthy, very audible sip. By the time she was finished, Dizzy had returned with a markedly more animated Lupharia who, upon setting her crimson gaze on the mountain of food, most of which was intended for her, issued a happy atadakamesu, before digging in. "Father will have to do much better than that if he wants to catch me," hummed Dizzy, flying backward through the air with her hands behind her back, casually evading Vaughn's attempts to tag her as they flew around at super and even hypersonic speeds. Unfortunately for Vaughn, Dizzy was as powerful, if not significantly more so, than Jacko, allowing her to hum a happy tune and casually weave out of his flight path even when he turned his body into light with the power of the Pika Pika no Mi. "Father almost got me that time," hummed Dizzy, floating down to where Vaughn had collided with the face of a mountain like a projectile fired from a futuristic Mac gun. The impact crater he produced was nearly 100 meters wide, causing the face of the mountain to collapse and fall on him, but he managed to free himself from the tens of millions of tons of debris without too much trouble before exasperatedly responding, "You're more mischievous than I realized. It's because this is the first we've played together outside," said Dizzy, touching down and extending her right hand to help remove the still half-buried Vaughn from the mountainous debris with considerable ease, setting him on his feet and brushing him off as she softly appended, "I know I'm not your real daughter, but it means a lot to me that you are willing to treat me as if we're an actual family." "As far as I'm concerned, we are," asserted Vaughn, raising his right hand to caress Dizzy's head but hesitating when he noticed how dirty it was. In response, Dizzy grabbed his wrist and guided it the rest of the way, eyes closed as she softly remarked, "I'm not afraid of a little dirt." Feeling a prominent and exceedingly pleasant warmth pervade his chest, Vaughn couldn't help beaming affectionately as he wondered if the feeling was paternal love. He frequently experienced something similar when he bonded with Kunu, Lupharia, and, to a lesser extent, Rico and Fran, but it was quite a bit stronger at that exact moment, enough to make him think to himself that if anyone hurt or broke Dizzy's heart, he might not be able to stop himself from severely injuring or killing them. "Rico is calling for you," informed Sis, causing Vaughn to raise his brows slightly, mentally remarking, "Wow, that's some timing she has." Due to the fact he was currently in a meeting with the executive members of the Dragon's Pavilion, each seated pantyless around a rectangular conference table with one of his proliferated penises nestled within their tight, warm, and throbbing pussies. To absolutely no one's surprise, the leaders of various factions, families, and organized groups had come forward after the previous tower cycle, petitioning or outright demanding to have some of their people permitted entry. Thus, while they had previously discussed it as a potentiality, they were now debating their official stance and response on that and several other pressing matters. Preempting Vaughn asking, Sis explained, "It's as you suspect." After sharing a meal prepared using ingredients from the Black Tower, Nanaki revealed their enmity's tragic past, leading Rico to spiritedly assert that you would be able to help. Then, following a brief and equally spirited explanation of who you were, she blew her whistle. With memories of the exchange flooding into his mind along with Sis's explanation, Vaughn had a fairly firm grasp of the situation. Fortunately, it wasn't an emergency. However, as he had promised to come to her the moment she called for him. He regrettably had to excuse himself from the conference after apprising everyone of the situation. "Hey, is this Vaughn person real?" asked Nanaki, a roughly 130 centimeters tall humanoid with a very rabbit-like appearance, including very long ears that would droop when they were sad. Instead of a fluffy tail, however, they had a long, somewhat thick and sturdy tail covered in the same beige-brown fur as the rest of their body, carnivorous teeth, distinctive yellow eyes with dash-shaped pupils, and notably human-like hair, cream-white and set in a straight, bobbed hairstyle. Nodding affirmingly, Reg, matching Nanaki's hushed tone, as Riko was staring off into the distance with her whistle clasped firmly between her hands, responded, "I have met him a few times in the past. I can't speak on his status as a god, but he is definitely an extraordinary individual with equally extraordinary means." "All right, then," conceded Nanaki, their rabbit-like ears twitching as they raised their gaze to the ceiling and added, "But this is the fourth layer of the abyss. Surely he can't just..." Before Nanaki could finish speaking, an exceptionally ornate black and gold door with the seven-winged symbol symbolizing Vaughn materialized in front of Riko from golden light. Confusion washed over Nanaki like a hot and sticky liquid, but Riko smiled from ear to ear, her green eyes gleaming as she happily exclaimed, "You came," in response to Vaughn opening and emerging from the door. "Of course," responded Vaughn, catching and cradling Riko as she leaped into his embrace with open arms, hugged his neck, and took advantage of the situation to plant a protracted kiss on his left cheek. "She's getting bolder," noted Vaughn, giving Riko several pats on the back before setting her down, ruffling her hair with his left hand, and meeting Nanaki's stupefied gaze as he asked, "And you are?" Startling, Nanaki immediately averted their eyes from Vaughn, pressed the tips of their tiny fingers together, and nervously responded, "Me? My name is Nanana Nanaki, sir." "Nanananachi. That's quite the name," teased Vaughn, causing the pale, blush-like marks on Nanaki's face to tint a faint shade of pastel pink as Reg calmly corrected, "Their name is Nanaki, Mr. Vaughn. And this here is Mitty." Seeing Reg hold up what looked like a melting mass of flesh with vague cat-like features, a singular red eye, a vertical split in its near body-length mouth, a pelt of pink fur, and four limbs bearing long black claws, Vaughn's expression gained a hint of severity. He was well aware of the suffering Nanaki and Mitty had endured at the hands of a man named Bondrud, but while he couldn't change the past without unraveling the present, he could definitely right the wrongs right in front of him. "Poor girl, you've suffered far more than anyone should," muttered Vaughn, accepting Mitty from Reg's hands and holding her up so their faces were level, allowing him to stare deeply into her pale red eye. The insides of her mouth resembled dried organs on the cusp of slopping out, but all he saw was a brave young girl who yearned for freedom or release. "Can you help her?" asked Riko, swallowing nervously as she believed Vaughn could do anything but couldn't imagine how he would treat Mitty's condition. Surprising Nanaki immensely and causing Riko tremendous relief, Vaughn didn't hesitate to nod and respond, "There isn't a force in any world that could stop me." Before relaxedly taking a knee, setting the glossy-eyed Mitty down as gently as possible, and producing a small, round-bottom flask with a luminous white liquid that appeared to be mixed with gold and rainbow-hued dust, the original or true form of his blood. Chapter 188, Humanity. After consuming Vaughn's potion, the mass of pink flesh that was Mitty produced a tremendous quantity of fragrant, pale pink steam that filled the cramped interior of Nanaki's home nigh instantaneously. "You! What did you give her?" exclaimed Nanaki, dropping low to the ground and crawling toward Mitty's steaming body with an exceedingly anxious look. A familiar paw emerged from the steam to grab their hand reassuringly, but Nanaki's momentary relief turned to confusion as they witnessed the black claws attached to the paw inflate, metamorphosing into 4 digits with black nails before contracting to look like a relatively ordinary, albeit fur-covered hand. Could it be? Nanaki asked themselves, their yellow eyes hopeful as they watched the slumped, melted parts of Mitty's body recede, taking the shape of a pair of fur-covered legs, 4-toed feet with paw pads, a round tushy, and a rabbit-like tail that was hot pink on the top and pale pink on the bottom. A few moments later, the steam had largely cleared away, revealing the sparsely furred form of a young girl with rather large breasts for her apparent age, long and messy red hair adorned with cat-like ears, a second pair of elf-like ears, and two pale red eyes with maroon pupils, which were currently open to their limits as their owner stared at Nanaki with a broad and growing smile. "Nanaki!" exclaimed the girl, pouncing on her confused and comparably furrier companion, squeezing and nuzzling them enthusiastically. Recovering from their stupor, Nanaki's befuddled expression collapsed into one of unspeakable relief, nearly resembling despair as they promptly broke down, screaming, "Mitai!" before hugging their friend and bawling with all their might. There, no need to cry," whispered Midi, embracing Nanaki tenderly and sporting a surprisingly motherly expression as she did her best to console her rabbit-eared companion. Her pale red eyes developed a rather prominent layer of moisture, but as she had always been the rock Nanaki could lean on, she adamantly refused to cry. Instead, she looked up at Vaughn, smiling and mouthing the words "thank you" before closing her eyes and resting her head against the bawling Nanaki's. After waiting for Nanaki to settle down and providing Midi with some much-needed clothing, Vaughn explained, "The potion I gave you, in very simple terms, healed your wounds and purged everything negative from your body. Your humanity should be possible to restore, but considering where we're at, it might be better to retain your current form." Nodding energetically and smiling, Midi happily affirmed, "I don't mind staying like this forever as long as I get to stay with Nanaki. The two of us can be fluffy together. On that subject," appended Vaughn, exhaling faintly and smiling gently at Midi's antics before shifting his gaze to Nanaki and asking, "Would you like a potion as well? I can sense a disharmony in your body." Understanding what Vaughn was referring to, Nanaki's ears flattened, a prominent blush marring their face as they asked, "Can a potion help with something like that?" before promptly adding, "And this form is the result of Midi's sacrifice, I'm not entirely sure I should change." Punching the top of Nanaki's head with her right fist, Midi exclaimed, "Don't be dumb, Nana. We both know how much you've struggled these past few years. Vaughn isn't like that monster who experimented on us, so don't be a scaredy cat and accept his help." "You don't have to hit me," pouted Nanaki, tears forming in the corners of their eyes but a faint smile adorning their face as after 8 long years of trying to put the immortal Midi out of her misery, even being struck by the red-haired girl made them happy. "You two are so close," hummed Riko, pressing her hands together and sporting a broad, radiant smile that could light up the very depths of the abyss. Deep down, she wasn't totally certain that Vaughn would be able to help, so now that he had resolved Midi's issue and was prepared to help Nanaki, she felt an extraordinary sense of gratification. "Does hitting one another imply closeness?" asked Reg, directing the question to Vaughn. "It depends on the emotions behind it," responded Vaughn, offering a slight shrug. Bringing Vaughn's attention back to them, Nanaki, while rubbing the back of their head, affirmed, "If it's not too impertinent of me and there are no strings attached, I would be appreciative if you could provide me another of those potions." "No need to be polite, but it's very commendable," stated Vaughn, producing a second round bottom flask and proffering it without hesitation. Nanaki was originally a boy when they were first picked up as a child test subject by Bondrew, but after being turned into a Nerhate as a consequence of Midi shouldering the burden of the 6th layer's curse, which deprived a person of their humanity or resulting in instant death, they lost what many men considered their most vital organ. In its place, despite predominantly resembling a mammal, they shared at least one common feature of birds. With Midi observing them with glistening, hope-filled eyes and her hands held up, balled into tiny fists, Nanaki inhaled a deep breath through their nose, exhaled from their mouth, and gulped the flask's surprisingly sweet contents in a single go. As a pervasive, tingling warmth promptly permeated their body, Nanaki stared down at their hands, the thick and fluffy fur coating their arms up to their palms contracting to the point they almost appeared human. Their tail also receded a few centimeters, but their most prominent changes, at least from the perspective of those watching the transformation, were the thinning of the fur coating their torso, the elongating of their stumpy legs, the reduction of their rabbit-like ears, the growth of 2 elf-like ears, and the almost complete erasure of fur from their face, leaving them with pale brown skin remarkably similar to Rig's. Noticing the similarity, Riko tilted her head to the side and remarked, "Is it just me, or does Nanaki look a lot like Reg?" "Do I?" questioned Nanaki, looking between themselves and Reg to get a general impression of their appearance before remembering why they had taken the potion in the first place. "Oh? What cha doing?" asked Midi, her expression turning mischievous as she saw Nanaki turn around and pull at the front of their baggy pants. She anticipated Nanaki to fluster and get defensive, but they ostensibly hadn't heard her as, rather than reacting to her words, they allowed their pants to snap into place, pumped their fists, and then raised them with a triumphant, "Yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo." Though she felt strongly compelled to demand that Nanaki let her see what they or, more accurately, he was so excited about, Midi ultimately exhaled from her nose and permitted her friend to celebrate the moment unaccosted. After all, now that she was no longer a prisoner in her body and could think and act freely, she would have plenty of opportunities to tease and savor his reactions moving forward. With such thoughts in mind, Midi shifted her gaze to Vaughn, finding him observing the scene with a faint, almost fatherly smile. When he noticed her gaze and smiled back at her, she felt like a halo illuminated behind his head. She also recalled Riko attesting that he was a god, so without even a moment's deliberation or doubt, she brought her hands together, closed her eyes, lowered her head, and sincerely thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Around the same time that Midi had her cognition and mobility returned, a tall man sporting mostly black clothing, consisting of a long coat, a suit, and a black, visored helmet, which included a slit down the front, emitting bright amethyst light, received word that the connection to Nanaki and Midi's had cut out. My, how intriguing! The man mused aloud, sitting in a high-backed chair in a room filled with cables, monitors, cylindrical containers containing dubious objects suspending in luminous green liquid, and what looked like an operating table. For the past 3, going on 4 months, a number of issues had been popping up. Before, he assumed it was merely a coincidence, but as he played back Nanaki's observational data, which included Riko speaking animatedly about Vaughn and the existence of other worlds, he began considering some unknown force was responsible. The only reason he wasn't certain was because, no matter how many times he viewed the recording, the only sign of Vaughn was Riko being suspended in the air as if she were hugging something. After permitting Riko to show Nanaki and Midi around the palace, sans Reg, who was unable to depart his world for reasons related to his origin, Vaughn teleported to the 9th floor to take a bath and decompress before retiring to his room for the afternoon. It took considerable restraint on his part not to teleport to the bottom of the 5th layer and rid Riko's world of Bonedruid's existence, but he believed she, Reg, and potentially Nanaki and Midi would be able to handle him. "Oh? I didn't think you would come here to bathe at this time," remarked a familiar, mature voice, drawing Vaughn's gaze to a curvaceous, sharp-eyed woman with dark green hair and lighter green eyes. Recognizing the woman at a glance, Vaughn unabashedly approached as he asked, "Fubuki-san? I was under the impression you only appeared late at night to avoid our paths intersecting." "Oh? You noticed that?" asked Fubuki, doing her best to appear calm and composed as Vaughn entered the bath a short distance from where she was seated. Due to the many benefits, she had previously registered with the Dragon's Pavilion as a first-grade maid. However, as she had never been with a man and was afraid of both embarrassing herself and losing her virginity, she generally only entered the 9th floor during times when Vaughn was commonly indisposed. Fortunately for Fubuki, though it also annoyed her quite a bit, Vaughn didn't attempt to move closer or lay a hand on her. Instead, he leaned his head back with his eyes closed and arms along the bath's ledge, asking, "How are things back in your world? I recall Venelana mentioning that you were considering cutting ties with the Hero Association to establish your Fubuki group as an independent organization." Following several seconds of deliberation, Fubuki took it upon herself to move closer to Vaughn, sitting next to and even leaning into him slightly, her face slightly flushed as she answered, we have the funding covered and a fair amount of support, but my name isn't enough to bring in the power we need to cement our position. I've tried convincing my sister to join as both our strongest force and as a kind of mascot, but the two of us owe a great debt to the rank 1 hero, Blast. Since he's been absent for some time and she's the rank 2 hero, she feels obligated to remain with the organization to prevent it from collapsing from within. Your sister sounds like a very dutiful person, remarked Vaughn, the image of an inordinately petite woman with emerald green hair that curled at the ends and matching eyes appearing in his mind. He honestly expected the woman, Tatsumaki, to appear at the palace to pick a fight some time ago, but Fubuki and the subordinates she periodically brought to the first floor had been exceptionally tight-lipped regarding the existence of the palace, the Tower of Ascension, and other worlds. She's a monster, muttered Fubuki, stressing the word and leaning her head against Vaughn's shoulder before conceding, but you're right, she is a very dutiful person, and though she frustrates me to no end, she's a great hero and someone I both envy and respect. Then here's to the health, fortune, and harmony of you both, stated Vaughn, producing a floating platform with 2 napkin-wrapped containers of hot sake. Fubuki immediately assumed he planned to get her drunk to take advantage of her, but as she had signed a contract stating she was willing to have sex with him on demand, she ultimately accepted the cup he poured her without protest. When she later awoke in her room, snugly tucked in with a pitcher of cool water near her bed and a remarkably well-penned letter telling her she shouldn't force herself to drink if she couldn't hold her alcohol, the embarrassment and vexation she experienced were beyond expression. Chapter 189, Spoilers. October 15 DXD/June 8 DBT. Since it might have soured Vaughn's mood the previous evening, Venelana waited until that morning to inform him about the decisions made at the conference, starting with the matter of the representatives from various factions being permitted entry into the tower. After considerable deliberation, we determined that the best idea was Ravelchand's suggestion of only permitting those who signed contracts with the Dragon's Pavilion to enter the tower, stated Venelana. Those who have their admission paid for by existing ascendees would also be allowed entry, but that's always been the case. I'm fine with that, affirmed Vaughn, his gaze focused on Venelana as Misla adhered to him closely with her mouth nestled between his neck and shoulder, peppering him with hickeys as she vigorously undulated her hips from front to back. Ever since their first time together, she had been very proactive, ostensibly in an attempt to secure her place at the core of his harem, and since she was well acquainted and got along with Grafia, Venelana, and Yasaka, she was quickly growing on him. As Vaughn filled Misla's womb with another thick load of semen, Venelana took a moment to relish the sensation of her own being filled before red-facedly appending, the second matter we discussed, as you are aware, is the matter of items acquired from the tower not being able to be taken from Termina. If possible, we would like to set up an exchange counter on the second floor that allows ascendees to exchange items they acquired from the tower for exportable recreations produced using origin points. If we charge between 2 and 10 times the items listing in the tower shop in TP, we shouldn't have to worry about our reserve and lending accounts being depleted. That's a bit tricky since I personally produce the items, remarked Vaughn, taking a moment to give Misla a deep, tongue-entangling kiss when she raised her head to look up at him. Midway through, she began moving her hips again, prompting him to caress and give her left ass cheek a light smack before separating from her lips and holding her passion-filled gaze as he added, "But if it's consumable goods, such as potions or produce, it can probably be arranged. As for weapons and the like, it's likely best not to let them leave and enter circulation." "A wise decision," affirmed Venelana, nodding approvingly and smiling before proceeding to the next topic for Vaughn's consideration, eventually having her own turn on his lap after Misla cleaned him for Grafia and the silver-haired maid had hers. "My mom wanted me to ask when you were planning to meet my family and the leaders of the other dragon clans," hummed Aileen, tracing her taloned finger across Vaughn's chest as she borrowed his left shoulder as a pillow. She had yet to master her polymorphic magic fully, but she could maintain a human size and generally human appearance with scales on her hands, feet and lower back, allowing her and Vaughn to be increasingly lovey-dovey when he visited. "If it's just a meeting to get acquainted with one another, I can make time at their request," responded Vaughn. "But if they want to discuss trade and other matters, it would be better for them to dispatch a representative to meet and confer with Venelana. I may be the tower farmer, but you know well that she manages our day-to-day operations." "All right, I'll be sure to pass that along," affirmed Aileen. Then, using her inordinately long and slightly pointed tongue, she licked Vaughn's neck and asked, more importantly, "Are you ready to go another round? My insides are beginning to feel tepid." "Of course," responded Vaughn, giving Aileen a protracted kiss before positioning himself so that he was seated on her thick tail like a squishy cushion with his hands propping up her pliant legs. They had been going at it for 18 hours, thanks to his time compression, but since 24 was PAR for the course, he dutifully fucked the gluttonous dragoness until she was fully stuffed. "That girl is going to wring me dry," thought Vaughn, returning from the Black Tower and taking a moment to recover before he travelled to his next destination, Jack Os and Dizzy's cottage. Aileen had by far the largest mana pool of any of the women he was intimate with, but while sex with her felt incredible, it left him feeling drained as her capacity to absorb spirit and life essence was several times more potent than even Yasaka's while restraining herself. Fortunately for Vaughn, his time compression could be used for more than having sex. Thus, after meditating and outright sleeping for a few hours, he awoke, restored the flow of time, and decided to see who was in the palace at that exact moment. The first through third floors had become fairly bustling since the end of the last tower cycle, but Vaughn only gave the names there a cursory glance before focusing on those on the upper floors, particularly the ninth. His brows rose slightly when he saw Urza's name alongside several members of Fairy Tale in the bath, but since their usual meeting wasn't for another 4 hours, he decided not to intrude on whatever they had going on. "Oh! Are my kittens becoming friends?" Vaughn mused, prompting Sis to open a window that showed Yoryuaki, Konako, and Leon training together in one of the 8th floor's training rooms under the effects of 10 times gravity. More accurately, Yoryuaki appeared to be teaching the other 2 cat girls Hakuta, hand-to-hand combat, and Ho-Ho, high-speed movement, techniques. "I'll have to reward all 3 of them later," concluded Vaughn, shifting his attention to another training room, this time showing Fran panting heavily a short distance from a remarkably buxom, muscular, bronze-skinned cat girl with long, wild grey hair, multiple scars across her body, and a white eye patch veiling her right eye. Vaughn immediately recognized the scantily clad woman as Sword King Ghislaine Didadia from the world of Mushoku Tensei, who, ever since she was invited to Venelana's most recent lingerie soiree, had been living and working within the palace as a prospective first-grade maid, but he wasn't sure when she and Fran had the chance to meet. Her condition for becoming a first-grade maid was him beating her in a fair bout, but since he knew she had a complex relationship with Paul Grere from the same world, he had yet to take her up on her offer. With Ghislaine as a sparring partner or teacher, I almost feel sorry for Fran's future opponents, thought Vaughn, adopting a smile as he cycled through several more displays, checking on what others, particularly the members of his harem, were up to. Zenobia and Asia had the important duty of training and supervising the members of the maid battalion that operated on the 1st through 3rd floors, functioning as the palace's de facto police force. Rias, Akeno, Sana, and Tsubaki were in meetings with prospective or current clients, Ravel was off surveying the development of Termina, Grafia was training Robin, Venelana was overseeing his farm, Misla was teaching Luperia, and Cora, Nami, Bulma, and Roxanne were in their respective worlds, working, studying, researching, and expanding their enterprises. "Everyone is working so hard," noted Vaughn, feeling blessed to be involved with such extraordinary and capable women. It was important to him that every woman in his harem had a dream, ambition, or purpose. His own, he had decided, was ensuring they had the freedom, opportunity, and means to pursue their interests. He also sought to become a reliable father and a deterrent that prevented major conflicts across many worlds, but he could accomplish both in the pursuit of keeping his women happy. Feeling well rested and sufficiently motivated, Vaughn went ahead with his original plan of visiting and spending time with Jacko and Dizzy. Jacko was another person who was hard at work researching magic and many other subjects in preparation for her world's activation, but as she had as much time as she required, she wasn't in a particular hurry. As for Dizzy, she intended to accompany Jacko when the time came, but for now, she relished the simple life they enjoyed. October 17 DXD/June 10 DBT. Following another grueling training session, Vaughn was pondering paying Sarayorg's mother a visit as a form of petty retaliation when the muscular man surprised him by revealing, "I was thinking of hosting a men's-only get-together before the start of the next tower cycle. I'm aware you're a busy man, but would you be interested in attending?" Due to his strength and charisma, Sarayorg was well known and well respected by many other ascendees. He seemed to befriend just about everyone he met, and both Luffy and Whitebeard had asked him to join their respective crews, prompting him to laugh and politely refuse. Since part of him still craved the sense of camaraderie that could only be formed between men, Vaughn didn't deliberate too long before nodding and responding, "I would." "Any ideas regarding the date?" "We were considering October 28th, as it falls on what would already be a day of rest for the Dragon's Pavilion," stated Sarayorg. "As for the location, we've reserved a banquet hall on the first floor, but we might move to the third for some friendly bouts." "All right, I'll be there," affirmed Vaughn, extending his left hand for a cursory fist bump. "Outstanding. With the palace's patron god in attendance, it's certain to be a party to remember," responded Sarayorg, extending his right hand to reciprocate the gesture before he and Vaughn eventually parted ways, the former to meet with the members of his peerage and the latter to meet up with Miss La not out of pettiness or spite, but because he felt appreciative toward her for birthing such a respectable son. Hey. After another long day, lasting nearly 14 from his perspective, Vaughn was looking forward to inviting Konako and Asia over for a cuddle session when he glimpsed something conspicuous on his nightstand, causing his eyes to flash and turn serious. He was fairly certain what it was from afar, but as he drew nearer, Vaughn began to tremble as he picked up not one but 3 separate pink and white medical devices, each displaying a pink line and a tiny picture denoting what the line represented. Appearing behind Vaughn and wrapping her arms around him, preventing her full weight from falling on him using her bat-like wings, Rias hummed, "Congratulations, Papa-san." Feeling simultaneously overwhelmed and happier than he had ever felt, Vaughn felt like he was expanding from the center of his chest as he turned around, grabbed Rias by the waist, and spun her, happily exclaiming, "You beautiful, crimson-haired minx! How far along are you?" "Ahem, there were 3 positive pregnancy tests," remarked a voice Vaughn was exceedingly familiar with, drawing his gaze to a very pleased-looking Venelana. Vaughn felt a fleeting sense of panic at the realization he had knocked up a mother and daughter at the same time, but he was far more taken aback by the presence of his presumed third victim, standing cross-armed and avoiding his gaze with a pouty blush. "Cora," muttered Vaughn, his irises trembling as his mind and thoughts raced. The only way one of his women could get pregnant, theoretically, was if they wanted to. And while there had certainly been moments when Cora entreated him to come inside her and knock her up, he had assumed she was just crying out in the heat of the moment. Recovering from his brief stupefaction, Vaughn briefly hunched over, closed his eyes, and gripped his fists tightly, his body trembling before he raised his fists triumphantly and shouted, "This is the greatest fucking day of my life," in a voice that resonated throughout the upper floors of the palace. Before Cora had a chance to react, Vaughn gave her the same treatment as Rias, speed blitzing and picking her up by her waist to spin her around as he laughed like a fool. She was clearly reticent about becoming a mother, so it fell upon him to reassure her that everything would be okay, that he would take the utmost care of both her and their child, no matter the trials or tribulations that awaited. A/N, TT Triple Kill. Chapter 190, Accountability. After calming down a bit, Vaughn sat on the sofa in his room, holding hands with Rias and Cora while Venelana made herself comfortable atop a floor cushion rather than sitting on one of the 3 armchairs present, the 4 of them discussing the trio's pregnancies and their future. I still can't believe I'm pregnant," sighed Cora, resting her head against Vaughn's shoulder with her eyes closed as she muttered, "I'm only 18, and there's so much going on right now." "Hey, I'm just as surprised as you are," remarked Vaughn, unable to erase the smile from his face as he joked, "all things considered, the two of us haven't had that much sex. We must have amazing compatibility. She has always seemed especially susceptible to your semen," noted Rias, referring to how Cora overheated and became lethargic after Vaughn came inside her. "Ugh, don't say it like I'm some kind of pervert," groaned Cora, her face flushing as she behaved uncharacteristically timidly. "You may have doubts now, but that's perfectly normal for an expecting mother giving birth to her first child," stated Venelana, her expression and tone gentle and motherly as she affirmed, "but as your delivery date draws near and you finally give birth, any doubts you had will be replaced by pure, unadulterated love for your child. You're also not alone. Not just us here, but every member of the Dragon's Pavilion will be supporting you moving forward." "Yeah, I know," muttered Cora, gaining a hint of a smile before shaking her head, and asking, "But how am I going to explain this to my friends and family back home? I'm not too concerned about my mom, but my dad and Tenzin are going to freak out, guaranteed. I mean, as far as they're aware, I'm not even seeing anyone. I will meet them, explain the situation, and accept full responsibility," stated Vaughn, squeezing Cora's hand and adopting a broader smile as he softly but confidently appended, "They will doubtlessly be surprised, and your father may even become enraged, but once he holds his grandchild in his arms, he'll come around." "I'm not so sure," muttered Cora, feeling at least a little better but still suffused with doubts, largely due to a lack of self-confidence. She was certain she could become the best, strongest avatar in history, but she had zero confidence in her capacity as a mother. After all, despite what she had said moments prior, she was a pervert, a battle junkie, and more than a little brutish. "That's what I'm here for," whispered Vaughn, holding up his and Cora's linked fingers so she could see them as he asserted, "I will shoulder all your doubts and uncertainties and ensure both you and our child can live happily and healthily, I swear on my very being." Feeling even more at ease, Cora smiled, exhaled faintly from her nose, and returned her head to Vaughn's shoulder, surprising and thrilling him as she muttered a faint, "Looks like I picked the right man to love. It's contributed to me being one of the most fortunate men across all worlds," affirmed Vaughn, kissing the top of Cora's head before turning to Rias, squeezing her hand, and sharing a kiss with her as well. Venelana's position made it difficult for him to afford her the same courtesy, but with the night and their entire lives ahead of them, he would doubtlessly make it up to her. October 20th DXD/June 13th DBT. After breaking the news back at the Air Temple and reaching her family, Cora, gripping the front of her blue, fur-lined water tribe coat, emerged from the luminous doorway created by her now crystal key with her head hanging and several people following behind her. The most notable was a bald man in predominantly red robes with a blue arrow tattoo on his head, thick eyebrows, a naturally stern face, and a goatee that transitioned into a pointy beard. With him was a similarly garbed, somewhat weary-looking woman with dark brown, slightly graying hair, soft green eyes, and a baby in her arms, but Vaughn, waiting patiently with his delegation, consisting of Grafia, Venelana, Rias, and Sana, was considerably more concerned with the duo that emerged after them. Sporting the two-tone blue and white furred garments associated with the water tribe, a tall, burly, heroic-looking man with long, dark brown hair, a well-groomed beard, and the same skin tone and eye color as Cora immediately zeroed in on Vaughn with a stern, clearly disapproving expression. At his side was a pig-tailed woman with softer and homelier features than Cora, but there were clear similarities, which made sense considering she was her mother. "Are you this so-called dragon god who impregnated my daughter?" asked the tall and burly man, Cora's father, Tonruk, aka the chief of the Southern Water Tribe. Cupping his right fist with his left hand, Vaughn offered a slight bow and responded, "I won't deny it. And while this isn't how I imagined our first meeting, it's an honor to finally meet the people who raised Cora into the incredible woman she has become. I am forever in your debt." Though his initial plan was to beat Vaughn within an inch of his life, Tonrik only needed to look around at the spacious palace they had stepped into to understand he wasn't dealing with some punk. He didn't believe he was a dragon, much less a god, but he clearly wasn't an ordinary person to be able to create keys that purportedly and demonstrably appeared to open doors between worlds. "Mom, Dad, Tenzin, Pema, this is Vaughn, my fiancé and the father of my unborn child," introduced Cora, moving to Vaughn's side with a sheepish, borderline mortified, evasive expression that had her face paradoxically flushed and pale at the same time. "And the rest of these people are his harem, I presume?" asked Tenzin, sporting an even more disapproving expression than Tonrik, even though, deep down, he was taken aback by the sheer beauty on display. "Part of it," confirmed Vaughn, nodding affirmingly and causing Tenzin's and Tonrik's glowers to deepen. "Is this a game to you, boy?" asked Tonrik, stepping forward with deeply furrowed brows and clenched fists as he asked, "God or not, what kind of man are you to play with the hearts of and manipulate multiple women as if they're some kind of trophies for you to amass? And what are you trying to gain by targeting my daughter? You couldn't have not known she is the Avatar, so what are you scheming?" "Dad! It's not like that," shouted Cora, going from timid to pissed off as if a switch had been flipped in her brain. "Cora, enough!" shouted Tonrik, fury burning within his steel blue eyes as he held Vaughn's gaze and asserted, "Even if this man is who and what you say he is, he should never have gotten involved in our world." "I'm the one who chose to become an ascendee," exclaimed Cora, positioning herself between Vaughn and staring her father down as she asserted, "I was sick and tired of living how other people wanted me to, so I leaped at the opportunity to enter the tower, meet new people, and explore new worlds. And because of that, I'm stronger than ever and have met people I really care about, people who value me for the person I am, not for being the Avatar." Seeing Cora position herself between him and Vaughn, Tonrik became red in the face, the vein in his left temple bulging. He was well aware of how strong-willed Cora could be, but he couldn't help thinking she had made an unspeakably monumental mistake and was digging deeper into a hole she could never escape, all because she was too proud or headstrong to admit or even realize she was doing something foolish. Now, let's try to calm down," said Tenzin, stepping forward and placing his hand on Tonrik's shoulder. He similarly believed Cora was making a mistake, but that was what it meant to be young. Their anger wouldn't change the fact that she was pregnant, and though Vaughn was clearly unprincipled regarding how he viewed relationships, they had an obligation to support and guide Cora through this tumultuous and very delicate time in her life. Though he clenched his teeth several times, causing the muscles in his jaw to flex as he glared daggers at Vaughn, Tonrik forcibly suppressed his fury in response to Tenzin's words. Their reason for coming to the palace was to have their questions answered and verify Cora's claims, so while he strongly desired to slip past Cora and slam his fist into Vaughn's jaw, he employed his experience as the Southern Water Tribe's chief to at least appear calm. "Very well," growled Tonrik, clenching his fists even tighter as he said, "I may not like it, but since my daughter has chosen to share her life with you, I can at least make an effort to ascertain your character and see for myself what you've accomplished. Show me what kind of man a so-called god makes. That is all I can ask for," responded Vaughn, closing his eyes and offering a slight bow in the form of a nod. What followed was a tour of the lower floors of the palace, an explanation of their goals, and, most convincingly, a demonstration of their strength. Tonrik was nearly as stern, brash, and hot-headed as Cora, but witnessing Grafia casually obliterate a mountain gave him the clarity of mind to understand he wasn't in a position to make threats or demands of the Dragon's Pavilion, much less Vaughn. After insisting that the delegation from Chorus World make themselves at home and enjoy the palace's amenities for a few days, aided by their free reign of the 1st through 8th floors, Vaughn returned to his room, where he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was unbelievably stressful, sighed Vaughn, spreading his arms and allowing Grafia and Misla to disrobe him while Venelana sat on the edge of his bed, sporting a tantalizing smile as she hummed, "Perhaps." But, all things considered, things went very well. Grafia's demonstration went a long way toward helping them understand the gravity of the situation. "Yes, she did an excellent job," affirmed Vaughn, meeting Grafia's gaze, prompting the silver-haired devil to smile, step closer, and stand on the tips of her toes to give him a peck on the lips before whispering, "If you want to reward me, we both know how you can do it." "Sounds good," responded Vaughn, catching Grafia, Venelana, and Misla off guard until he chuckled, met their gazes, smiled, and reminded, "The only reason I was leaving things to chance until now was to keep things fair regarding who would have my first child. Now that I have 3 buns in the oven, I have no reason not to bake more." Demonstrating her cute side, Misla raised her hand and tentatively asked, "Am I included in Goshujin Sama's bread-making plans? It hasn't been long since I birthed Sarayorg, but I believe he would greatly appreciate having a younger sibling." Narrowing his eyes into a smoldering look, Vaughn asserted, "As far as I'm concerned, you're already my woman. If you're willing to bear my child, I will gladly give you one. From then on, however, I plan to revert to leaving things to chance." "That is certainly the fairest course," affirmed Venelana, leaning back onto her elbows, her black and white kimono disappearing to reveal frilly black and white lingerie with crotchless panties. She might be pregnant, but she had absolutely no intention of abstaining from sex. Rather, as the growth and potential of devil children were heavily influenced by the energy their mothers absorbed during pregnancy, Rias would invariably join them once she was finished helping chorus parents get situated. "Then I suppose the next intra-harem competition is seeing who can give birth to Vaughn's heir," hummed Grafia, making her way over to Venelana and pushing her former mistress down before giving her a deep, tongue-entangling kiss. She was secretly annoyed that Venelana had managed to become pregnant before her, but she was certain the child she and Vaughn produced would differentiate itself as the representative and leader of his other children. Seeing Grafia and Venelana get started, Vaughn felt an overwhelming urge to approach and slip his cock into Grafia's visibly glistening pussy. Since Misla had crouched down in front of him, however, he reluctantly tore his eyes from the sight, caressed the brunette's head, and guided her to take his cock into her mouth and throat as she vigorously prepared her pussy, which was already leaking in anticipation of bearing the seed of a dragon god. Chapter 191, Advantage. October 22 DXD/June 15 DBT. After word circulated that he was effectively willing to knock up anyone prepared to bear his child, Vaughn felt exceedingly blessed and, admittedly, a little overwhelmed when nearly every member of his harem came forth in pursuit of his seed. 2 notable but expected exceptions were Akeno and Tsubaki, who, as queens, considered it their duty to support Rias and Sana throughout their pregnancies. Nami, Yoryuaki, and Bulma were firmly against the notion, at least for the time being, but Yasaka, Ravel, Konako, Zenobia, Asia, Roxanne, Robin, and, most surprisingly, Urza and Jacko were rather keen on the idea, citing it would be an interesting experience. As it wouldn't be particularly wise for each of them to get pregnant at the same time, the girls decided amongst themselves the order and spacing of their pregnancies, based largely on age and seniority within the harem. Vaughn had no issue leaving such decisions to them, but he was surprised and somewhat taken aback when Grafia presented the tentative list with several additional names attached. "There are some pretty high-profile names on here," remarked Vaughn, his brows perked as he double and then triple-checked the list, reading out, Seraph Al Leviathan, Seraph Gabriel, Sikvera of House Agars, Brynhildr and Ross Weiss of the Valkyries, just to name a few. "Goshujin Sama is quite popular, after all," hummed Grafia, sporting one of the skimpier versions of her maid outfit as she stood before Vaughn with her hands folded atop her abdomen rather than her lap, ensuring his view of her wet pussy and glistening thighs wouldn't be obstructed. Were it not for the fact Konako was presently nuzzling and grooming his dick with her rough tongue, she would be seated atop it. MMN. I'm okay with Zerafal and Seekvera since we have a pre-existing relationship, but Gabriel, Brynhildr and Ross Weiss hold critical positions within their respective factions. Unless they're prepared to relocate here, I feel any children we have would just be used as leverage," stated Vaughn, shifting his right hand from caressing Konako's pleasantly smooth bottom to gently probing her tight and startlingly hot pussy with his middle finger as he appended, "As for the rest, I'm not looking to become the father of a new generation of 72 pillars." Feeling agitated by Vaughn's actions, Konako lowered her head and nose to the base of his cock and swayed her butt from side to side, her Nekosha tail swaying and flicking enthusiastically. She had been in heat ever since she learned she could become pregnant whenever she pleased, but since she had a tendency to cry out during sex, she was waiting for Grafia and Vaughn to finish speaking before they commenced breeding. "That's perfectly reasonable," affirmed Grafia, taking a moment to close her eyes and offer a slight bow. Then, feeling just as eager as Konako, she turned around and bent over slightly, providing an unobstructed view that prompted Vaughn's aquamarine eyes to flash before he had her seat herself atop one of his proliferated cocks, enjoying the heat and greedy quivering of her pussy as he began his third, very deliberate breeding session of the day. October 23 DXD/June 16 DBT. Waiting for Vaughn at his usual spot, Sarayorg slid down from his boulder, a wry smile adorning his face as he remarked, "I heard from my mother and through the grapevine about the recent changes that have occurred in the upper floors. I suppose I should expect a younger half-brother or sister in the next year or so." "Almost assuredly," responded Vaughn, nodding. He also felt awkward, but as he had made his decision and didn't regret it, he did his best to appear calm and dignified. "Then I look forward to meeting them," affirmed Sarayorg, offering a nod of his own before his expression became serious, followed by his adding, "But you should know that my father, Lord Bale, won't stay quiet. He may have sent my mother and me to live in shame, away from the main house, but that is proof of his pride as the founder of the anti-Satan faction and the leader of the highest-ranking clan of the original 72 pillars. He is also the head of the Great King faction, the most influential political coalition in the underworld, possessing authority on par with, if not exceeding, that of the four great Satans. If he and the other aristocratic families choose to make a fuss, it could place the ducal house of Gremory, the Principality of Citrai, and the Marquisdom of Phoenix in a difficult position." "I'm aware," affirmed Vaughn, revealing, "it was a subject discussed during one of the Dragon's Pavilion's board meetings, but it wasn't considered a high-priority matter." Seeing Sarayorg blink in surprise and raise his right brow, Vaughn smiled and explained, "While it is true your father and the Great King faction possess great influence, they ultimately represent about a third of the underworld, which, in and of itself, represents only a third of the tripartite alliance, a coalition which, in the absence of the God of the Bible, is nearly rivaled by the myriad gods assembly. The Dragon's Pavilion may be a newly formed group, but we are endorsed by the tripartite alliance and its affiliates and have access to functionally infinite worlds and resources. We possess the means to relocate the entire population of the territories you mentioned to their own resource-rich planets. Considering that, what leverage does the Great King faction possess?" With his brows raised nearly as high as they could go, Sarayorg exhaled a scoffing chuckle and remarked, "When you put it like that, the politics and power struggles of our world sound like the barking of dogs fighting over scraps. To be fair, most conflicts outside of friendly competition or rivalries are meaningless outside of serving one or more groups' interests," contended Vaughn. "Lord Bale and groups like the Great King faction are entrenched in an antiquated way of thinking, which is why they regard blood and status over merit. Any reasonable person or group would place the most suitable person in charge, but since that might jeopardize their perceived status or power, they would rather install patsies into positions of power to ensure they can be removed and replaced if things go awry." "You're preaching to the choir there, friend," remarked Sarayorg, referring to the fact he was the undisputed strongest among the young devils, but because he hadn't been born with an abundance of demonic power or the Bale clan's trumpeted power of destruction, he and his mother had been exiled. He was already stronger than his father and most other devils, but even with the vaunted blood of two extremely high-ranking pure-blooded devil aristocrats flowing through his veins, including the blood of the head of the Great King faction, he was regarded as trash completely arbitrarily, underscoring that it wasn't a person's blood that held significance but the perception of those interpreting its worth. Following an affirming nod, Vaughn confidently asserted, "Regardless of what happens, I will protect your mother from whatever hardships the Bale clan or anyone else endeavors to throw her way. And if you grow weary of dealing with the inanity of underworld politics, know that you and your ilk are always welcome within the palace. And if you would like to try starting anew by setting boots on an uninhabited planet, I believe you would make an exceptional leader." "That's a very tempting offer," admitted Sarayorg, massaging his chin in thought. His current goal was to reclaim his status as heir of the Bale clan so he could eventually bring about much-needed reforms, but rather than breaking down and rebuilding a system that was thoroughly rotted to the core, it may be better to start anew, in a world far removed from such, as Vaughn put it, inanity. "You don't have to think on it that much," stated Vaughn, shaking his head and smiling as he expressed, "It's enough to keep it in the back of your mind as a possibility so you never feel as though you're backed against a wall with no way out. You wouldn't have set upon your current path if you didn't believe there was merit in doing so, so you should see it through to its natural conclusion." "And so I shall," affirmed Sarayorg, nodding affirmingly and adopting a broad, appreciative smile as he asked, "Now, shall we proceed with our daily sparring? After our chat, I'm feeling particularly eager to move my body and cut loose." "Sounds good," responded Vaughn, punctuating his words by employing the power of the Pika Pika no Mi to launch a scythe-like, near-light-speed kick at Sarayorg's right side. He easily reacted with a backhanded hammer fist, producing a powerful shockwave, and with that, another of their 6-hour sparring sessions began. October 25 DXD/June 18 DBT. I'll admit, I had my reservations at first, but the intertwining Dragon's Palace is a truly spectacular place, hummed Tenzin, seated at a dinner table with his wife, Vaughn, Cora, and her parents. To bring them around to his side, Vaughn had given each of them a key to a fully customizable suite where the flow of time could be accelerated with the simple turning of a dial. As such, Tenzin and his wife, Pema, who typically got very little rest due to the former's responsibility as a councilman and the latter being a mother to 4 young children, were able to hop over and get a full night of undisturbed sleep and some much-needed privacy with literal seconds passing back in their world. "And the food is simply incredible," appended Pema, looking 10 years younger without a single streak of grey in her hair thanks to the nutrient-rich and beautifying crops of the Black Tower. "The tea leaves I was gifted by Lady Venelana have done wonders for the elderly back at the South Pole," commented Senna, Tonrik's wife and Cora's mother. When he heard this, Tonrik closed his eyes and exhaled from his nose, but after experiencing the Dragon's Pavilion's hospitality and even travelling to a handful of worlds at his request, including one where grand ships traversed the sky and even beyond, he understood why Cora had chosen to become an ascendee. Were he 20 years younger and just recently banished from the Northern Water Tribe, he too would have liked to see, experience, and make his mark in other worlds. "As far as I'm concerned, everyone here is now my family," stated Vaughn, sporting an earnest smile as he expressed, "If there is ever anything I or the Dragon's Pavilion can do to aid or make your lives more comfortable, you need only to ask. I may not be able to pluck the stars out of the sky on demand, but there are few limits to our hospitality." Joining the conversation after spending nearly the entire dinner in silence, Tonrik asked, "Your and my daughter's children, will you insist on raising them here, or will they be permitted to grow amongst their people?" "Seriously," groaned Cora, furrowing her brows and puffing her cheeks temperamentally. Nodding, Vaughn calmly affirmed, "I understand the importance of culture and an understanding of one's roots. I would prefer to have our children sleep here, but if you and your wife are willing to take care of them during the day, I believe they would benefit from having a strong bond with their grandparents and people." "I see," responded Tonruk, closing his eyes and crossing his arms, ostensibly in deep consideration. Cora was tempted to launch a potato at him using one of her chopsticks, but she promptly restrained herself when Vaughn glanced at her with an affectionate and patient smile. Leaving Vaughn at a brief loss, Tonrik rather abruptly opened his eyes and asked, "Your and Chorus wedding, will you be hosting it in the South Pole or here, within the palace? It would probably be better to keep your union a secret from others, so while it pains me, we can arrange to have a small but trusted group make the trip here." As it would have been awkward to admit they hadn't made any plans for their nuptials, Vaughn offered a curt nod and responded, "If you would like to host it according to your customs, my people can arrange a venue that no one outside of those chosen to attend would know about. We will also provide security." Hearing Vaughn casually making plans for their wedding, Cora sat up and tensed like a deer in headlights, her face flushing to the tips of her ears. She hadn't expected them to marry for many years, if ever, so with a date set for the upcoming Glacier Spirits Festival, she couldn't help but feel as though the pacing of her life were increasing by the moment. Chapter 192, Anticipation. October 28 DXD/June 21 DBT. Though it was somewhat embarrassing to admit, Vaughn found himself looking forward to the get-together arranged by Saray that evening, compelling him to spend much of the day at standard time. His average days were 14 long, but that particular day, he was only on 4 by 5 p.m., where he normally met up with Urza and, more recently, several other girls from Fairy Tale, including Lucy, Kana, Levy, Lockie, Lysina, two nearly identical Myra Jane, Wendy, and the latter's anthropomorphic cat, Carla, all wearing bikinis or one-pieces as they hung out in a popular, pool-like cafe operated by several mermaids. "I can't believe that Urza is planning to have a kid, it's like finding out the sky has been purple this entire time," remarked Kana, holding an ornate, silvery beer stein, gifted to her by Vaughn and having the unique property of being able to produce 100L of high-quality spiced ale per day. "Don't speak about me as if I'm an object," responded Urza, furrowing her brows slightly before contending, "Besides, Vaughn is a kind and dutiful man. He will make a superb father, and with the resources of the Dragon's Pavilion, our children will have the freedom and opportunity to choose any path they desire. I bet it helps that he's super hot and packing," teased Kana, having seen and experienced Vaughn naked several times. They had yet to have sex, but she had felt him up and playfully stroked him a few times when they shared drinks in the 9th floor onsen. Were it not for his refusal to sleep with drunk or even tipsy women, they would have crossed the line weeks ago. "Indeed," confirmed Urza, utterly without shame as she stated, "I didn't think such things mattered before, but I have since come around. Vaughn is in. Keep in mind our present company," said Vaughn telepathically, referring to Wendy, who might be more than 400 years old chronologically but had the physique and mental development of a 12-year-old. "Anyways, I am greatly looking forward to motherhood," stated Urza, closing her eyes with slightly flushed cheeks as she was exceptionally weak to being corrected or chided. "HAAA, if only Natsu didn't have a stone where his brain was supposed to be located," sighed Lysina, a petite but shapely girl with short white hair and watery blue eyes, leaning forward with her head resting on the palms of her hands, emphasizing her fairly prominent bust, thinly veiled in a pale purple bikini. "You just need to be more direct, like Juvia," remarked the Myra Jane from Earthland, an extraordinarily beautiful woman with long white hair, tied-up bangs, gentle blue eyes, and a very voluptuous figure on full display in a stylish blue bikini with a crisscrossing top that accentuated her large and shapely breasts. "If you and Lucy join forces and combine your efforts, he would be like putty in your hands," appended the Myra Jane from Edelas, nearly identical to her counterpart but wearing a comparably modest purple, pink-frilled one-piece with a sheer fabric on the stomach and back that exposed her belly button and the line of her spine. "Wait, why has my name suddenly come out?" exclaimed Lucy, her face flushing as she was well aware that Natsu seemed to have a crush on her, but since he didn't appear to realize it himself, she never acknowledged or spoke to him about it. "It's not impossible, but I haven't given up on monopolizing him just yet," remarked Lysina, sporting a half-lidded expression that caused Lucy to sweat profusely with a cramped smile. "Should we be talking about these kinds of things with Vaughn present?" I doubt he wants to hear us discussing boy troubles," remarked Levy, a charming, lithe, and petite girl with shoulder-length blue hair, dark brown eyes, fringe bangs that framed her face, and brow-length bangs combed back and kept in place with a bright yellow, crisscross pattern ribbon and a pink, 5-petal flower hairpin. As for her swimsuit, she was modeling a rather daring white, flower pattern bikini that contrasted her image as an outgoing but bookish girl. "I don't mind in the slightest," responded Vaughn, shaking his head before adopting a relaxed smile that caused Levy to flush nearly to her ears as he affirmed, "I consider myself extraordinarily fortunate just to be in the presence of so many cute and beautiful girls, yourself included. There he goes, casually flirting with just about anything with a pair of legs," remarked the anthropomorphic cat, Carla, crossing her arms and exhaling disapprovingly from her nose in her blue and white striped one-piece. She felt grateful toward Vaughn for looking after Wendy, helping her grow stronger, and allowing her to make many new friends, but she didn't approve of his harem-forming ways or the fact he was all Wendy seemed to talk about. "If yours were a little longer, I might flirt with you as well," teased Vaughn, punctuating his words with a wink that caused Carla to shudder from her feet to the tip of her tail before slapping the table and exclaiming, "Why, I would never, like a haughty noblewoman." There, he was just teasing you," said Wendy, pulling Carla onto her lap and hugging her in her green, white-trimmed, white and green frilled two-piece swimsuit, leaving her belly, shoulders and lower back exposed. She used to wear one-pieces, but she eventually switched to two-pieces, believing it would make her appear more mature. However, as her bottoms were adorned with a multi-layered, green, tutu-like skirt, she looked considerably more cute than mature. Bringing the conversation back to the original topic, Kana remarked, on a marginally more sober note, "Fairy tale will be significantly weakened with Urza out of the picture with a bun in the oven. With everything going on these past few months, now might not be the most opportune time for her to be out of commission." "I have considered that," affirmed Urza, offering a curt nod before adding, "Fortunately, Vaughn has the power to compress and accelerate the flow of time as much as 2,500 times. The plan is to wait for at least 9 to 10 months before setting aside a day to carry our child to term within an enclosed space." 2,500 times, parroted Lucy, eyes wide as she asked, "Wouldn't that be like 7 years if you spent a full day inside the space you're referring to?" "Such is the power of the dragon god of intertwining fates," affirmed Urza, glancing at Vaughn with a slightly narrow-eyed smile as she said, "I have great expectations for mine and Vaughn's children. In terms of pure genetics and the capacity to provide financial support, I doubt you can find a better contributor," noted Kana, briefly narrowing her dark purple eyes before bringing her silvery stein glass to her lips and taking several large gulps. "When you put it that way, maybe I should give up on Natsu and hop on the Vondwagon with Urza," proposed Lisana, mostly joking but partly serious as she appended, "Natsu is fun to be around, but he would likely view our kids more like younger siblings, and I'm not sure how reliable he would be as a provider. Not to mention that well-paying missions can take weeks or months to complete." Though he shook his head slightly, suggesting the words coming out of his mouth weren't completely genuine, Vaughn calmly asserted, "There are few things more important to fight for than love. You should do what you can to reach Natsu. And don't forget, even if he leaves on a mission, you can meet here whenever you please. Your children will also be welcome here, so while I would consider myself lucky to have such a beautiful girl at my side, I would likewise be satisfied with seeing you and Natsu obtain the happiness you and everyone deserve." "He really does have a way with words, doesn't he?" asked Earthland Myra Jane, directing the question and a smile to her counterpart, Myra Jane Edelas. In appreciation for his reuniting and enabling them both to spend time with Lisana, they had previously had a threesome with him, but only on one occasion. Since then, however, they had floated the idea of having many more between them, courtesy of Vaughn's S-rank bedroom arts. "Indeed, he does," affirmed Myra Jane Edelas, briefly narrowing her eyes and meeting Vaughn's gaze with a faint smile. At the same time, Lisana, the target of Von's words, couldn't help comparing Natsu to him, causing her to close her eyes and exhale a faint, exasperated sigh, as the only thing the latter had going for him was that his simple-mindedness allowed her to boss him around and, to an extent, control him when they were growing up together. Now, he was like a wild animal, and she wasn't sure she had the patience to retrain him. After enjoying his time with the girls of Fairy Tale, including a brief tryst where he got to experience Urza's incredibly skilled and Levy's earnest but inexperienced blowjob, Vaughn made his way to the venue reserved by Saray-Org a little more than half an hour early. There, he found well over a dozen nearly indistinguishable girls with medium-length, chestnut brown hair, matching eyes, and relatively conservative, knee-length made outfits hard at work getting things set up. "Ah, our perverted master and benefactor has arrived," observed Misaka, her heart quivering within her chest as she prepared her head for her master's lascivious caress, said one of the girls, prompting many others to gravitate toward Vaughn, each speaking in third person and verbalizing their observations. "How has everyone been? No one has been harassing you, have they?" asked Vaughn, using both hands to very briefly caress each of the Misaka's heads, prompting them to narrow their eyes contentedly during his caress before briefly puffing out their cheeks when it ended. It was admittedly a little uncanny, as each had a nearly identical reaction, but that was to be expected as most of their minds were linked through what was referred to as the Misaka network. "Outside of invasive questions and lascivious looks, everyone has treated us kindly and with consideration," answered Misaka, hoping that her quick and timely response would afford her a lengthier caress. Responded one of the closer Misaka, specifically Misaka 10092, prompting Vaughn to smile wryly before complying with her request. In total, more than 10,000 of the nearly identical girls had come into the Dragon's Pavilion's care as a result of Misaka Prime's request, and since they insisted on assisting their big sister with repaying her debt, they made up a considerable majority of the 1st through 6th floors staff and personnel. More worryingly, nearly every member of the networked group had developed a shared crush and prayed to him, for lack of a better expression, religiously. After extricating himself from the group of nearly identical girls, known as sisters, misbegotten, routinely abused, and experimented upon clones of the original Misaka Mikoto, Vaughn sat in his designated seat and waited for the rest of the banquet's attendees to appear. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long and was pleasantly surprised to see Issei appear, sporting an ingratiating smile and rubbing his hands together as he was accompanied by a pint-sized, imp-like man with spiky black hair, sharp red eyes, slightly pointed ears, prominent blush marks on his cheeks, trap jaw teeth, and a whip-like tail tipped with a silvery, trident-like blade. His attire consisted of a black, white fur-lined cloak, and the aura emanating from him, even while suppressed, was immense. Recognizing the pint-sized man as Gid Lushan Devi Luke, the Emperor of the Milky Way galaxy in the verse of To Love Are You, Vaughn couldn't help feeling a sense of foreboding, causing his pleasantly surprised expression to turn into a frown as his suspicions were promptly confirmed. "Oh? What's this? As expected of my son-in-law. You've prepared your father a feast, not just for the belly, but the eyes and soul," exclaimed Gid, beaming excitedly as he moved around like a blur, flipping the skirts of every sister present to expose their notably different panties. Issei's eyes initially flashed at this, followed by him nearly giving his father-in-law a thumbs up, but when he noticed Vaughn observing them with a very unamused expression, he promptly became statuesque, followed by his body breaking out in cold sweat. Chapter 193, Air. "Oh? That's a pretty scary face you're making there, friend," said Gid, stopping in front of Vaughn's seat a few centimeters off the ground, staring down at him with his chin raised pompously and an arrogant, daring smile on his face. "Stoupuyu," exclaimed Issei, using English with a Japanese accent as he practically flew across the banquet hall to position himself between Vaughn and Gid, facing the latter as he hastily explained, "Father-in-law. This is the man I told you about, Von Mason. He is the master of this palace and the Dragon's Pavilion, so we shouldn't." "Oh? So you're the big boss around here?" asked Gid, smacking Issei aside with enough force to send him crashing into the banquet hall wall before gathering energy at its tip. Closing his eyes and exhaling from his nose, Vaughn responded, "You can come back when you're willing to apologize and be reasonable." Though Gid looked like he had a response ready, he never got to voice it as he disappeared the instant Vaughn finished speaking, causing the energy he had gathered to disperse harmlessly. "The super perverted but omega kind master has saved us once again," expresses Mikoto, experiencing a maidenly crisis, said one of the nearby sisters, causing Vaughn to exhale faintly from his nose and shake his head before glancing in the direction Issei had been sent flying, knocking over and destroying several tables before cratering a wall upside down. "You still alive?" asked Vaughn, prompting Issei to spread his devil wings, allowing him to dislodge himself from the wall and flip right side up as he responded, "For now. And sorry about Gid. Since you've seen you know what, you should know what he's like. And you should know what these girls have gone through, never allow anyone to treat them as objects," stated Vaughn, narrowing his eyes and attempting to appear serious and poised, but the gazes of the sisters in the hall bore into him like lasers, causing him to feel awkward and a little uncomfortable. Their comments and predilection for referring to him as a super pervert as a term of endearment didn't help. After quickly repairing the banquet hall, courtesy of Graphia, Vaughn, seated next to Issei, asked, "How have you been, Issei? Seeing how chummy you were with your father-in-law, I presume things have progressed smoothly between you and Lala." "Actually," started Issei, his smile cramping before he faced forward and slumped, head and shoulders drooping as he revealed, "Things have been going great. I even managed to place 6th in the most recent exams." "But?" asked Vaughn. Swallowing audibly, Issei nervously met Vaughn's gaze from the corner of his eyes, causing Vaughn's to narrow as he revealed, I got carried away with Mikon, and now." With Issei seemingly unable to finish what he wanted to say, Sis promptly apprised Vaughn of the situation, compelling him to reach up and caress his face in ineffable exasperation. In the gouge version of To Love Are You that Issei had self-inserted into, Mikon wasn't a directly romanceable option but did appear in the photo of Yuaki Rito's harem in the True Galactic Harem King route. However, as that photo was taken several years in the future, after he had already cemented his position as Emperor of the Milky Way, Mikon was presently a 12 to 13-year-old girl. "Since it's technically not against the law in your world, I won't condemn or crucify you," stated Vaughn, his expression and tone making it clear he wasn't at all amused by the situation as he added, "But if you use this as a precedent to excuse expanding your strike zone, you will no longer have anything to do with me or the Dragon's Pavilion." "I deserve that," muttered Issei, slumping his head and shoulders even further. He knew better than anyone how cataclysmically he had fucked up, which was why he was currently in a race to become Gid's successor before he and Mikon became pariahs back on Earth. Exhaling another audibly exasperated sigh, Vaughn shook his head and did his best to salvage the conversation by revealing, "On my side, you should know that Rias, her mother, and Cora are pregnant." Hearing Vaughn's revelation, Issei blinked several times in surprise before staring at him incredulously and asking, "And you're the father?" "That's right," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. Demonstrating exasperation of his own, Issei massaged his eyes and forehead as he remarked, "I swear, man, you are literally the luckiest motherfucker in the multiverse." Though he had suspected something was going on between Vaughn and Venelana, particularly when she moved into the palace, Issei felt it would be too serendipitous if his dark-skinned counterpart managed to get his hands on both a mother and her absurdly beautiful daughter. If he knew of Vaughn's list, which included names like Sierra Fall and Gabriel, he might have an aneurysm and die of envy on the spot. With Serayorg finally arriving, accompanied by the spiky, blonde-haired Laxistriar from Fairy Tale, Vaughn left Issei to find a new conversation partner as he approached the tall and burly duo. "Ah, Vaughn! You made it," greeted Serayorg, not exactly shouting, but in a raised voice as he offered his right fist for their customary fist bump. "So you're the dragon god that everyone's been talking about back at the guild?" asked Laxus, sporting a firm, challenging expression as he sized Vaughn up with his sharp, steel-grey eyes, the right of which was marked by a lightning-shaped scar. Anew Makarov's grandson and possible successor, Laxus Driar, stated Vaughn, extending his fist to Laxus in turn, an action that caused his face to scrunch and a defiant glimmer to flash across his eyes. Placing his hand on Laxus's right shoulder, Sarayorg, sporting a friendly smile, stated, "Fair warning, friend, but if you and Vaughn were to fight at your current level, I'm afraid he would wipe the floor with you. But let's leave that for later. For now, we feast and make merry." Prompted by Sarayorg's shout, several people issued hurrahs of their own. By that point, 91 people had gathered for the banquet, more than half of which belonged to the Whitebeard pirates. The rest were either ascendees or personal friends of Sarayorg, including 4 members of his peerage and several other mid to low-ranking devils, many of whom had been ostracized or exiled from their clans and were now slated to join him as he expanded his influence through the tower. "You wouldn't think it based on his appearance, but he's a remarkably calculating man, isn't he?" hummed Sis, prompting Vaughn to offer a slight nod that Sarayorg interpreted as a response to his shout. Thus, after a few more pleasantries, Vaughn joined the ambitious man and his very prominent sideburns in an animated discussion with Whitebeard, the death-seeking ace, Laxus, Minato, and several other notable figures who held leadership positions in their respective worlds. "Yeah, Pops. Give them hell," shouted a member of the Whitebeard pirates, one of many cheering as the man they unpretentiously regarded as their father figure, Edward Newgate, brandished his colossal naginata, veiled by a sphere of hazy white energy, at Sarayorg. Sporting a confident, focused smile, Sarayorg's body briefly flickered before he appeared just out of range of Whitebeard's attack. Another flicker placed him in Whitebeard's blind spot, but the mustachioed man hadn't risen to the rank of an emperor of the sea without cause. There was a significant difference in his and Sarayorg's speed, but to the latter's surprise, he found the sole of a foot nearly as long as he was tall flying at him as Whitebeard had foreseen his movements, transiting from a broad, sweeping attack to a surprisingly swift, scythe-like kick that one wouldn't expect from a man his size. Since they were having a friendly match and he didn't wish to embarrass Whitebeard, Sarayorg received the former's heavy kick with his arms. The destructive reverberations that transmitted through his body as a result of Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi caused his bones to strain painfully, but as he was accustomed to such attacks from his frequent spars with Vaughn, he surprised Whitebeard and his crew tremendously by uncrossing his arms quickly, causing the 666 centimeters tall man to nearly stumble backward before he exhibited surprising athleticism by backflipping into a controlled slide. "Damn, punk, it's a good thing you're not from my world, or you would have flipped it upside down," remarked Whitebeard, sporting a smile as he struck a pose as if he were prepared to swing his naginata with great force. Sarayorg steeled himself to endure whatever the attack was, but he quickly realized Whitebeard was far more skilled with the use of his devil fruit than Vaughn as the hazy white sphere that came barreling toward him broke through his guard and pushed him back with the force of a mountain pressing down upon him. "He's not known as the strongest man in his world for nothing," thought Sarayorg, noticing that his body deformed around Whitebeard's attack as it bent space around it. Fortunately, while the attack had a paralytic effect due to the increasingly powerful reverberations it caused with his body, it wasn't something he couldn't endure or break free of. Utilizing short-range teleportation, Sarayorg appeared behind in the wake of Whitebeard's attack, causing the much larger man's gaze to harden as a veil of bright blue toki enveloped him, eventually forming the visage of a lion. "All right, brat, let's see what you've got," said Whitebeard, placing his naginata into his inventory before adopting a wide-armed stance like a bear prepared to leap at and maul its prey. Ever since he had become an ascendee, his health issues had largely become a thing of the past. Thus, while he needed to be careful not to strain himself, he could wield about 70% of the power in his prime. Slapping his hands together like a trap, Whitebeard caused red and black lightning to erupt from the space between his palms. Unfortunately, while his attack had caught Sarayorg, the much smaller man didn't seem fazed by it as he moved through it and landed a heavy punch to his gut. Leaving the members of his crew speechless, Whitebeard was sent flying backward faster than many of them could follow. Fortunately, they were in a training room of the dragon's palace, so even if they killed one another, they would simply respawn, mentally and spiritually drained but otherwise uninjured. Ugh, that brat! Groaned Whitebeard, surprising his children further as he appeared on the platform behind them in a flash of blush. Pops! Exclaimed the freckle-faced ace, rushing to Whitebeard's side and causing the elderly Yonko to wave him off and groan for him to stop embarrassing him with his concern. Thank you for the match, Newgate Dono. It was a genuine privilege. Expressed Sarayorg, cupping his right fist with his left hand and offering Whitebeard a courteous bow that caused the much larger man to snort and retort, a privilege, my ass. Just wait till I have a chance to get my boys into the tower. I'll catch up to you in no time at all. Nodding, Sarayorg affirmed, I look forward to it, before passing his gaze over the assembled crowd and raising his voice to ask, does anyone else wish to issue a challenge, or should we turn this little get-together into a proper free-for-all? All right. Let's do it, shouted Luffy, kicking things off by extending his right foot far further than was normal, kicking an unfortunate member of the Whitebeard pirates in the back and sending him flying. Witnessing Luffy's actions, Vaughn couldn't help exhaling from his nose but retained an easy-going smile until Sanji, spinning rapidly and appearing from what would have been his blind spot if not for his domain, shouted, Concash, while endeavoring to execute an axe kick to the top of his head. Catching Sanji's ankle without flinching, Vaughn gazed up at him and asked, seriously, before shaking his head and turning his body to the side as the blonde-haired chef tried to trample his face with his heel. What Vaughn didn't expect was that, midway through his motion of flinging his would-be assailant through the air, Minato would appear behind him, softly but swiftly touching his right shoulder before immediately disappearing. He marked me, noted Vaughn, sending Sanji bowling into a group of 5 people before spreading his 7 pairs of wings to push everyone in his immediate surroundings away from him. If he wanted, removing Minato's mark was as easy as simply wanting it to be removed, but since he was a little curious to see what the legendary Yellow Flash had in mind, he let it remain. Chapter 194, Presentation. With Vaughn rising into the sky for a better vantage, Marco, a round-faced man with a hairstyle reminiscent of a pineapple, ascended after him with blue and yellow wings in place of his arms and tail feathers reminiscent of a phoenix. Pardon me, Your Majesty, exclaimed Marco, regaining ordinary limbs and spinning acrobatically through the air to drop a kick onto Vaughn's left forearm, his foot resembling that of a bird wreathed in the same blue and yellow flames as his former wings. Everyone's trying to kick me today, remarked Vaughn, causing a bead of sweat to form on the right side of Marco's face as, despite putting his full weight and power behind the attack, the former's arm barely budged 2 millimeters. Lightning Dragon's Roar. Before Vaughn could decide if or how he wanted to punish Marco's attempt to blitz him, Laxus unleashed a wide, pillar-like laser of highly condensed lightning elemental energy empowered by Dragon Force. Vaughn was able to block it fairly easily with his wings, but since he wasn't utilizing his aura of karmic protection, he found himself pushed back several meters. He is an S-class mage, after all. Vaughn mused. This placed Laxus on par with mid-ranking devils that had just been promoted to high rank based on merit, but as he was gradually closing the distance between himself and Sarayorg, nothing short of a peak high-ranking devil could penetrate his defenses. Giga Dragon Shot. Just as Vaughn was wondering who among the rapidly spreading group, besides Sarayorg, he had to worry about, Issei, modeling his red, mech-like, dragon-themed balance breaker armor, assailed him with a crimson laser wide enough to fill his vision. This had got to be the effect of my title, concluded Vaughn, closing and encasing himself in his wings like a cocoon, several of his outer feathers disintegrating as he was pushed back several hundred meters by Issei's mountain-piercing beam attack. As for the title he was referencing, it was Object of Envy, which passively provoked those who felt envy or jealousy toward him during combat. Unfurling his wings after Issei's attack abated, Vaughn barely had time to register his surroundings before the former appeared before him, already throwing a punch. How is he already this fast? Vaughn wondered, his mind filling with a frigid sensation as he narrowly shifted to evade Issei's attack, transitioning into a snapping spin that allowed him to backhand the armored youth with his wings, producing a whip-like crack and a visible shockwave. Nice! But it'll take more than that to knock me out of the sky, shouted Issei, quickly recovering, accompanied by Drake shouting the word that haunted the dreams of his surviving opponent. Boost! With Issei's power and speed nearly doubling, Vaughn briefly lost his vision as the former landed a meteoric right punch to the center of his face and sent him flying further into the sky, causing the clouds he passed through to disperse. Remember, you also have cheat-like abilities. Vaughn reminded himself, his icy expression contrasting his thoughts. A split second later, Issei was right in front of him, his velocity reaching several hundred times the speed of sound as he twisted his body and attempted to bifurcate him with the long, segmented, blade-like tail that protruded from the center of his back rather than the base. Catching Issei by surprise, Vaughn's body was bifurcated, but the space his tail passed through resembled a golden hologram. At the same time, Vaughn thrust his luminous right hand forward like a spear, piercing clean through Issei's chest armor and the brown-haired youth's chest up to his wrist. Demonstrating impressive resilience, Issei grabbed Vaughn's forearm with his hands, squeezing it tight enough to violently splinter the bones within as he asked, "Was that the power of the Pika Pika no mi?" "You're not the only one who has gotten stronger," responded Vaughn, his hand and forearm emitting blinding golden light that burned Issei from the inside before erupting from his back in the form of a long, luminous blade. Then, knowing that Issei would respawn, Vaughn mended his broken bones and raised his hand at near light speed, producing what appeared to be a solid wall of golden light but was actually his light-formed blade, slicing Issei from chest to crown before he had another chance to trigger Drake's power. "I always knew he was holding back, but not to this extent," thought Seraorg, holding a member of the Whitebeard pirates by their collar as he, alongside many of the others brawling, looked up at the dozens of fiery, golden, building, and even skyscraper-sized meteors about to rain down on them from above. "Ha! Who do you think you are, Akainu?" shouted Whitebeard, taking the initiative to slam the back of his left fist at the approaching meteors, creating glistening white cracks that spread nearly 10 meters in random directions. The meteors along the periphery were unaffected, but 4 of those near the center of the formation flattened like cans being crushed before splintering into countless pieces of shrapnel. "All right, Regulus. Let's show him what we can do," shouted Seraorg, prompting a lion-masked youth with spiky, dark orange hair and golden eyes to rush toward him before abruptly scatting into golden streams that impacted his king's body and took the form of shiny golden armor with the visage of an open-mouthed lion on the chest. From the helmet around his head, a prominent mane of orange, gold-tinted hair exploded from the back as his aura increased to rival that of an ultimate-class devil. Finished with his transformation, Seraorg beamed and took to the sky like a rocket, veiled in fiery golden toki. The meteor directly in his path burst apart and fragmented into countless pieces as he pierced through it like a beam of golden light, but it was just the first as he smashed through each of the meteors in turn, moving with such speed that he left behind a brief, unbroken pattern of golden light that zigzagged through the sky. "No offense, but your father and the Bale clan must be filled with fools," remarked Vaughn, materializing from a brief flash of golden light near where Seraorg stopped and gazed back at the scene of destruction, presumably to admire his handiwork. "I won't argue with you on that," responded Seraorg, shrugging casually before staring back at Vaughn with a broad, battle-hungry smile and asking, "So, what now? Do you want to go all out or leave it a mystery which of us is stronger?" Shaking his head, Vaughn calmly professed, "In terms of raw speed, power, and durability, you're far beyond me as I am. My singular advantage is my authority, and if I employed that, there isn't much you can do. Not without advancing from an ascendee to a transcendee, at least. In other words, I'll need to overcome the trial of the 50th floor if I want to experience your true power," determined Seraorg, holding up his right fist and beaming confidently as he affirmed, "Look forward to it." Because I won't abandon my pursuit even after I've become strong enough to rival and even surpass you, Off-Eyes, and the Great Red. Sounds like fun, responded Vaughn, extending his right fist, the skin of his knuckles flaking away and his hand bursting into golden flames as a result of Seraorg's toki. Despite this, he maintained a poised, friendly smile as he and the golden, lion-like man customarily bumped fists. "Thank you, my lord," moaned Misla, her body trembling with intense pleasure from the tips of her toes to the top of her head as Vaughn released a tremendous quantity of semen into the deepest regions of her pussy as she lay on her stomach, clinging to a thick pillow and propping herself with her forearms to prevent her breasts from being squished painfully beneath her. "I'm expecting a child just as extraordinary as Seraorg," whispered Vaughn, lying on top of Misla with his body veiling hers like a blanket. In response to his words, spoken directly into her left ear, a powerful tremor resonated from Misla's core, causing her to tremble and close her eyes tightly as the walls of her pussy contracted like a greedy vice. "Good girl," whispered Vaughn, kissing Misla's cheek before shifting back without his penis leaving her pussy, allowing him to draw her back into a top-down, booty-up posture. Breeding devils took a concerted effort, so it was currently just him, Misla, and as much time as they needed to make sure she was pregnant. Fortunately for her, even pregnancy tests used by devils required a minimum of 10 days to reflect positively, so she was set to receive a lot of love before the long night concluded. October 29 DXD/June 22 DBT. "I presume you had a pleasant time," hummed Venelana, appearing with Grafia after Vaughn called for them. As for the reason for her remark, it was Misla, snuggling up to Vaughn with the dazed and contented expression of a maiden in love as they sat together at the head of his bed. Someone's womb decided to be mischievous by refusing to ovulate, so it took 35 days. Revealed Vaughn, prompting the smile on Misla's face to broaden as she closed her eyes and playfully contended, "If it affords me more of Ga Shujin Sama's ardent care and attention, I'll be as naughty and as mischievous as permitted. As long as you're a proper lady before our children," muttered Vaughn, kissing the top of Misla's head before directing his gaze to Venelana and stating, "I will entrust Misla to your care. Also, please clear my schedule between now and the beginning of the next tower cycle. I'm in a bit of an indulgent and lazy mood, so I'm going to take it slow and play things out at a comparably normal speed." "Understood," responded Venelana, closing her eyes and offering a slight bow before departing shortly with Misla. In their wake, Grafia didn't need to ask to understand why Vaughn hadn't given her a task, a narrow-eyed smile adorning her face as she modeled for him a variety of panty, hose, and stocking combinations before making herself comfortable atop his face. "You might be relieved to hear that I punished Issei thoroughly for what he did back in the world of To Love Are You," revealed Rias, caressing Vaughn's smooth and silky hair as he borrowed her lap as a pillow and pressed his forehead to her stomach. She was surprised when he suddenly invited her out for a picnic, and now that they were seated at the base of a large tree amidst a seemingly endless field of flowers, she wished she could freeze the moment and preserve it eternally. "How thoroughly?" asked Vaughn, mostly as a courtesy, as the only things that mattered to him at that exact moment were Rias and the life she had burgeoning in her womb. "I had him placed in a wooden pillory that seals demonic power and had Kaiba give his bottom 10,000 smacks with a studded metal paddle," revealed Rias, adding, "But if you believe that is insufficient, that's fine for now," responded Vaughn, reiterating what he had said to Issei, muttering, "I can't condemn him for engaging in the act of incest when I'm involved with you and your mother, and since the laws of that world are uncharacteristically lax, he isn't guilty of any crimes. I told him that as long as he restricts his behavior to the setting of To Love Are You and doesn't use this leeway as an excuse to expand his strike zone, it will be regarded as a one-off exception. Then I will refrain from punishing him further until his next inevitable lapse in judgment," sighed Rias. She used to find Issei's antics cute, but now that she was expecting her first child and had the burden of acting as de facto president and chairwoman of the Dragon's Pavilion, she had hopes that he would mature quickly and not cause further trouble for her and Vaughn. Chapter 195, Togetherness. October 30 DXD/June 23 DBT. After 2 days of leisure, Vaughn spent the final few hours until the tower's opening at Jack Os and Dizzy's cottage with Luperia in tow, the four of them enjoying a hearty meal together before settling in on the living room sofa to cuddle and watch movies. He had made arrangements for Jacko and Dizzy to enter the tower, but since Luperia was much too young, he eventually placed her in bed and remained at her side until she had fallen into a deep sleep, aided by his A-rank petting skill. I hope she gets along with her brothers and sisters because she's going to have a lot of them, mused Vaughn, sliding up Luperia's bangs to kiss her forehead before carefully leaving her bed and returning to Jacko and Dizzy downstairs. All right, unless a meteor crashes in through the ceiling, she isn't waking up within the next 8 hours, stated Vaughn, habitually caressing Dizzy's head as she had a habit of holding it at the perfect angle to provoke him into doing so. Are you sure you're going to be able to hold out, not seeing us for a full 4 months? Asked Jacko, sporting a playful smile and modeling her exceptionally tantalizing white bodysuit. Thankfully, Dizzy wasn't wearing her skirted bodice, large sleeve and black panty combo, but she was still bound to garner significant attention in form-fitting, black, yoga-like pants and a deep-cut, black and white top with belted sleeves and a flared gap at the front that exposed her belly button. I'm definitely going to miss you both, affirmed Vaughn, his voice low as he gestured for Jacko to come closer with his right hand, leading to her stepping into his embrace, allowing him to hug both her and Dizzy. For a brief moment, the urge to cup and caress her bottom nearly overwhelmed him, but he managed to resist it and preserve the sanctity and tenderness of the moment. It is nearly time, muttered Dizzy, wishing to prolong the moment but eager to enter the tower and take the first steps on her path to becoming stronger alongside her adoptive mother. All right, you two, take care of one another, said Vaughn, weakening his hold on the two girls to give Jacko a lingering peck on the lips before turning to Dizzy, raising her bangs as he had for Luperia, and planting a second kiss on her forehead. She surprised him with a reciprocatory kiss on the cheek, but he just smiled and caressed her head until each of them received a notification asking if they would like to enter the tower. Day 2. After hosting a banquet to welcome the newest batch of ascendees to the first floor, Vaughn waited a day to give them a chance to acclimate and explore before making himself available for consultation. Kaka. Following Mikoto, sporting a maid outfit, opening the door to his office, Vaughn was greeted by the sight of a tall, curvaceous woman with bright pink eyes, long, billowy, free-flowing blonde hair that extended past her waist, and notably mint green and sunflower yellow highlights. Her outfit was rather revealing, further emphasizing her physique, and consisted of largely lavender-hued material, dark red and black gloves with a distinctly Eastern design, lavender boots that rose past her knees, a belt strap top that was more like a bra with crisscrossing straps across her body, and a notably short skirt that barely covered more than a third of her thighs, the left of which was bound in 4 crisscrossing black belts that somehow adhered to her skin instead of sliding as she moved. Though he had largely stopped perusing anime and manga related to ascendees to spare himself the pressure and anxiety of having to worry about what was transpiring in each world, Vaughn recognized the woman from his brief review of every ascendee's profile, allowing him to smile and state, "Lord Milla Maxwell, welcome. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? I wish to behold the countenance of one who refers to himself as a dragon god," revealed Milla, one of the central protagonists of a video game series called Tales of Xillia. She was also one of 2 spirit lords in her world, a presently weakened but godlike entity who held dominion over the 4 great elemental spirits, Ifrit, Undine, Sylph, and Gnome. "That's a simple enough request," responded Vaughn, rising to his feet and turning his face from side to side with a smile as he asked, "Well, what do you think?" Nodding, Milia affirmed, "You certainly possess the qualities of one who transcends even the great spirits. I have never before sensed such pure and pleasant mana. I would liken it to basking in the sun's rays on a cool spring day." "Thanks for the compliment," responded Vaughn, smiling and taking a seat, prompting Milla to do the same. Due to the shortness of her skirt, it rode up a bit, revealing the front of her pastel lavender panties, but only briefly as she crossed her right leg over her left, crossed her arms in a way that emphasized her breasts, and appended, "I apologize, for there is another matter I would trouble you with. Rather, it is the reason I came here in the first place." "No need to apologize," countered Vaughn, shaking his head and adopting a marginally broader smile as he appended, "When you're ready, I will hear what you have to say and give it the consideration it is due." "You have my sincerest gratitude," responded Milla, placing her right hand over her heart in a way that saw her wrist nestle into her cleavage as she closed her eyes and lowered her head. She appeared to have no awareness of how distracting her actions could be, but Vaughn managed to appear calm and dignified as she raised her head, opened her eyes, and regaled him with the tale of her past, how she had been separated from the four great spirits, and how she had temporarily allied with an aspiring doctor named Jude to escape a military research complex which she had been investigating as a result of many spirits perishing, leaving the world itself to slowly wither and die. As for her request, she sought the Dragon's Pavilion's aid in reclaiming the four great elemental spirits and ending the kingdom of Rashugal's reckless, patently evil ambitions. In exchange, she was willing to give them everything. Day 19. With 2 days passing without any clients, Vaughn decided it was time to continue his exploration of the corridor or, more accurately, the Abyssal Maw. Instead of entering alone, however, he materialized on the island's largest white sand beach with a rather expansive retinue to increase the efficiency of harvesting Origina points, including Graphia, Venelana, Rias, Sana, Ravel, Akeno, Tsubaki, Konako, Asia, Zenovia, Roxanne, Cora, Urza, Lysina, Milla, and, after much consideration, Kunu, Rico, Fran, Tanya, Mikoto, Toma, Colette, Felt, Subaru, Kazuma, Lalatina, Darkness, Yoko, Simon, and many more who had taken up residence on the tower's first floor or become affiliates of the Dragon's Pavilion. "All right, as was explained previously, the monsters here are far stronger than those you encountered on the first floor of the tower," stated Vaughn, standing atop a small stage prepared by Graphia, allowing him to be seen by and address the 39 people gathered for the exploration. "That said, greater challenges mean greater rewards, so don't be afraid to take calculated risks," appended Vaughn. "The Dragon's Pavilion will prepare a centralized safe zone, lodgings, and relaxation facilities, so once you've had your fill of exploration, you can return here on foot or utilizing return crystals. We will set up a large waypoint crystal here and smaller ones at any checkpoints discovered." Following Vaughn's words, demonstrating the capabilities of the Dragon's Pavilion, Graphia, Venelana, Rias, Sana, and Ravel combined their efforts to erect a large, pre-prepared lodge-style resort with white walls and an expansive seaside pool. The Abyssal Maw had a distinct tropical setting and climate, so the minority of the males present had already discarded their shirts and upper armor, and many of the females had changed into bikini tops, tank tops, or sports bras, so the pool was prepared as a safe alternative to swimming in the Kaija-filled sea beyond. After drawing everyone's gazes back to him with a crisp, reverberating clap of his hands, Vaughn's smile broadened as he stated, "If you want to treat this as a vacation, feel free. Just know that if you make any major or important discoveries, the rewards will be worth the effort and risk. With that, I wish each of you the best of luck." Finished with what he had to say, Vaughn disembarked the stage via the stairs on its left side. As he did, Rico, carrying an oversized pickaxe and modeling her backless Delver outfit without the jacket, approached him with Tanya, Kunu, and Colette. The four notably blonde girls had formed an official party dubbed the Golden Quartet, so Vaughn was unsurprised to see them together, smiling as they approached. "Did the four of you need something from me?" asked Vaughn. "I was just curious about something," started Rico, sporting a smile of her own as she clarified, "since you said this place isn't in the tower, would it be possible to have Nanaki and Mitty come here from the tutorial floor? It would be a good opportunity to improve our teamwork before we delve into the 5th layer of the abyss." "It's possible," affirmed Vaughn, nodding. After the tremendous favor she had done for them, Nanaki and Midi readily agreed to aid Rico and Reg in tracking down the former's mother and uncovering the secrets of their world's abyss. Since they basically had the strength of children, however, Rico delayed their expedition and used nearly all of her savings to secure the duo's entry into the tower, affording them 4 months to grow much stronger before they proceeded into the abyss's depths. That's great. They're already waiting together in Nanaki's room, so if you could bring them here, I would really appreciate it, chimed Rico, a broad smile adorning her face. Her confidence had grown tremendously after getting her hands on her mother's signature weapon, the explosion-producing pickaxe, Blaze Reap, and though her height hadn't increased as much as she would have liked, her biceps and shoulders were beginning to gain a hint of definition from swinging around the pickaxe for hours at a time. "All right, then," responded Vaughn, taking a moment to caress Rico's head, causing her to narrow her eyes and smile even more radiantly before he had Sis transport Nanaki and Midi over. The latter briefly pounced on him when she was summoned, causing Nanaki to develop a slight pout due to them having officially become boyfriend and girlfriend, but it only lasted until Vaughn caressed the rabbit-like Nerhate's head and everyone else's in turn. If I hadn't already faced down much larger sea kings, this would be terrifying, thought Vaughn, floating above and holding the gaze of a large reptilian, serpent-esque creature with azure blue scales and sharp spines on its back, yellowish scales on his belly, a vaguely draconic visage, and muscular limbs tipped with vicious claws and webbing. It was easily more than 200 m long, but considering there were sea kings that exceeded 5 kilometers in length, it seemed cute in comparison. As if it understood that Vaughn was extraordinarily dangerous, the large sea creature didn't lunge at him. Instead, as the former floated a few meters above it in the abyssal maws-encompassing sea, it eventually sank, very slowly, into the dark depths it had emerged from. Fortunately for it, Vaughn found its caution and implied intelligence extremely interesting, so since it had picked self-preservation over conflict, he cupped his right fist with his left hand, closed his eyes, and offered the vanishing creature a slight bow before rising to the surface where a large yacht helmed by Jacko and a black bikini-clad Dizzy awaited with a towel. A/N, I've had some unplanned medical expenses these past 2 months, so if you're enjoying the story and would like to see it continue, please consider becoming a patron or donating to my PayPal at paypal.me/Einlian. I would greatly appreciate it. Chapter 196, Caution. Day 20. As it was the most conspicuous spot on the island, Vaughn, accompanied by Graphia, found himself standing on the rim of the nearly 10 km tall volcano at its center. "It doesn't look particularly welcoming, does it?" asked Vaughn, referring to a large, medieval-looking, obsidian-black castle protruding from a lake of broiling lava, its front entrance accessible via a long, precarious bridge. Most notably, like everything else on the island, it seemed to be scaled to accommodate giants rather than people. "Shall I clear a path and roll out a red carpet?" asked Graphia, holding up her right hand with a sphere of pure, highly concentrated demonic power appearing above her palm. With a wave of heat rising from the volcano's caldera, causing the air to briefly go from -60 to nearly 1,200 degrees, Vaughn squinted his eyes but otherwise had no reaction as he casually responded, "Let's not be hasty. There is a chance this is the abode of a future friend of ours, so let's be courteous." "If that is Ga-Shujin-sama's desire," responded Graphia, closing her hand and scattering the energy sphere, which could have leveled an entire city block if allowed to detonate. "If we're discussing desires," muttered Vaughn, turning his head to stare back at Graphia, modeling one of the skimpier versions of her maid outfit, which included no top and frilly, black and white, crotchless panties. She wore comparably normal clothing when other people were present, but as it was just the two of them, she had no qualms about bearing her all. "Does Ga-Shujin-sama see something he likes?" questioned Graphia, a faint blush tinting her playfully smiling expression when Vaughn smoothly countered, "I see someone I love." Since he felt like doing so, Vaughn approached, grasped Graphia's bottom, and pulled her crotch snugly against his as he emphasized his words by giving her a protracted kiss. Then, with a playful smile of his own, he met her gaze and proposed, "Shall we see if this castle has a master or guest room we can make use of? The only thing I desire more is Ga-Shujin-sama inside me at this very moment," hummed Grafia, prompting an immediate change in Vaughn's plans. They still entered and explored the castle, just not at that exact moment. "This place should probably be off limits to anyone below B rank who doesn't have high fire resistance," remarked Vaughn, holding up his left hand to produce a barrier, blocking a highly pressurized stream of bright orange lava, unleashed by a 5-meter-tall flaming hound with crimson skin, a thick mane that produced noxious black smoke, and fiery orange teeth and eyes. The monster, aptly called a hellhound, was only C rank, but its ability to expel a seemingly endless amount of molten lava made it a problematic opponent in confined spaces like the castle's corridors. Fortunately, while it could unleash multiple streams, the hellhound could only maintain them for a few seconds before ostensibly needing to inhale to gather internal pressure. The moment it did, Vaughn used his legendary spear, set with a frost-emanating spearhead that appeared to be carved from ice, to pierce the hellhound's chest, causing a flower of ice to bloom and encompass its entire body. With the hellhound defeated, the lava expelled from its maw evaporated into motes of black and orange light, much like its body. In its wake, Vaughn and Grafia made their way over to find a dark red collar with a thin silver chain attached, prompting the former to raise his brows, smile, and muse, "I suppose it would make sense for a canine monster to drop a collar." Extending and drawing the collar to his right hand using his unique form of telekinesis, Vaughn's right brow rose further before he exhaled a chuckle, shook his head, and passed it off to Grafia to inspect. Once she had, her silver eyes flashed as she commented, "This would make an excellent gift for a Keno-san. Though, I presume its effects would apply to any woman who has experienced Ga-Shujin-sama's consideration." Dash. Crimson Collar of the Masochist. Rank, C. P.Def, 60. M.Def, 110. Enchantment, S. Pride of the Masochist, Pleasure Enhancement, C. Comfortable Fit, D. An enchanted collar specially crafted to be used in S&M play. When worn by those with masochistic tendencies, it drastically increases the amount of pleasure they experience at the hands of their master. As a side effect, it prevents self-gratification. Special properties can only be fastened and removed by the person the intended wearer recognizes as their master. Charm plus 10. Dash. MMM. I prefer your necks being bare," remarked Vaughn, causing Grafia to raise her chin and close her eyes as he touched and caressed her neck with his left hand before burying his face into the space between her neck and left shoulder, kissing it. "Ga-Shujin-sama," sighed Grafia, her voice tinged with heat and passion as she was reminded of the past when they were alone with no restraint or inhibitions between them. High-pitching whining. Accompanied by a sound akin to fireworks being launched, several fiery bats barreled toward Vaughn and Grafia at high speed. Vaughn noticed them and was prepared to act, but before he had the chance, Grafia raised her left hand behind him and released an invisible wave that caused the bats to briefly freeze in place before dropping to the floor dead. Instant death magic, noted Vaughn, returning his attention to Grafia's neck and grabbing her waist. The thought they were hardly making any progress crossed his mind, but if he had to choose between exploring an oven-like castle and attending to the needs of the mother of his children, he would choose the latter 99.999% of the time. Though it took considerably longer than it should have, Vaughn and Grafia eventually found themselves in an antechamber with two massive, highly ornate stone doors, each approximately 20 meters tall with the fiery-eyed visage of a dragon protruding from their surface. "This is a boss door if I've ever seen one," remarked Vaughn, craning his head back to look up at the dragon's visage embossed on its surface, finding it strangely familiar. He was sure he had never seen it before, but something about it resonated with him. Reaching out with his right hand to touch the door's surprisingly cool surface, Vaughn was made to tense when a notification window appeared before him. Dash. Third trial, Leavitian's Embrace. Absolute power is such that it consumes or subsumes all else. Thus, to stand at the pinnacle, one must have the capacity to destroy but the self-restraint not to. Creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, and while it may be the nature of flames to consume, it is within them that blades are forged, and from the ashes produced in their wake, new life is allowed to sprout and grow. /////warning, ///// Beyond these doors lies the blade or promise, Leviathan, and countless false blades forged by a blacksmith forgotten to creation. The yearning of these blades to consume will unleash inextinguishable flames that will not abate until the true Leviathan is found. ////warning, / Inextinguishable flames. My intuition tells me we shouldn't open this door if we want to continue exploring this floor in peace, remarked Vaughn, picturing a scene of flames pouring out of the door or the volcano outside erupting, sweeping across the island and consuming everything in its path. The island's layout and the volcano's position at its exact center were too conspicuous for nothing to occur. Indeed, affirmed Graphia, offering a slight nod as she contended, if the previous floor drew inspiration from Nibelheim, there is a fair chance this one could come to denote Muspelheim, the realm of eternal flame. Though, if I remember correctly, Leviathan is a twining wand carved and wielded by Loki. It is said that during the time of Ragnarok, the twig-like blade will be used to deal the final blow to Vidrufnir, the bird that nests between the brows of Hrisvelgr, a primordial wind god who governs the changing of seasons and sits atop the world tree, Yggdrasil. But that's only the case in the world you originate, remarked Vaughn, his eyes narrowing as he retracted his hand from the door and stated, here within the corridor, it is evidently linked to perennially burning flames and, if I'm interpreting the text of the trial correctly, rebirth. That does appear to be the case, confirmed Graphia, offering a second nod before falling silent with her eyes closed and hands resting atop her abdomen, having noticed that Vaughn was deep in thought and not wanting to disturb him. All right, since we know this is the location of the third trial, we'll close it off for the time being and return to it once the rest of the island has been thoroughly explored, decided Vaughn, curious to learn what lay beyond the two doors but not so much that he was willing to inconvenience or imperil those currently exploring the floor. There was also an assortment of flora and fauna that showed signs of being genuinely alive, and he would prefer not to see them destroyed because of his carelessness. Then, once Gashujin-sama's curiosity has been satisfied, I will prepare a barrier that should prevent others from accessing this place, intentionally or otherwise, stated Graphia. Excellent, said Vaughn, adopting a broad smile as he met Graphia's silvery gaze with slightly narrowed eyes and an appreciative smolder. There was still much of the obsidian black castle they had yet to explore, including a complex, magma-themed dungeon that seemed to permeate the entirety of the supervolcano, so they spent the remainder of the day investigating before simply declaring the region around it off-limits. Day 69. After establishing it as a kind of tradition during the previous tower cycle, Vaughn spent much of his 69th day in the tower with various girls seated on his face, allowing him to commit their scents to memory and eat them out as they took turns sucking him off or making out as one woman sat on his face and another rode his dick. Near the end, he was blindfolded and told not to use his domain after Rias grew curious regarding his capacity to tell them apart, but even with several additional handicaps, the only pussy he guessed incorrectly was one he genuinely didn't recognize, belonging to a recently contracted first-grade maid named Jo, originating from an anime called Bakuretsu Tenshi. Vaughn didn't mind too much, as he found Jo's cool persona, lithe body, short and feathery silver grey hair, crimson eyes and notably bubbly butt very appealing, but it was more than a little jarring to learn he had been eating out a woman he had only ever spoken to on 2 occasions before subsequently claiming her virginity. Day 120. With the tower's 4th cycle drawing toward its conclusion, Vaughn sat with a contented smile at a long table overlooking a crowded banquet hall. Sana had put forth the idea of hosting a festival and the usual end-of-cycle banquet within the corridor, so rather than just those who were entrenched on the first floor, ascendees from all floors had convened to drink, feast, and make merry. Another idea was to host the feast back at the palace, but since there were a few too many hoops they would have to jump through, and Vaughn didn't want to overwhelm the sisters. He made the executive decision to host it within the corridor. "It's a shame our pregnancies didn't progress while we were inside the tower," remarked Rias, drawing Vaughn's attention to the conversation she and her mother were having immediately to his right. He was also keen to see their bellies gradually inflate, but since their bodies aged in real time in comparison to the tower's accelerated flow, their pregnancies had only progressed by around 8 hours. This was objectively advantageous, as it gave them ample time and opportunity to nurture their coming children, but it also implied that unless they skipped a few cycles, they would have to endure being pregnant for 45 rather than 9 months. Chapter 197, Arrangement. November 1 DXD/June 25 DBT. After visiting Bulma and sharing a meal with her and her parents, Vaughn teleported to his room in the Black Tower, prompting a throaty moan to emanate from behind him as Sulbai, who had been sleeping in his bed, roused, stretched like a cat with her butt sticking in the air, and sat up, rubbing her right eye sleepily as she remarked, "Welcome back, Master. Can Sulbai be of service to you?" Alluding to the type of service she was referring to, Sulbai pressed her exposed, fur-covered black breasts together and pushed them up with her usually closed eyes opening slightly to reveal glistening carmine irises and distinctive, heart-shaped pupils. Continued basking in the rays of the blue moon and a steady diet of special crops had caused her to grow and develop a great deal, but while her height had increased by nearly 20 centimeters since her evolution, the crown of her head barely reached his diaphragm while standing. What do you think, Aileen?" asked Vaughn, prompting a window to appear to his right, along with Eileen's voice answering "MMN. I would prefer it if you rushed over as quickly as possible, but I'm kind of curious. I read in the Tower Guide that black service bunnies adapt to the master they had in mind during their transformation, so, theoretically, it should be possible." "Oh? Is it finally Sulbai's turn to shine?" chimed Sulbai, scooting to the edge of the bed before eagerly turning around and bending over with her head low, her notably purred and round bottom sticking out, and her black-nailed fingers spreading herself to reveal a pretty pink interior as her large and fluffy tail wagged excitedly from side to side. "It does look deeper than one would expect, given her size," noted Vaughn, having witnessed a similar sight many times. Thus, after a brief moment of consideration, he approached for a closer look, causing Sulbai to tremble with excitement and a thread of fragrant fluid to leak from her contracting insides as he replaced her hands with his own and parted her notably soft and velvety vulva with his thumbs. "Master, Sulbai is supposed to be the one serving you," mewed Sulbai, her plump and pliant thighs quivering as Vaughn disregarded her words and brought his lips to her lower mouth and unceremoniously invaded her increasingly hot insides with his tongue. "Home, sweet home," sighed Vaughn, falling face first onto his bed after spending 28 straight days with Aileen. She originally wanted him to stay for 4 months, arguing that it was only fair since he spent a similar amount of time with the rest of his harem, but he was able to talk her down after a considerable amount of effort and coaxing. "Dragons are frightening creatures," thought Vaughn, a faint smile adorning his face as he rolled onto his back, scratched his belly with his right hand, and considered whether he wanted to rest and recuperate alone or invite someone to cuddle. The obvious candidate was Lupharia, but as she was the first person he visited after his return, he ultimately messaged Konako to see if she was willing. The white-haired Nico Xiao had lost a bit of her huggability due to her body rapidly maturing in preparation for her giving birth, but he didn't mind spooning. November 3 DXD/June 27 DBT. It's not impossible for us to intervene," confirmed Vaughn, sitting in the bath with Fubuki seated atop his thighs closer to his knees, using a mix of her hands and psychic powers to handle and stimulate his cock as she groused about personal issues and told him about a fortune-teller named Shivabawa's prediction of a god-level threat in her planet's destruction within 6 months. Vaughn knew her world would ultimately be protected by Saitama, but Sis calculated the death toll to be in the hundreds of millions on the low end. "But I can't issue a second request while I'm still repaying the debt from my first debt, is that right?" asked Fubuki, her sharp eyes narrowing ever so slightly as she revealed, "That's another matter I wish to discuss. I was considering bringing my sister here. Considering her standing as the number 2 hero, she should have significant leeway in forming a contract with the pavilion. We can meet with her, at the very least, confirmed Vaughn. But didn't you say she was a temperamental witch with a propensity to wield her power first and ask questions or for forgiveness later? And that wasn't an embellishment, appended Fubuki. However, given the power and means of the Dragon's Pavilion, I'm sure you could handle her and abide a bit of rudeness. As if it were supposed to convince him, Fubuki used the thumb of her right hand to stimulate the tip of Vaughn's glands while leaning forward to emphasize her prominent bust. It was quite the sight, but Vaughn's casual smolder didn't change as he held her gaze and asked, "When do you plan to bring her over?" "Within 6 months" could mean 6 months or 6 minutes from now. "I've made arrangements to have dinner with her this evening at 6 p.m. on the first floor of the palace," revealed Fubuki, knowing full well that Vaughn was commonly busy past 5 p.m. but narrowing her green eyes seductively and stating, "If you could join us once we've finished our meal, that would be ideal." Tatsumaki is generally less cranky after she's filled her belly with delicious food, and the restaurants here in the palace are sure to meet her expectations. "I could," affirmed Vaughn. "But it would probably be better for everyone if the two of you met me in a training room once you've finished your meal. If she ends up raging and causes serious harm to the palace's personnel, I would have no choice but to expel and blacklist her. MMN. I can't deny there's a high probability of her using her power to test or intimidate you," conceded Fubuki, her gaze lowering in thought and inadvertently drawing her attention to Vaughn's dick. Its size made her wonder how any woman could accommodate such a thing, but as she had seen women more petite than herself sit on his lap or straddle him without issue, she knew it should be possible for her to do the same. Interrupting Fubuki's introspections, Vaughn grabbed her round and toned bottom and guided her closer to him, causing her to tense and her heart to begin racing as their privates became nestled against each other with his cock sandwiched between them. They had yet to have sex, but since she was a first-grade maid, Vaughn was well within his right to reciprocate her touch, his expression smoldering and tone low as he stated, "It won't be an issue." Before bringing his face and lips to the space between her neck and shoulder, causing her to issue an unintentionally startled moan as he held and peppered her neck and shoulder with kisses. Kaka. Reacting to the door at the entrance of his study opening, Vaughn opened his eyes and met the luminous, emerald green-eyed gaze of a markedly petite woman with similarly emerald green, somewhat messy, shoulder-length hair that curled and hooked at the ends. Ordinarily, at least while on duty as a hero, she wore an exceedingly thin, form-fitting V-neck black dress with a high collar, long trumpet sleeves, and 4 dangerously high-cut leg slits with black heels, but since she was on a dinner date with her sister, she was wearing a loose-fitting, cream-colored flutter shirt, high-waisted, straight-leg blue jeans with a stylish, pleated design, gold hoop earrings, an ivory white belt, and matching flats. "You're this so-called dragon god?" asked the woman, famed throughout her world as the Tornado of Terror, Tatsumaki. At a glance, she appeared like a middle schooler attempting to appear mature, but she was actually 28, going on 29 years old. "I'm certain people are similarly surprised when they learn you're the number 2 hero," responded Vaughn, sporting a playful smile even as a bright green psychokinetic aura enveloped Tatsumaki's body, causing various objects in the room to rise as she floated toward and positioned herself in front of his desk, looming over him with crossed arms. "Whatever arrangement you have with my fool of a sister, you're going to terminate it," proclaimed Tatsumaki, adding, "I don't know nor care what your aim is, but you will leave her out of your schemes." "I don't consider myself a fool, but I don't have the patience to scheme," responded Vaughn, shaking his head before holding Tatsumaki's gaze as he asserted, "And you should know your sister better than anyone. She came to us, and if you've read her contract, you would have seen that there are no provisions within it that compel her to obey or reimburse us in a timely manner. Nor are there any penalties for failing to do so." "Yet, but she can't just not repay you, right?" asked Tatsumaki. "As long as she's bound by that contract, you shave 50% off the top of everything she earns in that Tower of Ascension, or whatever." That's true, confirmed Vaughn, nodding. But that only applies to any exchanges she makes. If she hoards or makes use of everything she earns, she is effectively receiving infinite funding with no obligation of repayment. She willfully repays what she owes and occasionally works here because the benefits of doing so provide her advantages that I'm certain she has laid out for you. Following a lengthy pause, Tatsumaki gradually lowered herself to her feet, causing nearly two-thirds of her body to disappear behind Vaughn's desk as she maintained her cross-armed posture and stated, I wish to become an ascendee. Prepare the contract. You're aware of the conditions? Asked Vaughn, explaining, entering into a contract with the Dragon's Pavilion to become an ascendee comes with certain obligations. If. What, do you want me to suck you off or spread my legs right now to demonstrate my sincerity? Asked Tatsumaki, narrowing her eyes and sporting a particularly disgusted expression as she added, then stand up and whip it out, pig. Earning himself even more of Tatsumaki's ire, Vaughn couldn't help rolling his eyes and shaking his head as he countered, though it might seem like it at a glance, that's not the kind of place this is. Before producing 3 separate contracts for her to review. The base terms were virtually identical between them, but first-grade maids obviously received greater pay and benefits without the obligation of having sex. After all, there was a difference between willingness and preparedness, so unless the maid in question initiated and affirmed their consent, their virginity couldn't simply be taken at Vaughn's discretion. At Tatsumaki's insistence, Vaughn sat with the emerald-haired woman on the study's sofa, positioned a short distance from a crackling hearth. In greater detail, she was sitting on his lap with her legs spread and feet on his knees, allowing him to thumb her clit through her simple white panties and gently stimulate her slit with his right middle finger as they discussed how the Dragon's Pavilion would prevent the mass casualties expected in the event of a god-level threat. What you're suggesting, is it truly possible to teleport such a substantial number of people with such precision? Asked Tatsumaki, her expression slightly pouty and face increasingly flushed as Vaughn's casual ministrations felt much better than when she touched herself. Even his left hand, simply resting on her abdomen, caused her to feel comfortable and warm, similar to a heavy, heated blanket. I can't guarantee there won't be oversights with such a large number of people to account for, but the margin of error is less than 0.01%. Stated Vaughn. Then, once the threat has been dealt with, everyone who had been translocated will be returned at your request. I see. Muttered Tatsumaki, her expression pouty and thoughtful and her blush deepening as Vaughn slid his hand into her panties to stimulate her directly. There was always the possibility that he was lying, but if he and the Dragon's Pavilion truly possessed the means to teleport upwards of 2 billion people to safety instantly, she might really be dealing with a god. Chapter 198, Vengeance. November 4 DXD/June 28 DBT. Oh, wow, Nami wasn't exaggerating. It's much different from what I saw when I still took baths with my dad. Remarked a girl with medium-length brown hair, bangs that framed a delicate, oval face, and large, pale brown eyes teeming with curiosity. More notably, despite not being a devil, she had proportions comparable to one, including large, fair, and notably soft-looking breasts and thick, pliant thighs, and a round butt that seemed like they would forth from her cream-colored lace bra, panties, and stockings at any moment. Don't feel pressured or intimidated, take your time. Hummed Vaughn, slouched considerably with his fingers linked atop his abs and a relaxed smile as the girl, Race Allen Riza Stout sat between his legs, inspecting and tentatively caressing his cock while seated with her legs under her. 2 tower cycles prior, she had attempted to become a first-grade maid but was limited to the 3rd grade due to the heightened age restriction. Now that she was 18, she was keen to learn and increase her knowledge of subjects besides alchemy. Yet, you don't need to talk to or treat me like a kid. Responded Riza, closing her eyes, sniffing, and then tentatively licking the underside of Vaughn's glands, his frenulum, with the tip of her tongue. Nami and many others had warned her that if she decided to become a first-grade maid, she likely wouldn't be able to be satisfied by anyone other than Vaughn, but that only made her more curious to experience what he could do. "My apologies," hummed Vaughn, resisting the urge to point out how such words suggested she still had a fair amount of maturing to do. However, as there were people far older than her who still behaved like children, he didn't see that as a reason to preclude her from servicing him. "All right, let's try this," said Riza, largely speaking to herself as she used her large and pillowy breasts to sandwich and stimulate Vaughn's cock while licking the very tip of his glands and gazing up at him to gauge his reaction. When she saw him smile and nod, she adopted a narrow-eyed, inherently seductive smile before lowering her gaze and proceeding to boldly fillet the upper third of his cock while rhythmically pressing her pillowy breasts together in a circular motion. If this is truly her first time, she has a talent for lewd acts, mused Vaughn. Though, considering Riza's appearance, it was fairly obvious her creator or designer had certain expectations of her. The video game series Riza was from only had mild suggestive themes, but with naturally scant attire, a wide variety of costumes, and a camera that had a habit of focusing on her butt when she crawled through narrow openings, the devs knew what they were doing. After Riza's nearly 3-hour-long preliminary evaluation, which only took a few minutes in real time, Vaughn settled in to enjoy a family movie with Yasaka, Kunu, and Shiroyuki, specifically The Cat Returns, one of many animated films produced by an outstanding animator and filmmaker named Hayao Miyazaki. The premise was a little strange, following a girl named Haru who rescued a cat, who turned out to be the cat prince of a magical kingdom whose father, the king, tries forcing her to wed, but the animation and aesthetic were very charming. Following the movie's conclusion, Vaughn was going to ask the trio if they wanted to grab a bite to eat when Kunu surprised him by asking, "When are Shishiu and Haho planning to marry?" "Era? I would also like to know the answer to that question," hummed Yasaka, taking advantage of the fact she was already nestled closely to Vaughn to nuzzle him with the left side of her forehead. Let's see," muttered Vaughn, petting both Yasaka and Kunu as he noted, "Rias, Sana, and Ravel mentioned wanting to host a joint wedding sometime before the Glacier Spirits Festival, so it largely depends on how big you would like the ceremony to be. If you want to have a fox wedding, we can host it anytime. But if you want a traditional Shinto-style wedding, we'll need to prepare the venue and send out invitations. I'll be satisfied with whatever Ga Shujin-sama decides," stated Yasaka, her voice low and sultry as she punctuated her words by rubbing Vaughn's right cheek with her nose before licking him. She was already pregnant with his child, something she believed would never happen again, so as far as Yasaka was concerned, she had no leeway to ask for anything from him. Rather, it was her duty and privilege to serve him. "Muhu, don't focus all your attention on Haho," stated Kunu, her expression pouty, surprised, and then embarrassed as she inadvertently kneed Vaughn in a very sensitive area while repositioning to straddle his left knee with her hands on his thigh. Fortunately, other than the muscles in his jaw briefly flexing, Vaughn maintained a smile as he firmly caressed her head and softly responded, "Let's be a little less hasty in the future." As she hung her head and reddened with a penitent expression and her fox-like ears flattened in shame. Glancing at the 2 times within the top right corner of the display he had open, which originally depicted the same time but were hours apart and a growing number of days, Vaughn noted, "At this rate, it won't even be a week from Riko's perspective before she and her friends receive the notification to return to the tower." Though it had been nearly 5 days since the end of the previous tower cycle, barely 2 had passed in the world of Made in Abyss due to time in the lower layers gradually compressing. Near the bottom of the 5th, the rate was roughly 2 to 1, so for every 2 days in the palace, only 1 passed within the abyss. "Shall I adjust their flow to align with the palaces?" asked Sis, noting, "That will accelerate the flow of time on the surface of her world, but it will allow them to avoid a scenario where she, Nanaki, and Midi receive notifications to enter the tower every 3 days. Then the time compression on the final layer is only 10 times. That feels more than a little off," noted Vaughn. In the post-credits scene of the post-series movie Made in Abyss, New Dawn, Riko returns to the surface after reaching the final layer, reuniting with her mother, and preventing a great cataclysm set to annihilate Rieg's people. By then, Orth had become a city of ruins, and everyone she knew was long deceased. Though, as she was shown to be an adult by then, complete with a young child, she had likely spent a decade or two in the abyss, suggesting 100 to 200 years had passed on the surface. After resolving the incongruency in his mind, Vaughn permitted Sis to make the necessary adjustments, causing Rico, Reg, Nanaki, and Mitty, who had previously been moving at half speed, to accelerate to a comparably normal pace. From there, he watched as they drew increasingly nearer to the fifth layer's deepest point, the location of a forward operating base and research station belonging to one of the most despicable individuals Vaughn had ever observed, both in his past and current life, Bondrewd, the self-titled, extremely narcissistic Lord of the Dawn. Fortunately, unlike in the canon timeline, where the traumatized Nanaki was nearly manipulated into rejoining Bondrewd, Rico lost multiple teeth, and Reg lost his right arm. The pint-sized quartet possessed superhuman capabilities and at least 4 months of battle experience. For nearly 3 months, Sis had also been sabotaging or displacing Bondrewd's artifacts at his request, so when push invariably came to shove, the mad scientist found virtually all of his weapons non-functional and all the cartridges he used to shoulder the abyss's burden missing. "It's over, Bondrewd, you will never see the Dawn you obsessed over all these years," panted Nanaki, standing a short distance away from a severely injured, even more severely mutated Bondrewd with a small but powerful pump-action shotgun that fired super-dense, magic-empowered slugs capable of piercing thick monster hide or the metal plating of a tank. "Wonderful, truly, wonderful," croaked Bondrewd, his right arm having inflated like a fleshy balloon and his helmet-encased head twisted nearly 70 degrees to the left. "Even to the very end, you couldn't at least pretend to apologize or ask for forgiveness," muttered Nanaki, raising his shotgun with the intent of finishing Bondrewd off before a girl around his size with large red eyes and short, white, notably curly hair that was tinted grass green beneath her curls came rushing over with a burly, masked figure following behind her, shouting, "Stop! Leave my papa alone!" Reacting to the girl's presence, Rico, who had been standing nearby with Reg and Mitty, allowing Nanaki the opportunity for closure by finishing Bondrewd personally, shouted, "Prushka," in panicked surprise. Though they hadn't even known each other for half a day, Rico regarded Prushka, Bondrewd's adoptive daughter, as a precious friend. Bondrewd deserved to be brought to account for his actions, but as Prushka had made it very apparent she wasn't aware of her papa's monstrous side, Rico had no clue how they would explain the current situation to her. "Prush-ka, my, Prush-ka," groaned Bondrewd, his final words before his body went slack, lifeless, causing Prushka's tear-filled eyes to widen to their limits before she began desperately trying to resuscitate him. The scene caused Rico, Reg, Nanaki, and Mitty to tremble with apprehension and doubt regarding their actions, but this was quickly replaced by sheer outrage as the masked figure accompanying Prushka picked her up by the pits of her arms, moved her to the side, and pulled the helmet and white whistle from the fallen Bondrewd, causing the flesh of its face to slough off. Following his inexplicable actions, the burly figure removed its mask, briefly revealing a patchwork head and face covered in surgical scars before donning the fallen Bondrewd's mask. Immediately after, its body abruptly split down the back, revealing a near-identical version of the man slumped on the ground but with additional armor and a long, segmented, black, dragon-like tail. Demonstrating how deeply her psyche had been imprinted as a result of Bondrewd's careful manipulation, the crying Prushka beamed when she saw the transformation, exclaiming, "Papa," before leaping into the open arms of the masked man, who humorously stated, "That's right, Prushka. Your papa is right here. Because, as long as I have your love, I will never know death." Before unceremoniously knocking her out with a tap to the back of her neck. "You! How are you still alive?" exclaimed Nanaki, leveling his shotgun at Bondrewd, prompting the latter to position the unconscious Prushka in front of him as he remarked, "I must admit, the capabilities you and your friends have exhibited far exceeded even my greatest expectations. Even without the handicap that has been forced upon me, I fear I might not be your match without considerable preparation. I'm warning you. Let Prushka go this instant, or you're going to regret it more than you can imagine," exclaimed Rico, her voice panicked, but her expression resolved as she materialized her red whistle and prepared to blow into it. Understanding what Rico was planning, Bondrewd narrowed his eyes behind his mask and asked, "Oh? Will you call for him? The dragon god who mended our adorable Mitty's broken form. If I do, he'll tear you apart before you even have a chance to process what happened," asserted Rico, having never seen Vaughn do such a thing but certain he could. As a result, Bondrewd didn't feel that she was lying, causing him to fall and remain silent for several seconds. The thought of charging her before she could use her whistle crossed his mind, but even if he could take her by surprise, he doubted his trump card would function at the pivotal moment. With few alternatives, Bondrewd smiled beneath his mask and remarked, "To descend to the next layer and advance even further, you will require the aid of a white whistle. Give me half a day to prepare, and I will serve as your escort and guide." I am certain that is what Prushka would want as well. Chapter 199, Compromise. Do you seriously expect us to trust you? After everything you've done? After all the people you've hurt in the pursuit of your twisted ambition, exclaimed Nanaki, his yellow eyes blazing with fury as he thought about all the terrible things Bondrewd had coerced him into doing the years he had spent wishing he were dead. "I suppose I can understand why you're angry," affirmed Bondrewd, ensuring that Prushka remained between him and Nanaki as he asked, "But what of my beloved daughter? Even if you expose everything I've done, she has never known me as anything but a source of compassion and warmth. Presuming you could kill me, do you believe she would simply forgive and accompany you on your journey? And if she doesn't, what then? She may be able to survive for a time within the Edo front, but without my careful guidance and the Umbra hands, she would inevitably perish alone, starving, and full of resentment toward the ones who stole her happiness away from her." "Just how terrible can one person be?" asked Mitty, tears in the corners of her pale red eyes and an indignant, furious, teeth-clenched expression adorning her face. She had also become fast friends with the friendly and naive Prushka, but while her resentment wasn't as deep as Nanaki's, she couldn't forgive the masked man for misleading them with honeyed words and murdering all their friends. "It doesn't matter anymore," remarked Rico, causing a wave of confusion to wash over everyone present before Bondrewd, feeling a hand clasp his left shoulder, became stiff as a statue. "End of the line," said Vaughn, his usually aquamarine eyes glistening with a fiery golden hue as he casually indented the metal plating encompassing Bondrewd's shoulder by tensing the fingers of his right hand. "Dragon God Vaughn, I presume?" asked Bondrewd, peering back at Vaughn over his left shoulder, surprised to find that the deity he had been looking forward to meeting was some boy. His physique and general appearance were certainly exceptional, but there was nothing particularly godly about him. "I will state it plainly," said Vaughn, his grip tightening as he expressed, "the only reasons you're still breathing is because Nanaki and Mitty deserved a chance to handle you themselves. Your Umbra hands also contribute to the overall safety of the Abyss, so if you wish to continue your research in a limited capacity and see the dawn for yourself, you will play the good father to Prushka one final time and release her to pursue a path you forsook the moment you abandoned your humanity." Though he doubted it would work, Bondrewd responded to Vaughn's words by activating the sparagmos in his left elbow, causing a cerulean blue and gold, laser-like blade with the ability to cut through all known substances to ignite from the back end of his gauntlet. The fact it activated surprised him, but not nearly as much as the deadpan, unamused expression Vaughn adopted in response. "Vaughn," exclaimed Rico, unable to prevent herself from panicking at least a little after seeing a blade of light pierce his diaphragm, forming a nearly 10 cm wide void through his body. "Are you done?" asked Vaughn, prompting Bondrewd to silently deactivate his sparagmos, followed by the hole in his body filling with golden flames before his condition was perfectly restored. "I will comply with your demands," stated Bondrewd, seeing no way out of the situation other than compliance. His urge to dissect, inspect, and claim Vaughn's body as his own was overwhelming, but after Vaughn casually closed his hand, tearing every muscle and breaking every bone in his left shoulder, he understood his next attempt on the godly entity's life would assuredly be his last. November 5 DXD/June 29 DBT. This is incredible. How can such a large body of water exist? And the ceiling? It's like it goes on forever, exclaimed Prushka, eyes wide and full of wonder as she raised her gaze to the blue sky above, eventually causing her to fall onto her butt onto the white sands beneath her bare feet. After waking and receiving permission from Bondrewd to join Rico's group, the first thing the latter did was invite her to the palace to see and experience the wonders of the outside world in the controlled setting of a training room. As such, she was currently wearing a frilly white one-piece swimsuit in preparation for a day of swimming, snorkeling, and generally enjoying the beach. This is just one of the many sights that exist outside the abyss. And thanks to Vaughn, we can eat delicious food and experience all kinds of things we couldn't under normal circumstances, stated Rico, sporting a brown and white tube top and spat-like bottoms that left her lower back and belly exposed as she cradled a tiny, rabbit-sized creature with pink and white fur, an oval-shaped body with a notably fluffy butt, and wings that allowed it to fly short distances in her arms. What's this? Rico talking about how incredible Vaughn is? It must be a day that ends in Y, teased Mitty, pouncing on Rico from behind in a hot pink two-piece with a hole at the back to accommodate her fluffy, rabbit-like tail. Following after her were Reg and Nanaki, sporting swim trunks, with Vaughn bringing up the rear in black cargo shorts, a button-up Hawaiian tee that was currently left open, and stylish black shades. He also had Kuna riding on his shoulders, and once she finished changing, Tanya was set to join them as the beach day was supposed to be to acquaint Prushka with her future party members. "Mia!" exclaimed the creature in Rico's arms, a Maenastilum known as Mania, Prushka's pet. Mitty's surprise glomp caused Rico to cradle it a little too tightly, so it was trying to escape her arms as if its life depended on it. "All right, let's behave and respect people's boundaries," said Vaughn, his tone calm as he removed Kunu, sporting her usual crimson bikini, from his shoulders, placing her on the ground. He had tried getting her to wear more conservative swimsuits, but since she was perfectly fine swimming naked or wearing nothing but a fundashi, a bikini was conservative for the precocious kitsune. "Oh! Time for sunscreen, right?" exclaimed Rico, notably excited as she unabashedly removed her top with an anticipatory smile. She was another source of exasperation for Vaughn, but as they often bathed together during her stays in the tower, he ultimately applied sunscreen to her, Kunu, and Prushka before sending them off with a reminder to be mindful of entering the water past their waists. "Enjoying playing the part of lifeguard?" asked Tanya, referring to how Vaughn was seated atop a wooden beach chair with a calm, attentive look as he stirred a slushy mojito within a coconut. Turning and then tilting his head when he saw that Tanya was wearing a dark blue, forward-facing zip-up wetsuit top with comparably scant side-tie bikini bottoms, Vaughn remarked, "That's a pretty daring swimsuit. What happened to your previous one?" Shrugging, Tanya revealed, "I tried on a few frillier alternatives, but I've been feeling the urge to try more mature clothing as of late. I blame my enrollment in Kirijayaka Girls Academy. Because of my small stature and rapid promotion to the high school division, I'm treated with equal parts envy and as if I'm some manner of mascot. Are you regretting settling in Misaka's and Toma's world? It's not too late to choose another," remarked Vaughn, prompting Tanya to shake her head, lay down a towel, and take a seat before revealing, "I find greater comfort in modern, urban settings with well-established laws and paths of promotion. I will inevitably seek employment within the palace, but for now, I am enjoying my comparably mundane life as a middle-turned high schooler in a world full of espers and mages." "That's good to," started Vaughn, his response cutting mid-sentence as Tanya unzipped her wetsuit, removed it, and produced a bottle of tanning oil, her expression mischievous as she proffered it to him and said, "Make yourself useful," before lying on her stomach with her arms crossed under her head. Fortunately, Vaughn had Robin's Hana Hana no Mi, allowing him to apply the tanning oil without having to leave his seat or place himself in a compromising position. November 7 DXD/July 1 DBT. After witnessing the Dragon's Pavilions or, more accurately, Vaughn's and Sis's capabilities during the Boros incident, during which the population of the instantaneously destroyed A city was translocated to safety and summarily returned at her request, Tatsumaki found herself between his legs, her expression pouty but determined as she held his shaft with her left hand, simultaneously licking and rubbing it with her cheek from base to tip. Though he was tempted to tell her she didn't need to force herself, Vaughn suspected it would only make Tatsumaki angry, compelling him to remain silent and observe her with a relaxed, smoldering smile as she eventually transitioned to giving him a blowjob. Her mouth, as could be expected of a 144.7 centimeters tall woman, was very small, but she was very diligent, sucking the upper third of his cock with her cheeks inverting each time she pulled her head back. She's either experienced or has been practicing, noted Vaughn, his smile becoming marginally more prominent when Sis promptly confirmed it was the latter. Rather, he was evidently only the second male with whom the 28-year-old Tatsumaki had any kind of relationship. Fortunately for him, not so much for Tatsumaki or her would-be boyfriend, the latter had only started dating her after being dared to approach and ask her out by his friends. None of them expected her to agree, but rather than taking the relationship seriously, the opportunistic bro convinced Tatsumaki to dress up and engage in humiliation play so he could take pictures to share with his friends. To make matters infinitely worse, they ultimately got him to convince her to attend a dress-up party where they intended to get her drunk, take advantage of, and ultimately blackmail her. When she realized she was the only girl present in a studio with 5 casually dressed college boys, however, not even the medicine she had been slipped could prevent her from realizing something was seriously amiss, resulting in all 5 boys being hospitalized with life-altering injuries. "You don't need to be so mindful of me, I might be a little on the small side, but I'm still a grown woman," asserted Tatsumaki, her face flushed and a slight pout marring her face as, rather than having sex, Vaughn spent nearly half an hour cradling her with his left arm, kissing her, suckling her nipples, and fingering her with the fingers of his right hand. Everything he did felt incredible, causing her to orgasm more than once, but she got the impression he was biding time until something transpired to prevent them from having sex. "I wouldn't have spent the past half hour kissing you and suckling your breasts if that weren't the case," countered Vaughn, smiling as he teased, "I simply like to take things slow, but if you're reaching the limits of your patience, I'm more than willing to proceed." "I'll do it myself," asserted Tatsumaki, her hair fluttering as a luminous, bright green psychokinetic aura enveloped her body, allowing her to rise from his hold and position herself above him with her back facing him and her butt carefully lowering to kiss the tip of his dick with her very wet and warm pussy. From there, Vaughn was briefly left speechless as, rather than simply riding him, Tatsumaki sat back, propped open her legs and raised and lowered herself using her psychokinetic powers. She was initially only able to accommodate about a third of him, but as she acclimated and her arousal grew, aided by him stimulating her clip, she eventually managed a commendable 2/3 before he began sneakily decreasing at least his length to make things easier for her.